working? Oh. Good morning and welcome to another Super Entrepreneur Conference here live on Facebook and YouTube. I am Super Joe Pardo. If you're not familiar, I am happy to have you here this morning. It's 9 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we have people literally from all over the world joining us today to speak on a host of different topics based around entrepreneurship, podcasting, content creation, SEO. What do we got? Live streaming. We have putting together social proof, how to not make mistakes as an entrepreneur, identifying and marketing your perfect customer, growing you and your business, consume, create, connect. Charisma on demand, the master interview techniques, which is great for not only for podcasting, but also for people. Tim is in the house. What is up, Tim? I hope my sound effects are working here. I think I didn't connect all of them. That's why. Yeah, I don't have some of my sounds. My ding should be working. If you can hear the ding, let me know in the chat. No, Tim, you are super, and that's why you're here this morning. I am just the messenger, the carrier to help you bring that super out of yourself. Today, we are raising $1,000 for HopeWorks Camden. It is a nonprofit in Camden, New Jersey, which is near and dear to my heart, not far from where I live. And they do amazing things, helping you through learning to code, getting into to jobs, getting into education, getting into starting their own businesses as entrepreneurs. They are incredible. Oh, good. You do hear the bell. That is great to hear. When the first speaker goes on in a little bit here, I will go through and fix. I had a snafu with one of my softwares, as software tends to do, because it can't just be perfect and work 110% of the time. So anyway, HopeWorks Camden is who we're donating to today. My goal is to get to $1,000. If we get there, would be incredible. I would be so happy. Go to superjoepardo.com/donate to get to drop your donation. It goes right through Facebook, right to them. It doesn't pass through me or anything like that. So you're just going straight to superjoepardo.com/Facebook. Make sure you hit in the comments. Where are you watching from right now? Are you watching? What part of the world are you in? What time is it there? Are you still in your pajamas? Honestly, I'm in half pajamas right now, and that's because it's a little chilly here this morning here in outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So we have over 20 speakers today that are going to be speaking from all over the world. I'm excited, and we have a couple of sponsors. The first sponsor is Simple Easy Events. It's Tim Gillette. If you're not familiar with, I'm hitting the mic. If you're not familiar with Tim Gillette, you totally should go to simpleeasyevents.com. Their next event is May, I think, 21st to the 22nd. I believe. I guess I didn't write it down here. Where did I write? I know I have it written down here somewhere. Yeah, May 21st to 22nd. It helps you get your marketing straightened out. So I was watching from Houston. Good morning, Donald. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, Jennifer. How are all you doing? How are all of you doing this morning? So yeah, go check out simpleeasyevents.com. Tim Gillette will be speaking later on today. I believe he's around noon my time, 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. And then the other, Washington State on the West Coast, up early this morning on a Saturday. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for being here. Tim Gillette, great guy, excellent name. He is it and has an excellent name. I am putting together a profit growth mastermind. If you want to learn more about that, go over to superjoepardo.com/mastermind. Basically, we're going to put 10 entrepreneurs, 10 business owners together over 3 months, and we will help you create more freedom in your business, integrate technology into your business, grow your team if you wherever you're at to where you want to get to. Tanzania's in the house. What is up? What's up, Kelvin? How are you doing this morning? I don't know what time it is in Tanzania, but that is incredible that you're here with us. And then we're also going to help you get more time for you, for yourself, for your lifestyle, for your business, so you can create and make that business go even further. So if you want more profit, you want more revenue, you want more freedom, you want more impact with your business, but you're stuck and you're not sure how to quite make that happen because you've pushed so hard to get to where you're at now, come join us over in the Profit Growth Mastermind. It starts in June. Go to superjoepardo.com/mastermind. It says I tried to make it inexpensive. It's the first time I'm putting this together, and I wanted to make it as inexpensive so we could, get the bugs worked out and get as maximum amount of return on the investments as possible. So go check that out. Let's see. We have our first speaker in the house here now, who is going to be speaking on the topic of how to generate leads and appointments for your business without spending a single penny in paid ads. And I am all about that because it's so easy to get caught up in the whole spending money. Oh, I just have to spend more money on ads. I just have to do this. We have to test it till we get it perfect. And then, by the time you do that, you're spending even more money. I think this guy is going to be able to help you get your message focused in here and make it so you don't have to spend a bunch of money on paid advertising to get in front of your potential customers. So without further ado, I need some super claps in the chat for Super Jan Ilunga. It's Jan Ilunga, right? I can't remember, Jan.
You nailed it, Joe.
Good morning. Everybody knows I'm terrible with names, and I feel bad because obviously I know you, Jan, but it's still there's a disconnect in there. Like, did I say it right? Did I not say it right?
You absolutely did. You absolutely did.
Oh, awesome. Are you sharing any slides with us today?
I'm not, because initially I wanted to have the slides, but then I thought that the tips I'm gonna share are pretty straightforward. And can you hear me okay? I can hear a bit of an echo.
Oh yeah, let me turn my speakers down here a little bit. Okay. Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Perfect.
All right. Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to get out of your way. You're on the clock for 18 minutes, sir. Super Jan, take it away.
Awesome. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Super Entrepreneur Conference. As Joe said, my name is Jan Ilunga. I'm a consultant in the space of podcasting, in the space of lead generation. And in this session, I'm going to help you create a system that you can leverage to generate leads and appointments for your business without having to spend a single penny in paid advertising. So we're going to look at generating leads and appointments organically. Toward the end of the presentation, I actually have a resource for you, the next step in a way to this presentation. So make sure to stick around until the end. We're going to look at a 5-step process. And if you see me looking down, it's because my webcam is there, but my screen is down here and I have the notes there. I want to make sure that I make the most out of these 18 minutes with you. So as I said, a 5-step framework. Step number 1, you want to set up a CRM tool. And CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management Tool. You want to make sure that, there is plenty of options on the market, but you want to make sure that the one that you choose lets you create a database of contacts, so you have everything in a centralized location, lets you create a sales pipeline, has reminders, notifications, so you can let the technology do the work for you and you can forget about having leads go through the cracks. And then an addition, I would say, is to, if possible, make sure that the CRM tool you pick has a smartphone app so you can keep track of things while you're on the go. There's plenty of options. As I said, if you're on a shoestring budget, you can look at HubSpot CRM or at another tool called Begin, and the spelling is Bigin. So those are two options. If you want something more advanced, Pipedrive is a very popular option. I use another one called Company Hub. So anyways, in the CRM tool, you want to set up a database. That's where you're going to start to add all of the contacts you make, all the connections. I add first and last name, email address, and website. You may want to add other information like phone number if that's relevant to your business. The sales pipeline. How do you create a sales pipeline? First of all, why a sales pipeline? Having a sales pipeline enables you to see what's happening with the sales side of your business, and you can see exactly where at each stage of the funnel or the pipeline a lead or a prospect is. And most CRM tools also have a forecasting tool which shows you, if you say, this deal is worth $500 and this deal is worth $1,000 and so forth, the sales forecasting tool or feature rather shows you, okay, if you were to close the deals with everybody who's at this stage of the pipeline, you would bring home X number of dollars, which is terrific. In case you aren't sure how to structure your sales pipeline, you can go about it this way. Think about the last 30 days, the last 60 days, or even the last quarter. What is the best way for you to actually generate leads? For me, it's having a call. So of all the different marketing strategies I implement, I know that having a call with somebody, a Zoom call, for example, is the best way to convert people from prospect to paying customers. So what you want to do is you want to identify that one strategy and then reverse engineer the steps that take a person from being a stranger to connect with you all the way to the call. In my case, in your case, maybe something different. So that's how you want to structure your sales pipeline. Reminders are very important. I would always encourage you to make sure that you use the reminders feature so that, as I said earlier, the tool does all of the reminding for you. So first step, set up a CRM tool. Second step, and this is especially important if you are a consultant or a coach, is you want to set up a booking system. And ideally, you want to automate this process. How do we do this? Nowadays, there is plenty of options in the field of so-called scheduling tools. So you want to pick a scheduling tool. I use one called Book Like a Boss. There is Acuity Scheduling, there is Calendly. You want to pick the one that fits you the best. The important thing is to make sure that the one you pick integrates with your calendar, Google Calendar, iCalendar, and that integrates with PayPal and Stripe, which means that you can get paid straight from the tool itself. So if somebody wants to hire you in order to be able to pick a date and time for the first call with you, obviously, they would need to pay first. So how do we structure this? It's very simple. You want to set up the event. So if you typically provide coaching services in 1 hour long calls, set that up. If there are key questions you want to get answers to before you start the call, add custom fields to the form of your scheduler so that when one picks a date and time for the call, they need to fill out and give you information like their name, their email. There may be some important questions you want to ask. So make sure that you ask those. And then once this is ready, you will only need to share the link with the person and everything else will happen automatically, because as soon as they will fill out the form, they will proceed to the payment. So you will get paid. They will get email reminders. You will get email reminders. That time slot they picked will be automatically blocked out in your calendar so that you know that there won't be any double bookings. If you're using something like Zoom, I know, for example, Book Like a Boss integrates with Zoom. So whenever somebody books an appointment, a Zoom link is automatically created and sent to both the client and to myself. So this enables us to minimize the touch points. We don't have to go back and forth all the time. So the first step was the CRM tool. The second step is the booking system. These are kind of the foundations. Then we want to really start with our search. What you want to do is you want to do targeted searches, and you can do it on different platforms depending on where your target customers are. But the two I would recommend you look into are Facebook, because there is plenty of opportunities there. And the second one is LinkedIn. In LinkedIn in particular, I want you to start doing targeted searches. And you can do this with the free version of LinkedIn. So you don't need to use LinkedIn Premium, Sales Navigator. If you're using those, great. If you aren't, no problem. You don't need to pay for them. You want to start using Boolean search terms to make your searches more targeted. What am I meaning by this? There are terms like or, and not. So or, and, not. These three terms, you can use them to really target people in your LinkedIn searches. So in the search bar, let's say you want to work, or your target customer is somebody who is a life coach or a consultant. So in the search bar of LinkedIn, you would write life coach or consultant. And now LinkedIn is going to show you the results of people who fit in that category. You can be even more granular with your searches and say, I want to connect with people who are life coaches or consultants and are second degree connections, meaning people who I share common connections with. You can say, I want to connect with people who fit in those categories and who are based in New York City, in Helsinki, Finland, like I am, in Tokyo, Japan. You get the idea. You want to really do that. And you can do searches by focusing on individuals, or you could search for groups. That's why Facebook come into play. LinkedIn group, Facebook group could be a gold mine of finding leads. What you want to do is enter your keyword, find a group, whether it's on Facebook, on LinkedIn, somewhere else, it doesn't matter. Join the group, provide value, obviously, but connect with people. I know, for example, on LinkedIn or even Facebook, there are groups. On LinkedIn, there is a group that is filled with prospects for me, and it's over 26,000 members. And what I do is step 4 is connect with those members. And if you want to increase the chances of them saying yes to your connection, how to go about it is very simple. You want to build common ground. Let the person know that you're not, like in my case, a random guy from Helsinki, Finland. What I do is, if I wanted to connect with Joe, for example, we were in the same group and it's the first time we interact, I would personalize my LinkedIn connection and I would say, hi, Joe, we are both members of the such and such group or Facebook group or LinkedIn group. And I thought I would connect with you here. And most people will know that even if you have no common connections, will be, oh, who is this person who's sending random requests? And then they see, oh, we are both members of the same group. So they will know that that's the common ground. Okay, so you want to make sure that you have common ground. You can mention the group, you can mention common connections, and then you can do something else that I'll tell you more about it in a second. But that was step 4. You want to connect and you want to personalize your connection requests. I would recommend really focusing on LinkedIn. And even if you tap into Facebook groups, connect with the group members on LinkedIn, because that's really a business platform. And then the 5th step is to actually nurture those relationships. So once you have connected, many people say, oh, great, I just add LinkedIn connections, but then you don't do anything with those. You want to actually nurture those relationships. How do you do about it? First of all, be honest, thank the person for accepting your connection request, and ask questions. You may say, oh, I'm curious, what do you do? I see you are a life coach. Can you tell me more about what you do? Can you tell me more about the customers you work with? I often say, I'm curious to learn more about what you do, because in my network, I may have somebody who could be a perfect client for you. And if that's the case, I would be happy to introduce you to that person. So you want to make sure that you start actually by serving first. Be curious. And the more questions you ask, the more information you're going to start to have at a surface level. So you can say, oh, okay, this person is a life coach, so that ticks the box and helps clients by doing this. Okay, that's the kind of person or company I want to work with. And then you can ask them more questions. You don't want to send them 20 messages. And also don't do like many people do, that they say, hey, I have this free workshop, and try to disguise that as, well, here's me providing you value. No, you're just wanting me to sign up for your random webinar. Don't do that. Just nurture the relationship. If you have a resource that you offer, you could say, you know what, I usually offer this ebook as a sign up, but I'm happy to give it to you for free because I saw you asked a question about this topic. Here's a resource that can help you. Have those exchanges. I would say you can have a 2 or 3 week window of time, have a few exchanges there, and then suggest having a call. It's not that complicated to actually hop on a call with a person and then have the conversion there. How to actually implement all of these things, these 5 steps, is very simple. What you want to do is follow what is called activity-based selling. And that's basically focusing on things you can do. So what you want to do is focus on how many connections you make, how many event invitation to calls you make and so forth. And once you've done this for a pretty long window of time, let's say over 30 days, you can actually look at your numbers and say, oh, okay, typically of the people I connect with, 75% of people agree to my connection. Great. And then of those 75 people, 50% agree on being on a call with me. Great. And then of those 50%, 20% become clients. So you want to write these numbers down so that then what you can do is you think about what is the average size of a deal, $500, $1,000, $10,000. And then you just say, okay, this is my income goal for the month, for the quarter. I have all of my percentages, meaning how many people typically say yes to my connection requests, how many people say yes to my invitations. You have those numbers, and then you just follow them. You say, okay, I need to hit this income goal. I need to connect with X number of people because I know that of those ones, this percentage agrees to my connection request. This percentage agrees to my invitation to be on a call. And then of that percentage, this small percentage or big percentage typically says yes to my connection request. And I have a bonus tip for you. What we are covering here, I mentioned LinkedIn. I use LinkedIn as the main platform, but you can tap into different platforms. For example, I have experimented with Clubhouse, and some weeks ago, I ran an experiment, and in an entire week, I was on Clubhouse twice. I spent maybe 45 minutes or so, and I managed to generate 22 organic leads from Clubhouse. I was in rooms. I would look at interesting people, would connect with them on LinkedIn, and then with some of them, we have already had calls. With some of them, I'm still nurturing them. So this is really a 5-step process that you can implement, and this works if you have the time. So you want to make sure that you consistently carry out the steps, meaning consistently connect with people, consistently touch base. You add them to your CRM so you get the reminders. And in case you say to yourself, well, I only have an hour per week, that's fine. Then you know that you will do the best you can in that 1 hour. The more time available you have, the better. But once you have some of the foundation in place, for example, you have set up the sales pipeline, you have the scheduling tool, perhaps you've written some templates that you use when nurturing, so you just copy, paste those, quickly customize them, then you'll be able to really maximize the time you have available there. So to do a final recap here, step number 1 was setting up your CRM tool. Database where you add all of the contacts in a centralized location, pipeline, sales pipeline, reminders, so we never have leads falling through the cracks ever again. Step number 2, set up the automated scheduling system. I mentioned Book Like a Boss, Acuity Scheduling, Calendly, something else. Third step is doing the search, so actually finding these potential customers. And if you're using LinkedIn, consider using the Boolean search terms I was telling you about. One thing I didn't tell you is that you can be very, very specific with this, and you can use brackets. So you could say, I want to connect with somebody who, we open a bracket and we write life coach or consultant, and then we close the bracket and we said, and yoga teacher, meaning we want to connect with somebody who's either a life coach or a consultant and is a yoga teacher. You can even say, I want to connect with somebody who is a life coach or a consultant and not a business coach. So LinkedIn will say, if these people are business coaches, they won't include them in the searches. Fourth step, connect, 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 connect. Remember to add personal touch. And then the fifth step was to nurture and obviously eventually invite people to have a call. I would recommend having the call because it enables you to learn more about the person and you can get a better feeling for the person. Especially if it's a video call, you also get to see the person. And I share the bonus tip, which is tap into other platforms. I know this is a lot to cover in just 18 minutes or more or less, but I want to wrap things up by sharing a couple of things with you. Once you have built this system, the foundation is going to be there. You won't have to worry about it anymore. And you'll be able to really allocate, even if you just have 15 minutes a day, you'll be able to be very specific and very effective with those 15 minutes. You'll connect with targeted people. You'll tap into specific groups and you'll make new connections. And then you're going to be able to generate a consistent stream of leads, and some of those would lead to appointments. I mentioned the bonus tip, meaning that you can tap into other platforms. And I want to actually share some tools with you. I've put together a list of tools. Obviously, here the time is what it is, so we can't dive deeper into all the tools and my suggestions and so forth. But I put together a PDF that actually is the perfect next step in terms of implementing what we covered here, because the PDF covers tools I have used in my business and you can use in your business to generate 20 plus organic leads every single week. You can even do it every single day if you really get serious about this and you dive headfirst. If you're curious to learn more about that, you can go to my site. My site is yanilunga.com and you just add /leads. So yanilunga.com/leads, LEADS. You can go there, just enter your email and email address and name, and you'll get the PDF. And of course, last but not least, feel free to send me any questions you may have by email, yan@yanilunga.com, or even better, connect with me on LinkedIn, Yan Ilunga, so that you'll be able to be connected to me. I can take a look at what you do, and you're going to be able to generate leads and appointments without having to leverage paying ads.
Absolutely. Ding, ding. Thank you so much, John. There was so much valuable stuff there.
My pleasure.
I think sometimes we as entrepreneurs get caught up in the, there's the magic bullet. All I got to do is just like pay this amount of money and I'll have the magic ad person just make ads and then leads will just come flooding in and everything it just works automatically. And it's not that way, right? Like
absolutely.
You talked about the bonus tip, right? Clubhouse. Like you got to spend hours on Clubhouse, literally like in a row, and then to have an opportunity to be able to deliver concepts or value to those people that are listening, watching, following along, and really building that traction, which is one of the reasons I haven't spent a ton of time on there. I have some more Clubhouse stuff coming down the pike, but as of right now, I've only done a handful of I've run a handful of rooms with some other friends of mine, but it is fun. It's just you gotta really commit like minimum of an hour at a time.
And you know what I shared, Joe? It's actually things that one can do even if they're just getting started, because I didn't even talk about having your own community to tap into, which is a different side of the conversation, because obviously having your own community, it's very valuable. But in the PDF, I mentioned tools that also go in that direction. So if, for example, you run a Facebook group or whatever, there are some tools that can help you generate leads from your Facebook group or whatever online community platform you may be using.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, having a community of people to tap into, whether it's an email list, whether it's a Facebook group, whether it's literally just the Facebook friends that you have that all have a similar interest or similar, niche or industry that they're into, really can help speed up the whole process. But so good morning, Stephen Green. Super Stephen Green is in the house. He's speaking later today at like 4:10, I think is his time or something to that effect. Jan, Super Jan, thank you so much for being here with us it's your afternoon now, I'm sure,
right,
in Helsinki, but in our morning here on the East Coast. Thank you so much. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Jan Ilunga. Thank you so much, Jan.
Thanks again, Joe. You too,
Thank you.
Have a great rest of the conference to everybody else.
Thank you. So we're off to a great start here. We have a lot of people watching. We have Tanzania in the house. We have Washington State in the house. Where are you listening from right now? Here on the Super Entrepreneur Conference. So, you get some clap emojis in the it's like, oh, my clap button's not working. I meant to fix that. I was answering some Facebook questions and stuff. Speaking of Facebook, if you want to say thank you to Super Jan, you want to say thank you to me, go over to superjoepardo.com/donate and donate to HopeWorks. It drops you right to a Facebook link that you can donate straight to HopeWorks Camden. We want to raise $1,000 today if we can. I'm hopeful that we can get there. We got, I think, almost $400 last time around. So even if it's just $1, every little bit helps. They're an amazing organization. When you go there, it explains what they're about, what they do. They help you through coding. But right now, we're about to help entrepreneurs through learning how to become high performance live streamers. If you aren't already in the live streaming game, you absolutely should consider it. It's literally for everybody that has a business, has a mission, has something to say, and bringing it in today. I need some super claps in the chat for super. And I'm going to say Sonia, Super Sonia, even though her name says Anita Sonia. I'm not saying it wrong. I promise you. I promise.
Hello, hello. Oh my
Good
God, I have
evening.
the good evening. That's right, good evening. So I thought that I was wrong 1.5 hour more, but then I went upstairs and then you said no, 20 minutes more, Joe.
Yes.
But this time I don't fall asleep at least, and the internet acts nicely, and the electricity behave well also.
Yes. Well, hopefully it will, Sonia. So I'm gonna jump out of your way. You got 20 minutes or 18 minutes on the clock, and I will see you in a little bit.
Thank you so much for inviting me and for having me here in the event. And I'm going to talk about high performance live streaming because you see that live streaming is the very fast growing industry today, and we do all need it besides podcasts, of course, because people are interested more also in videos, right? But first, I would like to say happy birthday for Rose Brand. And I hope that you enjoy your birthday. I have to say that first because you are my sponsor also in my event today, right? If not, then that's why I have to be sweet. So I have to say happy birthday for you. And all of the success and all of your wishes come true this year on your birthday, Rose Brand. Thank you so much for being my great mentor also. And then, of course, my sponsor. With you and the other sponsors, I cannot make my event, right? Okay, about high performance live streaming. I make this kind of class or master class or whatever you call it because of my experience in 100 days live with Sonia. Not all of the speakers are high performance, and I also train myself to be high performer in live streaming world or universe, right? And this is really great step for me also. What I mean is high performance live streaming is you are live streaming, but you also get the best results of all of your efforts. So most of the people live stream, and it doesn't align with their brand. Also, when they join other event, they don't choose the event, right? Mostly they just okay, as long as I show up, something like that. But then it just wastes time and also energy because it doesn't bring results as they want to or they expect to. That's why high performance live streaming is about live streaming, but also get the best results or the top of the results from your efforts, right? And then the points that I would like to mention how to be high performer in live streaming. Of course, it is both for the speaker and the host itself or themselves, right? And oh yeah, first I would like to mention about the benefits of live streaming. Of course, you know it already, but for me, this is a great way also to build my brand, to know the people who are connect with me, my ideal clients, but also how to build my network and my community, knowing the other live streamers, and also, of course, I have a lot of benefits in this. I know them, I learn from them, and they are very patiently also to give their tips, their expertise also in live streaming and their field, so that I grow very fast more than I expected. Then, of course, there are so many changes after I go live streaming, right? And yeah, it takes consistency, of course, but I am there. And in my event, uh, I didn't know that I would be this far. It is already on the 65 days from 100 days, and I already select some speakers, already 70 speakers for the next event in June, and there is online word summit, right? And yes, the benefits of live streaming for me is actually this is also for my personal growth. I don't know for you if you have another opinions, what you get from live streaming in your life and your business. Please share with me in the comments also, right? So first is for my personal growth. Of course, I gain my confidence from live streaming. If you see me at the first time I live stream, oh my god. Even I cry when something went wrong, like the camera fell, like the internet connection play up, something like that. I was easy to be panic, but not anymore. I have been, what is it, conquered those faster, right? And then actually, it is not only about the confidence. The more I do this, also I gain my self discipline. About the consistency. It builds my discipline also, self discipline, that I need to be, you know, commit to my schedule, and then I really need to manage my schedule again, because sometimes I have to work outside, right? Not only in the live streaming world or universe, or also online world, because in here I still have another business to take care of, but that is not the online one. And then also, it does leverage my brand, my business, and I build my brand again, repurpose my brand. It is not only for high performance transformation, because actually transformation is a process. It is not like a goal. So that's why I would like to connect it with the live streaming, because I know there are so many people who need to transform themselves, even to speak in front of the camera. At the first time, I wasn't confident at all, especially with my English. Of course, this is Sonia English, as I mentioned, not British English or Canadian English or American or Australian. This is Sonia English, so you can imagine that. Yeah, there were people who protested about it, but then I am blessed that in my event I was connected with the people who support me and lift me up. And they don't care how many audience that I have, how many viewers that I have, and they just share because they want to share, they want to help me out, they want to lift me up, and this is really great. I was very honest with them also at that time about my condition. This is like, yeah, this is my first international event, and surprisingly, the great lineup, all of the experts are there, and the people who underestimated me were not there anymore. Yes, live streaming is an easy way to go live with clients, and I meet with them after. Super easy. That's right, Jennifer. Thank you so much. And yeah, actually, Steve, great one. Too many way to connect with lots of leads in the time you would spend with one. Yes, that's why I mentioned it, that we can meet our ideal client. Maybe not today. Maybe they watch the replay. Maybe they connect. Even I saw many experts get their clients from live streaming months after it, years after it. So not right away, but they already have their clients before, right? So the first step that I made in the live streaming, actually, to know my purpose in live streaming, why I do the live streaming. It is not only to build my confidence or leverage my brand. Of course, those are my main goals also. But yes, this is also to build the community and share my values, and also connect all of the experts in our coaching universe, right? But most importantly is, no, is to be famous. No, no, not to be famous. I'm kidding. The most important thing is I can build my brand, yes, but I also get my results with the brand. it's not only for the short term but also the long term. I would like to build my consistency in live streaming because there are so many people who do not consistent in live streaming like I used to be. And then yeah, I don't know if it is good if we do not consistent in live streaming, right? Because today there are in this kind of situation, in this kind of condition, there are so many people who need you, who want to know you actually. And yeah, nobody knows me before actually. And who is Sonia? Something like that. Where is Sonia? But now since I'm famous, I can say no, no, no. What I mean, yeah, the more I go live streaming, the more I meet the great people, the people who align with my brand, the people who know my dreams, the people who understand my vision. So they help me out in every event that I make. And then, yes, I'm very happy for the next event in June, right? Online World Summit for live streamers. And then, of course, after knowing the purpose why I go live streaming in which is not very easy to find why, but if you want to do it, just do it. No need to find the purpose. As long as you go up there, then you will see the people around you who connect with you, then you will know what you want to do or what you want to reach in live streaming, right? And then make the plan, what can you do in live streaming. Actually, I was worried also because I didn't have the best equipment in live streaming the first time I do it. And then, of course, the time zone was the very big challenge for me because most of the speakers are in the United States, right? And of course, the speakers in United Kingdom protested me because it is their midnight time, and also in Australia, it is their lunch time also. But we cannot make everyone happy. You know what I mean? When you become a host or hold an event, you need to uh, pay attention only to your purpose, not the other people. Purpose. Of course, we accommodate their purpose, but the most important thing is you yourself. Why you do this event, for example. So even though the time zone is not right for everyone, but if they want it, they will join you. Do not worry about that. And then about the equipment, just do whatever you like. Also, the first time I did my live streaming was in the hotel, because of the interconnection was more stable, I thought. And then it was more quiet, that I live in a town with 4 million people around me. So you can imagine 24 hours crowded with 24 hours very noisy in everywhere. Even in if you stay in the five-star hotel, you still hear the noise, And there is another challenge. Instead of against it now, I try to adapt with it and then accept it as this is the part of my because I don't live in the forest, right? So and I do not make a lot of plan at that time. So yeah, I just take action. That is what I mean. And I didn't think how. I just do it. Even my first interview with Joe Pardo in live with Sonia at the time, I did it in Starbucks because of the time. And then also, it seems that I'm frozen. Yes. So I was with Joe Pardo in the Starbucks that I got the idea about the consistency. So why don't I make it 100? But then help
Oh
me out,
no, did
right?
we?
And
Oh, there you are.
yeah,
Your
my
video cut
cam is gone.
out.
Uh,
No problem.
this
Just
is a
keep
challenge.
rolling.
Because,
This is the challenge of live streaming. Just keep rolling with it.
yes. And they say StreamYard is stable in everywhere, not in here with the bandwidth. See?
There's your
So,
video.
and then after that, of course, you need to do the evaluation. Oh, 5 minutes left. Okay. You have to do the evaluation. Why you do this, and then what can you do next? And I had another crazy ideas for 5 days. Even in June, I need 50 speakers, and if you are one of the experts who have the experiences and benefits in your life and in your business through live streaming, you have to join me. But sorry, I have to be very selective for the next event, because 50 speakers, not 100 anymore. And then uh, for the last one, it's like there is no mistake actually. No matter what you do, it is not a mistake. It is a lesson that can motivate you to go further or to be more serious in live streaming business or in your business through live streaming. And this is a great way also, like some people mentioned, to connect with your clients. But what happened to me is I didn't meet my ideal clients yet, or that many clients, because I didn't promote my program that much either. I promote another experts program first. But what I mean is like directly I got a big company sponsor me for the next event, and that is Restream. Then I'm very happy that it seems that my consistency bring results. And then the people know my quality, and the people know my motivation, the people know my efforts, how I work hard in this. And then they trust me and sponsor me in this event, 100 days live with Sonia, also in the next event. If there are any question, please put it in the comments, or you can contact me also. And I'm very happy again, Joe, thank you very much for giving me the floor in your event again, and I'm very happy today to be here, of course.
Oh, I'm happy to hear you. Happy to have you here, and yeah, you've done an amazing job with your 100 days of going live, and it's all coming to a head with a live summit yourself, right?
Yeah, that was starting because I interview you in live with Sonia, right? So I got like, you whip me, boom, 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 with the, oh, come on, you need to be consistent in live streaming at that time. So if I do it alone, it wouldn't be fun, and I didn't get the confidence at that time to be a host either. So what should I do? Then I chose to make an event, and I become a host, and also I meet the great speakers. That's why it helped me out a lot.
Oh well, I'm glad I was able to inspire you to do something that it's a
Thank
it's a
you.
lot of work, and it's not just about being on the camera. It's about getting the guests and the guests to show up, and the everything to just
Mm-hmm.
line up just right and fit together. So I
Yes,
applaud
that's
you.
true.
My buttons should be working now. I
Yay!
applaud you
Thank you so
for
much.
taking the initiative, the making the effort to take that step and doing something that, look, for years from now you will have that content, right? So it is absolutely awesome. Jennifer says you're doing great. She got super claps in the chat.
Well,
That's
thank you,
awesome.
Jennifer Noren. Wanted to know you further, Jennifer. Nice to meet you today in Josie. Joe, you connect me with great people also in your community, and then in the live streaming universe, you see.
Well, I'm just part of the connector, right? Like bringing great people together and doing my part to make it so that they can be together. And you said at the beginning, shout out to Ross Brandt. It's his birthday today. It's also our
Yeah.
closing keynote speaker's birthday today, Maxwell Ivy. He is the blind
Yes.
blogger. You don't want to miss out on that talk because it's all about
Oh, what time will it
asking.
be, Joe? Come on, it will be my midnight again.
Oh man, I know it's gonna be a long day, but you can watch the replay. This will be up. That's the great thing. So we will have this video up on YouTube
Mm-hmm.
for and Facebook. If you'll be able to find it on Facebook, but you'll be able to find it
Of course,
on my
of course.
Super Joe Pardo channel on YouTube. Uh, for probably about a month before it goes behind the IndiePod University paywall.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
definitely go and make sure you watch the replays and all that.
I will, I
Uh,
will. But you know me, when I wake up like this, when I am awake like this, then I will be awake all night. Because it is very amazing, the speakers that you have also. Then I'm very happy to share about my experiences. Of course, there are challenges in having the speakers, and then also to select them. And then even 100 days is not like only 1 month or 1 week, right? This is about 4 months from February to May. So yeah, 3 months something.
Well, hey, it all starts with getting comfortable, and the way I always say get comfortable is do it more and more and more, and just increase the amount that you're doing it. Yeah, they won't all be perfect, but you'll get more comfortable with the process of making it happen. So, Sonia, I greatly appreciate you being up tonight. Well, I mean, it's only
Thank you
like
so
it's only
much.
like 10
I feel
o'clock there
very
right
proud
now.
to be here. It's an honor for me. Thank you for having
Oh, you're
me,
so
Joe, and
welcome.
I'll see
It's an
you.
honor to have you here, Super Sonia. Everybody, I need super claps in chat for Super Sonia. Everybody, please,
Thank you,
please drop them in
everyone. See you.
the comments, and please feel free to hit that share button. We at last I checked, we are up to $20 on the donations for HopeWorks Camden. So if you want to thank Super Sonia, if you want to thank me, you want to thank all the other speakers that we have here, go to superjoepardo.com/donate and donate today. It is greatly appreciated. They do great things over there. Multiple award-winning organization. I've done a lot of work with them, and they're just wonderful. So please go over there, give them your donation, even if it's $1. It's all greatly appreciated. So now we're gonna jump into our next speaker, so we don't fall too far behind here. The speaker that is speaking on the topic of surviving the 2021 digital media shift. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Jennifer Noreen. Did I say it? Is it Noreen?
It is Jennifer Noreen. Good morning.
I did it! Yay!
Yeah, good morning from Big Harbor, Washington.
Woo! Good
Surrounded
morning.
by water and islands, and we're stoked. We're having an early summer and just a great season. So
That's awesome. That's awesome.
hi, everyone.
Jennifer, I'm going to get out of your way. You were on the clock for 18 minutes.
Sounds good. So around 7:15 or so, just knock me off for sure. So good morning, everyone. I am just completely stoked lately about giving small businesses tips and tricks and survival mechanisms for Facebook, Google, and Apple. And why am I talking about Facebook, Google, and Apple? Because in my over 20-year career in digital media, I have never seen so much change and shift going on about how consumers interact with these three entities and the changes that they're making that are affecting all of the consumer lives in the room, but also people that run advertising programs for small business. So,
hey, Jennifer, we're getting
yes.
some feedback from you're connected with another device, it looks like, or another window.
Hold on. You want me to shut down Facebook? Is that better now?
No, now? You're in the room twice. I can kick you from the other.
Yeah,
window.
kick me from the other one because it's not showing up to me. It's not
there
on my
No problem. All right, you're back.
Well, now I can't see it though. How do I get in there now?
I took my camera off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was on my other monitor, so I couldn't shut it down. Sorry about that. So talking about Apple, Facebook, and Google today and what is going on. And I'm going to try and tell this story as if nobody in the room knows what any of those things are, which I know the community that we're in, of course, you know what Apple, Facebook, and Google are. But so what happened? So Apple, the one that creates a lot of the phones that people hold in their hands, right? They have decided that they are going to limit the way people can interact with the Facebook application. So no longer when you go onto Facebook on your Apple phone, are you going to, is Facebook going to be able to collect any and all consumer data about you, right? There are going to be limitations, great limitations, and there already are. A lot of this is in place on what consumer data Facebook can collect. So what has Facebook become very famous for in the last, couple of years? Does anybody want to guess? What is Facebook
Being
really
bad
known
at
for?
privacy.
They're so known. Yeah, people are mad about privacy, but also the ad targeting that is going on, right? So for a small business to be able to target so specifically the people they're reaching in a community is just a very powerful way of advertising. And on the consumer side, yes, people are frustrated about the privacy. But it's all shifting. And so it's shifting in some ways, you could say, in a good way for the consumer, but in a pretty disastrous way for businesses who are using the targeting, the targeting ability on Facebook. So Apple has decided that Facebook will no longer be able to target you quite as, specifically. And of course, this is going to affect the effectiveness of Facebook advertising, right? So it's not going to be as powerful. So Facebook in the last couple of months has feverishly worked to put things in place they're putting in things in place to keep the targeting active, but as much as they're actually being allowed to do in the Apple platform. So not worth getting into all the super technical details, but there are kind of high level things. I wanted to give some action today on what you can do to make sure you're ahead of what's going on with Facebook ad targeting. If you're a small business that's using Facebook ads, and that's going to hurt you a lot to not have the targeting that's been available to you, make sure your site is verified with Facebook, which is a very simple process through your business manager. Make sure that you've decided what actions on your site make a good lead, right? So Facebook is, when you're running an ad on Facebook, they're searching the Facebook universe for all the people that are a good fit for your business, right? And maybe that's Joe Pardo, who lives in New York City, who has brown hair and drives a red Beamer, right? So you're targeting Joe. Well, make sure that whatever Joe is doing on your website, let's say the Facebook ad sends Joe to your website and Joe fills out a contact us form. You want to measure how many Joe and people like him are filling out a contact us form on your site, because that is now what Facebook calls, and what really the online lead generation world calls, a tracking event. So you want to become very familiar as a company with what your tracking events are. Do we love the people that buy this particular product all the time? Do we love the people that fill out the contact us form? Maybe we just want to know how many homepage visitors Facebook ads are sending us. But you need to know and become very familiar with what your tracking events are for social media advertising, because it's no longer an open game where Facebook particularly can just track any and all consumer data. They can track up to 8 tracking events on your site, and you want to know what those are. So think about what those might be. There's lots of people out there who can help you get those set up on your Facebook advertising account, but you definitely want to know what those are. I would say those are the two top things. So the other thing I wanted to talk about is Google. So leaving social media for a minute. So Google has a new release coming out in May that is going to very strictly monitor the speed of your website. So if I come to your site and it takes 5 seconds to load on my phone, that is going to count against you on Google. So I'm talking now to people who want to be number one on the top of the page for their business type and even their business name. So if you want to be the number one realtor in Seattle, Washington, or you want to be the number one restaurant in, New Jersey, or whatever that might be, you need to pay attention to the speed of your site, because Google, it keeps the scorecard, right? There's what's called a quality score for Google, and every business that's registered with Google has a quality score, and they have for years. So Google is changing the game, and your quality score will be increased if the speed of your site is what they want it to be. And the speed of the site, when I get there, from the time I get to the site to the time I take the first action, so let's say I click on the product I'm interested in, needs to be right around a second. So if you can think of like that fast, right? And how many sites are you on that are not even close to that fast? I know mine's not today. We're working to get it that way. But when people come to your site, it needs to be very quick. The time between they arrive at your site and when they actually get to what they're there to do. And then once they're there to do that action, the time between getting from there to the next page. So let's say they go to your product page and they say, hey, I want to talk to Joe, or I want to talk to Jennifer. I'm going to click on the contact us page. The time between going from the product page to that next action step needs to be under a second, if you can believe it. So it's just like 0.88 or something. It's this insanely short amount of time. So Google will not tolerate inefficiencies. Now, the good news is Google usually doesn't implement these things as fast as they say they're going to. They're a large organization. I'm sure they have, lots of moving parts, and they don't always, they warn the lead gen community and the search engine marketing community, which I'm a part of, and lots of people on this call are a part of. They warn us, hey, this change is coming. Quality scores are going to be affected. And they say May 20th. So we're all working around the deadline of May 20th. But it's going to come in the spring, summer. You are going to have to take care of the speed issues of your website and your clients' websites. It just is what it is. So I wanted to stop. I've dumped a lot of information out there. Does anybody have any questions about what I shared about Facebook targeting or the Google changes coming? Have I missed anybody? And I can't see the comments, Joe, so you'll have to tell me.
I can let you know. That's not a problem.
Okay. So Google, I don't know how many people here are listening that are search engine marketing experts or very familiar with Google Quality Score, but I know that many of us feel, and just as some commentary, many of us feel that this is really getting in the business of our budgets, right? So there are tools. You have to be using pretty sophisticated tools to have a site that is lightning fast, and you have to have pretty significant design skills and layout skills, CSS skills, which is the back end of a site and how the design elements are laid out, is done with what's called cascade styling sheets, or cascade style sheets. Sorry, but this is going to require you to, and this is not even a pitch for me. I mean, I have developers that do this work, but you're going to have to work with someone who knows how to optimize the speed on your site. And there are certain things to do. There's changing if you have a site built in WordPress, you're going to need to use a particular theme. We're upgrading a lot of our sites to Elementor, which is a very fast, efficient, lightweight theme. You're going to notice going into spring and summer, later spring and summer, that sites are going to be, I think, a little simpler design-wise, because in order to comply with Google's requirements, designs are just getting very lightweight, right? So no more big, unoptimized images or slideshows that slow down your app although slideshows on phones are a nightmare anyway, but you're not going to see as many, what I think are really fun design elements. I'm kind of sad about it. So it's really going to restrict what sites can do with their design. So, and it's also going to demand a higher level of creativity from our design community, because, they're going to have to make use of the small elements they can control to engage an audience, right? So a site we recently just did with all of this in mind is very simple. It's the brand on the top left. It's a little bit about the company in the middle, and then it's the blog, right? So the blog is there because dynamic content on a site is hugely important, right? Having information that is not constantly, but changing on a regular basis and being updated on a regular basis, that's engaging, authentic, about who you are as a company. Google even knows what kind of content. Their bots can tell if the content on your site is an authentic expression of you as a company. They know if you're just kind of slamming out content just to get the words on paper, right? That world is it's gone away, but it's going away even more coming into summer. So just think about that. Think about, what is my plan for my site? What are the things I'm doing to optimize the speed of my site as much as I can? What technology do I need to get in place to do that? And what is my content plan? I know that no one here is ignoring, the content on their site or on their social media. I mean, I know Joe lives in content every day, and you don't have to have unique content every week, but you do have to have a content plan. You have to have a set of content that is voluminous enough to keep your social media and your website content fresh. And at minimum, you need to be posting to a blog. I mean, start at once a month and go to once a week and every couple times a week. And I recognize that's a lot of work, but the content focus is just growing. And then the other thing is video. So here we are on a live stream on a Saturday morning. So I can't, and I'm sure that many in the room relate to this, getting clients to go live on video is not easy. Getting people in this industry like ourselves to go live on video, you have to be willing to do things that are uncomfortable, right? Video content is very important. Google ranks sites with video content higher. Your quality score will increase if you put a branded video on your website. It just is what it is. Your engagement on social media will triple. I see engagement on social media go to 8 times in volume. And I know I'm preaching to the choir when it comes to people online here like Joe, but your engagement on social media and your website will quadruple and more when you start posting video. I guess I will close with telling you the Instagram story. So, Instagram about a few months ago came out with an algorithm that requires quite a load of content to be ranked by them successfully. So if you are reaching, the boomer crowd, you're probably on Facebook. Although Facebook is kind of a general social media channel. If you're going after millennials and a little bit of a younger crowd, you're probably on Instagram and advertising on Instagram. It's a great place to be. It's a powerful medium. Instagram has a requirement of at least one video upload to their IGTV per week. And you might want to take notes because this is what your goal will be, right? And give yourself some time to meet this goal because it is a lot of content. So 1 to 3 minute video upload to IGTV per week. About 3 what I call stagnant posts, so posts that are just there and stay and don't change, that affect your Instagram grid, right? So you're always building that Instagram grid of posts that live on your Instagram profile, pretty much indefinitely. You want to be posting about 3 of those a week. So we do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And if you're in real estate or property management, we do Monday, Thursday, Saturday to hit the weekend, just to keep that grid growing. About 4 to 5 stories a week, so about daily. So we repurpose the posts that we've already done for you in the grid, let's say, or on Facebook, and we create stories. You can also, for stories, you can share links or existing posts. There's lots of really fun, pithy things you can do with stories. You don't have to create unique content for every one of these things I'm saying. That's when you'll get into a point of your return on investment will not work if you're creating unique content for every one of these pieces. It's just, for one thing, the reels, the REELS that I'm going to talk about in a minute, they only live on Instagram for 24 hours. So you don't want to spend, 5 days coming up with, a particular reel. You do want to spend some time coming up with a reel strategy and what is the content in those little mini videos going to be.
Hey, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. We have like 3 minutes, but there's like a couple of questions. So I thought maybe you'd want to jump on those questions.
Yeah. Let me tell about Reels and I'll take questions.
Okay.
Yeah. So Reels are the 15-second videos that you see that are very popular on Instagram. And you need to be doing 5 to 7 of them a week in order to please the algorithm for Instagram. So stagnant posts, the 3 times a week, the stories, the upload of an Instagram movie, and the Reels. So those are the 4 things you want to keep in mind. So questions, yes.
All right. The first question was from Stephen Green. Does a small biz have a disadvantage with the Google speed issue, budget/tech, or is it a design issue?
I don't think a small business, large business, corporation, it depends on your industry, I will say. It depends on your industry. If you're creating a very unique, local targeted product and you've got a unique brand that offers something very powerful and wonderful, I think you can rank on Google. If you're trying to rank as an insurance agent in New York City, you need to probably lean on your corporation's search engine optimization and not try and tackle that yourself. So that's my answer about search engine optimization in general. Is it's all about being unique and what is your unique differentiator in the market, right? Anybody can optimize a site for speed. It takes know-how and it takes setting it up properly and using the right, what I call just a very lightweight theme and design approach. But I don't think you're at a disadvantage. I think you can find there's WordPress meetup groups you can go and hang out with and, learn from people who are in WordPress every week about how to make a fast site. So no, I don't think small businesses are at a disadvantage. I would say no, I think it's just having the know-how and being innovative with your brand. Make sure that what you're offering is unique. and you have a good local targeting strategy for your search engine marketing.
I would absolutely agree with that. As a web designer since '96, I totally agree there. We only have about 30 seconds left, so you can answer the other questions in the comments if you could, Jennifer. Please, I want you to pitch or plug your stuff so everybody knows how and where to find you and what all that stuff. With the last
yeah.
couple
So
seconds.
my website is Beyond Brand Collective. I am Beyond Brand Collective on Instagram and Facebook, and I'm beyondbrandcollective.com. Say hey, click the contact us form and say hey to me. I'd love to hear that you were here today and what questions you have. I'm happy to answer questions for free for the next week or so of people that are here. And then I have a group that has not been activated. It's called Marketing Mavens on Facebook. I'm a small business owner like everyone here, and it's just the time. But if you want to join a group and have questions answered and have some community around digital marketing, Marketing Mavens on Facebook is my Facebook group. So thanks, everyone. Super fun to talk to you here from Gig Harbor, Washington, and I hope that we get to do this again.
Absolutely. I definitely want to do this again. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Jennifer Noreen. Woo! Thank you so much, Jennifer, for being here this morning.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for having me, Joe. What a great opportunity.
Very welcome. Thank you. And I really appreciate you and being here. So one more time, super claps in the chat for Super Jennifer Noreen, and get her at her with your questions. There's a lot of great content in there. And if you want to thank her, you want to thank me, you want to thank the other speakers, go over to superjoepardo.com/ I'm pointing because it's going to be scrolling by here in a second. superjoepardo.com/ donate to HopeWorks Camden, who helps youth get on a path to education and entrepreneurship and jobs, careers, all through helping them learn how to code, which is absolutely important. I mean, if not, it's very important. And they are great people. I've worked with them for a number of years now. Thank you so much, Super Steve, in the chat. He'll be speaking later today. Christopher Knight is in the house. What is up, Chris? Good to see you here. All right, so our next speaker is speaking on the topic of building online communities with social media. I need super claps in chat for Super Eddie Garrison. Woo!
What is going on, Super Joe? Thanks for the opportunity, man. Glad to be here.
I'm so happy to have you here. We're both YouTube people. He's wearing a TubeBuddy shirt, which is awesome. I'm a huge fan, not a sponsor, but huge fan of TubeBuddy.
Self-plugging my affiliate links here.
Well, hey, it's all good. So I don't have an affiliate link for Tube unless it comes by default. I don't have one. But I'm about to hit 600 subscribers on this channel.
I know. I saw that. Well, you're like 2 away, right?
1 away now. We're at 599. So one more person just has to hit that subscribe button, and we hit 600, which is absolutely. I was at 583 last night when I went to bed. And now we're at 599. So absolutely awesome. Super Eddie, I'm going to give you the floor here. I'll share your slides. You were on the clock for 18 minutes, sir.
All right. Thanks, Ago. Anyway, guys, my name is Eddie Garrison. Just to give you a little background on myself, I have been a digital marketer and entrepreneur for about 12 years now. I own 2 companies. One is called Clover Media Consulting, which is a full-service digital marketing brand. And the other is the Digital Media Creator Academy, which is an online membership-based website that helps small businesses, other social media managers, or creators learn a little bit better how to promote their brand on social media, which brings me to my topic today, which is going to be building your online community with social media. So the first question I always get asked is, why should you build an online community with social media? It's a really good question. My biggest and first answer is going to be reach. There are literally billions upon billions of people on social media. And yes, I realize that your target audience is not going to be all 5 or 7 billion people or however many people are on social media. However, there is a darn good chance that your target audience actually is on social media. Now, are they on Facebook? Are they on Twitter? Are they on Instagram? Are they on YouTube? That's something that you're going to have to figure out diving into your analytics and looking at, just the response from your content and the engagement from your content on those said social media platforms. But if you look at this graph here, or actually these percentages that I show you on this slide, you can see the increase of growth in online community participation over the last several years. So if you look in 2017, it was 72% of people with social media accounts were on some kind of community with social media. It goes up 2% in 2018. It goes up another 2% in 2019. If you looked at 2020, which I don't think they've actually compiled the data, I would bet, obviously, with everything that we've gone through, it went up more than 2%. So if you're looking here in 2021, why you should build online communities with social media, I would easily conservatively say that close to 85% of all social media accounts are active in some type of online community with social media. So, where can you build an online community with social media? Like I said, it's pretty much the wild west of where you can build a community on social media. The biggest thing that you're going to have to do, again, is just determine where your audience is online with social media. So now, obviously, when most people think about communities, they're going to think about Facebook groups, LinkedIn groups, or maybe the community tab on YouTube if you have, that amount of subscribers and watch time to be able to get that. But for the big two, it's really going to be Facebook groups and LinkedIn groups when people first even think about what an online community is with social media. However, you can create your online community on any social media platform. Me personally, over the past few years, I have trimmed the fat, so they say, when it comes to social media and where I'm active the most. And those top 3 of social media in order are going to be Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Looking at my analytics and the way that my audience engages with me, I saw those 3 platforms to be my top 3 social media platforms where I was getting the most engagement, where people were finding the most value in my content. So I made a very conscious personal decision as well as a business decision to concentrate building my communities on those 3 platforms. And I highly recommend, if you're looking to do this, that you do something similar. So you can build it on Facebook with groups. You can build it on YouTube. You can build it on LinkedIn. You can build it on Twitter. And don't forget your own website, because I know everybody has heard this before, but social media, yes, it is 100% free, but it's also 100% not yours. So if, like, Twitter went down a little bit earlier today, people were freaking out because they had things to do. They were pushing their business there. And you have no control over these social media networks. Again, I love them. Obviously, I've been in this industry for quite a while. But when you're looking at building an online community, even with social media, you always need to be focusing on either building an email list or, making sure that you're pushing people to your own real estate, whether that's going to be a landing page, whether that's going to be a membership website, free events like this with Super Joe Party. That's what you need to be well aware of. So, what are the first steps in building your community? We've been kind of going over this a little bit. So, who is your audience? Where are they on social media? What value do you provide them? How does your community engage? And when will they see the value from your community? Now, I chose to build my biggest community basically with a Facebook group. Now, the reason I did this, again, it goes back to this slide. Where is my audience and where are they at on social media? I found that people were getting more value and engaging more with me and my content on my Facebook page and my Facebook group. So I chose to build my community on a Facebook group. Now, I believe this is the perfect place to do it because obviously Facebook is the king, the biggest reach, the most accounts, the most active daily users, all this good stuff on social media. So most of you are probably already have a Facebook group or an active in many, many Facebook groups. So you kind of get the gist of building an online community with social media. The practical place to begin, again, to me, is going to be Facebook with a Facebook group. Now, I chose to do a private Facebook group, but it is visible. So you could search for it on Facebook. And if you wanted to, it's Eddie Garrison's Creative Community. So if you wanted to, or Creator Community. So if you wanted to join my Facebook group, that's what it's going to be. It's called the Creator Community. Now, I chose it to be private because I wanted to make certain I would rather have a concentrated group of individuals that are getting a lot of value. And the three mottos of my Facebook group are to connect, to teach, and to learn. Those are my three biggest pillars that I want everybody to be able to hit and receive value from in my Facebook group. So I believe having a private Facebook group and having to kind of approve members and having, some questions that you have to answer before it's not watering anything down. And it's not like some, exclusive club like Clubhouse or anything like that. You can be on any device to come into my Facebook group. However, I would rather have a small, concentrated group of like-minded individuals that are really receiving value from me and each other, because I really try to promote members, communicating and engaging with others, than to say have 10,000 members and nobody is receiving any value and nobody is engaging with anybody. So honestly, that's why I chose Facebook groups to start to build my online community, because that's where people were getting the most value from me. And that's where people were engaging with my content the most. I think an often overlooked platform to building an online community, especially on social media, is Twitter. Now, I know a lot of people really don't like Twitter. I happen to love the platform. It moves very quickly. So if you're not posting a lot of content consistently on Twitter and you're not engaging with people on Twitter, yes, it can be a kind of slow in the beginning pace of building your brand and building a community on the platform. However, one of the best things that I think that anybody could do to build a community or to engage in a community is to participate in something that's called Twitter chats. Now, the cool thing about Twitter chats is, like I put it up here, these are real-time conversations around a topic or a specific set of questions that are prepared in advance. Now, as you can see on the graphic on the screen, I'm a big fan of Madeline Sklar on Twitter, and she has been running a Twitter chat for a long time, and it's called Twitter Smarter. And it's every Thursday, I believe 12 or 1 p.m. Eastern time. She has a huge community, and people, put this in their Google Calendar to be a part of Twitter Smarter, which shameless plug here, I've been a guest speaker on there for. And I love how Madeline does it. I love the structure that she uses. I love the pacing that she uses. So I think that a lot of people just are amiss on Twitter when it comes to how to build a community, or maybe how to start to build a community. So if you're looking at Twitter as a platform to do this on social media, I would definitely check out maybe perhaps beginning and starting your own Twitter chat. And if you want to look at somebody that's successful at doing it and perhaps how you could structure your Twitter chat, I would definitely take a look at Madeline's Twitter Smarter on Thursdays. Now, your own platform. This is the big one here. This is your real estate. You pay for your website. You're building it. You have total control of what it looks like, how people flow through the content, how they engage, if you're going to have a paywall, if you're not going to have a paywall, if you're going to have different levels, if you're going to have, private sections for your VIP members, anything like that. But if you're building your online community on your own platform, like I said, you can customize everything, the fonts, the colors, the imagery, without any noise and distractions that comes from the immense amount of people on social media. Because regardless, even if I do have a private Facebook group, people can still find a way to get in and maybe post something that you don't want to post in there, inappropriate pictures, inappropriate comments, anything that you don't want. You have some control on social media, but you don't have total control. And that's what your own platform gives you. It provides you with 100% total control to do whatever you want to do, because guess what? You own it. You paid the money for the website. You paid the money for somebody to develop your website, or maybe you spent the time, and that's the only thing that you can't pay for and get more of, is to build and cultivate your own website. So this is something that even when you're looking at social media to help build your online community, you always need to be thinking about pushing them to your platform, pushing them to a landing page to capture their email and contact information. This is how you're going to cultivate and build your own online community with social media. I know I'm talking about your own website here or your own platform. However, social media is your soapbox, right? You can get up there and talk about your platform all day, 24/7, 365 for free. But again, you don't own that. So if it were to go down, how are you promoting your own platform? if you didn't build an email list, if you didn't already currently have your own website, maybe you have your own discussion forum, maybe you have your own chat on your website. These are things that you need to look at when you're building an online community with social media, but when you're ultimately trying to get them to your own website, your own platform, right? So this is how I like to look at community flow. And I look at them in 3 different buckets, 3 different pillars, however you want to look at it. But I believe this is a good solid base to start to begin to build your online community when it comes to promoting it on social media. The first thing you want to do is have that interest capture. So awareness content across all of your social media channels. This is where you're going to say, hey guys, what's up? I'm Super Joe. We've got this great Facebook group. You want to come check it out? Here's a link, 100% free to join. This is going to be that interest capture. The second bucket, the second pillar, however you want to look at it, is that social media community that you're doing with that interest capture. It's going to the social media community code. So this is going to be engaging your audience on your social media communities. You're asking them to come join. Don't just post and ghost, right? Go in there and be engaging. Provide value to these members who are actually making a conscious effort because they were captured. Their interest was captured by what you were saying. And then finally, that third step is going to go back to your owned platforms. Once you capture their interest, once you engage with them in your social media communities, that's when you kind of give them not the sell, but the hook to come over to your own platforms. These are going to be your membership sites. This is going to be your landing page or capturing their information for an email list. So these are going to be the 3 main kind of base pillars, buckets, again, whatever you want, social media or whatever marketing jingle you want to give to them. It's going to be interest capture, move them to your social media communities, and then kind of usher them over to your owned platforms. Again, that's going to be your landing pages, your websites, or your email marketing capture to start to build your email list. So guys, really, that's a basic overview of how you can actually use social media to begin to build your online communities. And I wanted to wrap up quickly under the 20 minutes in case there was any questions that were coming on. So Super Joe, if you want to jump back on, and if we have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them at this point.
Yeah, well, I'm here, and please do drop those comments, drop those questions in the chat, as well as smashing that share button so we could get this conference in front of more people would be absolutely awesome. Whether you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on Facebook, it doesn't really matter. We're here all day. We have so many more speakers coming down the pike all the way to pretty much 5:00 p.m. Eastern. I mean, it's only 10:30 right now, so got a long way to go. I absolutely love doing these, and I love the fact that you were able to fit this into your schedule, Eddie, to be here.
Yeah, man, anytime. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Jennifer says, great job, Eddie.
Thank you, Jen.
I think, so we have about 3.5 minutes left. I think there is a lot to be said for having a strategy for like where your content's going to go and like understanding where you're going to filter it to and which online community, or which social media community you want to build, where that audience actually is. I mean, I know you love Facebook. You're all about the Facebooks.
I do. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, I made that conscious decision and the data showed me that that's where everybody was engaging me with the most. So that's just the platform that I chose to build my biggest, or I guess like the entryway to my online communities is going to be Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've had a lot of success growing our Facebook community for the IndiePod community, and now I started up the Super Entrepreneurs community, which you should absolutely go join. I don't know the loop. It's probably superjoepardo.com/group, I think, but I don't know. I like so many people have literally hundreds of short, pretty links from my website linking to all kinds of places, from affiliate to deals to groups to actually right here. If we change this over, superjoepardo.com/donate, so you could thank Super Eddie for all of the great value bombs, as people call it, as what the kids say. Super Jennifer knows that you supplied so many
Thank you.
answers for her. And that's it's so
my
awesome.
PayPal email is PE.
No, go ahead. Dude, get it, man, get it. Well, hey, look, if Clubhouse can normalize it, then why not anybody else, right?
Why not?
I think it's funny that, like, in the beginning, everyone's like, "Oh, people are putting their Venmo and their PayPal accounts in their descriptions on Clubhouse," and then all of a sudden, like 2-3 months later, like, "Oh, you can just pay direct right through Clubhouse." Like, oh, so what went from being like kind of skeezy to normalized?
Oh, look what we can do now.
Yeah, right. We can, but you know what? I'll tell you one thing about Clubhouse. The amount of dedication it takes to get moderators to sit in a room for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours is intense, and I think that they absolutely should be compensated, especially if they
I
run a
do
good
as well.
room.
I personally just simply don't have the time. I run 2 businesses. I manage over 80 social media accounts across the board, from customers to my own. So it's I don't have 2 hours to sit there and just bebop around on Clubhouse. So more power to you if that's where you're doing your thing. If that's where you're building your community, that's awesome. I applaud you for that commitment to being able to do it. I just simply, that's just not in my plans right now.
I feel the same way. I've run maybe 4 or 5 rooms with other people, and that's been the most effective, is just getting with other people.
Yes, Jennifer, I am full-time doing this. So with my company, Clover Media Consulting, like I said, I manage I think 82 or 83 social media accounts, and that includes the content creation, the content calendar development, the community management, the whole 9 yards. So that takes up a great deal of my time. Also, obviously, I'm a speaker, so I'm speaking at least probably 1 virtual event, it seems, a week these days. But I've got a lot of in-person events coming up, including hopefully coming up to see Super Joe up in Philadelphia later this year, and then in-person event. That's going to be awesome. And then I have the Digital Media Creator Academy, which I shoot courses once a month. I have a lot of things there, so there is only so many hours in the day. But believe me, this wasn't an overnight thing. I have lots of trial and error. Let's say a lot of errors through those trials to get the process to where it is now, to where I do have a good work-life, balance.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And she asked real quick, because we got to move on. But Facebook ads too? Very few.
For most of my customers, no, because we get such good organic reach and engagement, they don't really need it. If a customer comes to me and says we want to run some ads, then I'm totally okay with doing those for them. Yeah, but try to stay away from them.
I knew how you felt about it, but I figured I'd let you answer. And then
Anita, I'm a one-man team.
Boom! Look at that. That is awesome. All right, everyone, I need super claps in the chat for Super Eddie Garrison. Thank you so much, Eddie, for being here today.
Always, man,
hopefully,
it's a pleasure.
I will see you in just a couple of months, and we'll finally get to see each other again in person. So,
yes, sir.
Looking forward to that. Have a great rest of your weekend. Enjoy Disney World. I'm sure you'll probably be making time this weekend.
We're going today.
I knew it. Who called it? All right.
But again, man, congratulations on the conference. Good luck with the rest of it today.
Thank you. Take care. All right, so we're gonna move right along here, so we can kind of try to get back on our schedule here. How our next speaker is speaking on the topic of how to turn casual clients into clients that come back for decades, even when times get tough. I need super claps in the chat for Super Eli Delaney. Woo! Good morning.
Good morning, Joe. How are you today?
I'm great. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the warmth. I'm feeling the friendship. The learning, is flying around here. And I know that you will have a lot to bring to the table. So I'm going to get right out of your way. You are on the clock for 18 minutes, sir.
All right. Well, feel free to come in, pipe in, have any questions you have. I like to have interaction as much as possible. So let's have some fun with this. And, I noticed I've been watching for a little bit. I saw Jennifer's here. Jennifer, actually, you and I are neighbors. I'm in Portland, Oregon. So you're in Washington. So we should definitely catch up afterwards. But I was listening to Eddie talk just a second ago. And one of the things that I noticed right out of the gate that he said something very important is no matter what you do, get them on your platform. And that is so, so critical, because we've heard the term, the money is in the list, right? If you've been around for a while, you've probably heard that term. The thing is that the money isn't in the list. The money is in your relationship with the list. And we can have so many different connections that are out there, and using social media and speaking on stages. I know that's what I do. It's what a lot of our clients do, is we speak on stages to get in front of people, which is awesome. We have to do that. But what happens after the fact? What happens after you first connect with people? And that's where I have a lot of fun. Because reality is, I'm in it for the long game. I'm in it for what can we do to build a long-term relationship that lasts forever. Now, my running joke has always been, if you've heard me before in any way, shape, or form, you've heard that I could literally, I've got a 3-year campaign that runs automatically using tools and technology that we all have access to. But I build a system to follow up and stay in touch with people using automation systems. And my joke is basically, I could go outside and get hit by a bus today. I'm still going to sell you stuff for 3 more years. And I say that when I'm in a live audience, people kind of chuckle about it. And then I'm like, okay, I do let you know, I always look both ways before crossing the street. But the reality is that we have to build better relationships with people. And this is not just promoting on our soapbox, whatever platform you're using, whether it be Clubhouse, whether it be Facebook, groups, profile, whatever you're doing, that's the stuff that catches them and gets them in the door. But what you really want to think about is what's next. How do you keep them engaged? How do you keep them excited? And that's where building those relationships comes into play. And one of the things that I personally love to do is send out tips, tricks, resources on a very personal level. This is a very key point. When you send something out, you share something with somebody, don't make it always about pitching your product. Make it about adding value first, and make it about them. Make it personal to them. And what I mean by this is very simply put, let's say you read a great book that you love. Here's a great example of one that I love. The Go-Giver. If you haven't read this, go pick a copy of it. Read it this weekend. It's a quick, easy read. It's a fable style, so literally you can read it in a couple hours. But if you haven't read this book, it's about giving. It's about building relationships and coming from a place of value first, which is everything that I do. It's great because when I actually realized I was actually doing the stuff that was in this book, that's why it became such an important thing. But when I read this book and then I tell you why it's so powerful and why I think you should read it, that comes from a place of giving as opposed to, hey, by the way, I have a new book. You should check out this new book and why it's so awesome for you. Because even if the content is amazing and it is relevant, it's still serving me. And so one of the things that I have found, and this is what's worked really, really well with this busy, crazy world that we're in right now, is sharing things like that and making them simple. If you got an email from me and it says, hey there, I just got this book I just read. I wanted you to check it out. I read The Go-Giver. I think it was a pretty awesome book. And it is all about giving value first and building about the relationship above transactions. You should check it out and let me know what you think. That comes from a different attitude, which is a whole lot different than, hey, I have this thing going on. Hey, I have that thing going on. I have a special this week. We call those pitch pirates. The only time they ever reach out to you is when they want your booty, right? So we want to get away from that. Change the feeling of your communications. And one of the things that I love about this is it's such easy stuff because we already have so much knowledge. Everyone here is an expert in what we do. How do we take that knowledge and just share it in little bite-sized nuggets, not just in social media, in email, in texting? Send somebody a Facebook message and say, hey, it's been a while. I just want to check in and see how you're doing. Those little things that pop out make a difference. Those are the things that catch people's attention and make you last forever. And a great example of this, mid-September, I think it was like the 16th, of 2020, this guy messages me. He replies back to an email and says, "Hey, Eli, thank you so much for all the tips and tricks. I've been on your list for a couple of years now, and everything you've done has helped me grow my business. I really appreciate it so much. My son is starting a construction company. I was wondering if you could help us with some marketing stuff." And so that started a whole dialogue, and we ended up having a conversation. But out of curiosity, I was like, let me go look in my CRM and see what quote unquote a couple of years means. He had originally seen me speak at a live score event that I was teaching at in Scottsdale, Arizona, July 3rd, 2010. 10 years and 3 days later. So it would have been the 13th, not the 16th. 10 years and 3 days later, he's reaching out to me to thank me for everything I've done for him and refer me to his son's business. Now, that first day when he met me, he actually bought a program that I was selling from stage at that event. So he's been a client for over a decade, and now he's referring business to me. Play the long game. Think about what you can do to not just focus on today, but next week, next month, next year, and even the next decade. Because these are the things that make you stand out from all the noise that's going on out there. You know, your email list is, I love the email list. I'm an email marketing guy, and the reason, because I control it. Social media stuff, all the sites that are out there, we're playing their game, which is fine. And they're great resources. You know, Clubhouse being the hot one right now. We have, Facebook groups have been, phenomenal for a lot of people. That's great. But remember, you don't control those. Get them in your list so you have control over it. And then build the relationship. Treat it like a long-term relationship, a lifetime friend, as opposed to somebody who just gave you money. The language you use has a lot to do with it. And I want you to think about this. I think of it like a hunter versus farmer mentality. The hunter goes out and they get to eat what they kill. Okay, that's the idea behind that. But the farmer plants the seeds. The farmer is the one who's ready that they're not going to harvest that today, but they know they're going to down the road. And it's not an either or, by the way. This is a both. But I see what happens is so many people focus on just getting the sale today that the long term doesn't exist much. And that's where I want to challenge you to think differently. Think about, okay, here's what I'm doing today, but what's next? If that person isn't ready today, how do I serve them tomorrow? How do I stay in touch with them and show my authority to them next week? How do I show that I care about them next month? And what ends up happening when you do this right is you start changing the entire relationship with people. I had a gal who actually replied to one of my emails that had read a book recommendation. If you haven't read it, The Greatest Salesman in the World by Og Mandino. She replies back and she says, "Hey, Eli, thank you so much for the book recommendation. I really appreciate this. I've really been struggling in my business lately, and I picked up the book. I read it this weekend, and it totally changed my attitude. I had been considering giving up my business and going and getting a job. And that totally changed it. I'm ready to get back out there again." Now, I basically helped save her business by just recommending a book. I didn't sell her anything. I just added value and showed that I cared. The cool thing about this is, I'm going to backtrack a little bit here. I used automation. That email was written 6 years prior. So 6 years later, she got the email and it was still just as effective. And these are the kind of tools that you use. And it doesn't matter what CRM type of system you're using. There's everything from Keep, Infusionsoft, ActiveCampaign, all kinds of different things that are out there. So which software you use doesn't matter. I personally use Keep. I love it. I can use it very, very well. I'm actually an old school Infusionsoft guy. We've been with them for over 15 years. We can make it do things they even say that it can't do. But what we've done is we've figured out how to utilize it to build the relationship using automation to get in front of people, get the eyeballs to begin with, and build the long-term relationship. Build it to last forever. Because for me, my goal is to add value, to show you that I know my stuff and I can get the problem solved that you need. If you make that decision today, awesome, that's great. But some people are not going to be ready today for whatever reason. Maybe they're just, they're not in that place in their business. Maybe they're distracted by other stuff. Maybe they got too many other things going on. Maybe they really don't have the money today. But down the road, they might. And again, I'm here to play the long game. I'm here to show that whether it be today, next week, next month, next year, even the next decade, I'll still be around and I'm still here to help you out. And you see how the attitude is different, how the feeling is different. Because the cool thing is you're adding value up front, sharing what you have, and then coming back and going, oh, and if you need me, I'm here. So then you take the pressure off of the sales part. Because people will come to you going, you know what? Yeah, they've been around. I've had people literally come back decades later and say, okay, I'm ready to work with you now, which is pretty cool. I've been in business for over 25 years and I've been able to do this with that. I have a client who actually came to me, sends me an email and says, hey, Eli, I'm really sorry, but I need to, close out my account because previous company, we were web and graphic design company. We had hosting accounts. She goes, I need to close out my account. About 3 years ago, I merged with another business and they have an in-house team that does all the graphic design and the websites and everything like that. But I've just held off on that because I didn't want to go anywhere. I was happy working with you. But it's been 3 years. It's time now. I really hate to say this, but I have to cancel. And I stopped and I looked at this and I'm like, this is a mixed emotion kind of situation because she should have come to me 3 years prior and canceled her account. But out of loyalty, because of the relationship we had, she stuck with me and paid me every single month for 3 more years. So the idea with this is to really change your communication. Treat your prospects and your clients like friends. Don't send them the newsletter that has 150 things that they can buy from you. Send an email that looks like you opened up Gmail and says, hey, Jane, I just want to check in and see how you're doing. What's been up? Is there anything that you're working on right now that I might be able to help you with? By the way, that right there is something you should try. Today, after this is done, stop and write that email exactly the way I just said it. Send that to the people on your list, your clients, and just see what they say. I had a client who actually did that. After we had a conversation, I gave her essentially the same thing. She sent the email out about an hour after our call, and I was on the list, so I saw it. And I replied back and said, this is awesome. I can't wait to see how it works out. And she replied back, she's like, Eli, I cannot believe how the replies have been with this. This is the best email I've ever sent. It wasn't much. So I see Steve's asking the question in here, what is your engagement open rate over time? Do they keep paying attention for the long term? Yes, they actually do. So the cool thing about that is where a lot of people are actually at that like 10 to 15% open rate. Most of our clients are at least at that 30 because of doing it this way. And the reality is because people expect something of value, so they want to see what's going on. I had a client who came to us and we helped her, and she's like, I've got this dead list. I'm thinking about just dropping it and starting over. I'm like, well, let's take a look. Like, what can we do to fix this? So we helped her put together an email campaign. Her first email. Now, let me preface this with her average open rate was under 7%. The first email, because of the way we changed the look and the feel and the language to it, her open rate, the first one was 9%. The second one was 11. The third one was 18. Just in 3 emails, 3 changes, all because we got rid of all the fancy stuff. We didn't come from a place of, I'm a business and I'm trying to sell you something. We came from a place of, you know what? I haven't done a great job of staying in touch with you, and I just want to check in and see how's it going. So Christopher's asking, what's the subject line in that email? Subject line for that email is, depending on which way you can go with it, if you haven't stayed in touch with people for a while, one way you can do it is, I'm a slacker. That's a great subject line. If you haven't emailed your list, use that. I'm a slacker. And the first line is, I'm a slacker. I haven't stayed in touch the way I should, and I'm sorry. And then you go into the rest. The other one was, the other way you can do this, if you send normal emails, the subject line could be, can I ask you a question? Or, what are you working on? Very simple. And the cool thing about this is super, super simple stuff, but this works so well, like crazy well. Yeah. Steve wrote in here, his subject line is, how are you doing? I really want to know. Yeah, you can do something like that. Test it out and see. So hopefully this is helpful stuff. And Joe, if you want to pop in here, feel free to come in. I'm open for questions, thoughts, ideas, all that kind of stuff. I could talk all day, or I can stop whenever you're ready for it. You know, my biggest thing with all of this stuff, stop treating people like transactions. Treat them like people. Have a conversation. It will change your world.
Ding ding to that, because you know, because the slim and sexy version of it is like, oh, you just have to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And look, there's people out there, there's programs out there, there's very famous ones out there that like, hey, you bought a hat from me for $10, and now I will spam you 50 phone calls and 150 emails, or you'll be like Red Lobster, which I bought one time from their online ordering, and I have unsubscribed probably 15 times from their newsletter, and they refuse to take me off their list. I'm getting ready to report them, because I'm like, it was New Year's Eve, and my mom was like, hey, we're ordering from Red Lobster. You want anything? Like, I guess, sure. I mean, if you're buying, I'll eat it, but I wouldn't go out of my way to go to Red Lobster. And now I got emails every day from Red Lobster, and I'm like, I'm still not going back. Sorry.
And the reality is that, you know, there are certain industries that can get away with that. You know, it's funny because for years I'd always use the examples of Best Buy and Amazon are like the only two that can get away with basically spamming you promos all the time. The rest of us actually have to work for it. I do have to say I added a third one to that, because recently I got on Omaha Steaks list, and I do get bombarded by their emails, and I'm okay with that.
Sure. Sounds like they're okay with it too, though. I did get we get a new newsletter almost every day from newegg.com for the longest time, so I finally unsubscribed. And the only reason I stayed subscribed is because there was that one time I found they had such a bargain discount price on something that I bought that I was just like, okay, well, I would have totally never found that thing if I wasn't on their newsletter. And so I did it. Yeah. I stayed on it. But after a while, I was like, all right, it's just too much. I've been a customer for years, but I don't need to be emailed every single day. But I will tell you, their email writing list people come up with a different sales like theme every single day of the year. It's insane. They must be making some good money. Yeah, Larry said, I'll go out of my way to eat at Red Lobster, them biscuits, y'all. Yeah, I agree about the biscuits. I'm not going to argue about the biscuits. What I'm going to argue about is the rest of the food is... It's okay. It's not bad. It's not great. But all right, everyone, I need super claps in the chat for Super Eli Delaney. Thank you so much for being here, Eli. I hope you have a great rest of the weekend, and I look forward to connecting with you in the near future.
Speaking of, I did not actually say how people can connect with me. It's real simple.
Yes, real
Go
quick.
to connectwitheli.com. And it's ELY, connectwitheli.com. I have the follow-up blueprint is a copy of something that I put together. It's got some cool stuff in it. Go check it out. And if you want to reach out to me, definitely reach out to me. I'm easy to get a hold of.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I got some super claps in the chat. One more time, give it up for Super Eli Delaney. Woo! Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend.
Our next speaker, we're gonna jump right in so we don't fall too far behind. This is one of the tricky parts about live streaming and going up to like the 8-hour limit and going right up to it. Our next speaker is speaking on the topic of the one mistake entrepreneurs make or under. Oh wait, there's two titles here, isn't there? I mess this up every single time. Oh man, I'm not sure what she's speaking on, but it's gonna be awesome because it is the super Jamie Palmer. Woo! What is going on, Jamie?
Hi.
Which topic are you speaking on? I missed.
So I can combine them together. The number one mistake that I see entrepreneurs make and how to understand your human better. Time together.
Do you have any slides? Do you have any slides for this?
I do not have slides. No slides for me today.
All right. Well, you are on the clock, ma'am, for 18 minutes.
Cool. Hey everyone, I'm Jamie Palmer. I am an online business strategist and simplifier, and I work with driven entrepreneurs who want to grow and streamline their businesses online by focusing on one signature program that we scale to multi-6 and 7 figures. And I am super excited to be here today because I have some really fun slides I have some really fun stuff that I'm going to share with you today about some of the biggest mistakes that I see online entrepreneurs make and how to kind of fix that problem. So when I think about growing an online business, and I've been in the online world for a really long time. I started my business when I was 20 as a website design company and transitioned to social media when social media became prevalent. And then we added in coaching and programs about 4 or 5 years ago. And one of the biggest mistakes that I saw being behind the scenes of literally hundreds of launches and different social media accounts was that some people would be really, really super successful and others wouldn't. And I could never figure out truly, like it took me a while to kind of notice some patterns to figure out why some people would be super successful and why others wouldn't. And when I looked at the data and when I looked at the marketing messaging and I kind of tied it all together, one of the biggest commonalities that I saw was that the people who were super successful, they truly understood who they were marketing to really, really well. And they knew the language that they used and they knew how to get inside their head. So one of the biggest problems that I see is that most people don't really know their ICA super well, and they don't commit to that one avatar or that one ideal client, or as I like to say, that one human. And ultimately, at the end of the day, what happens, especially in the online space, is that they create this marketing message that that markets to everyone. And ultimately, there's a couple of different reasons why they do this. One is they're afraid. They're afraid that there's not going to be enough business if they niche down too much. And I would contend that is lack thinking, simply because a lot of times people, I have clients who are coaches for executives who help them to sleep better. I have other clients that focus on, coaching architects. And there are some crazy niches in the marketplace that there's plenty of business to go around. So the problem with thinking that they're afraid that there won't be enough business, ultimately, though, what happens is they water down their message, and then their message doesn't really resonate with their ideal client. And therefore, they are marketing to everyone and no one gets it. which ultimately leads to a lack of conversions, a lack of sales, and a lack of traction. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through my human framework. So understanding your human and who you're marketing to in the online space. And I kind of have this little, acronym. So the H in the human is, how are they showing up online? I think one mistake that a lot of people make is they presume that their people are on Instagram or YouTube or wherever they are, but they don't really take the time to understand, like, how do they operate inside those ecosystems? Where do they hang out? Are they podcast people or are they YouTube people? Are they email people or are they blog people? Are they Instagram people or are they Pinterest people? So understanding truly what ecosystems your ideal client hangs out on. Where are they? How do they show up online? And then the U is understanding where they are with respect to getting what they want. So I'm going to talk about this a little bit more in just a few moments, but understanding like what they believe the problem is that they have. So oftentimes when we market, what the solution that we know that we can help someone with isn't necessarily what they believe that they have. So let me give you an example. And this is a super simple example in the fitness world. So a lot of times people will be like, I want 6-pack abs. And most really good trainers will tell you that a lot of getting a 6-pack is really in the kitchen. So if someone doesn't know that, right? If you're like, I want a 6-pack, let me just do more crunches or whatever, they're going to be looking for a fitness program that addresses how to get a 6-pack through fitness versus in the kitchen. And so there's a disconnect there with understanding where your ideal client is. And that's just one example. There are examples in every single industry. Since this is only an 18-minute presentation, I don't have enough time to go through all of them. But when you understand where your client is with respect to that goal that you help them achieve, it can really help create more cohesion and more action in your marketing. So the next thing is the M. What is their mindset? That is mindset. So what is their mindset? What are their fears? What are their motivations? What are their failures? What are their successes? What keeps them up at night? What motivates them? What are the things that they are scared about? What motivates them to get up in the morning? I've been getting up at 3:30 in the morning, working every morning. My motivation for doing that is my children, because I know that I truly want to create a different life for them. So that's my motivation, right? That's part of my mindset. And then understanding where they have failed, where they've made mistakes, and what their successes are really important when it comes to understanding your ideal client. A is for assets. What are their assets? These are the things that when people talk about who is your ideal client, this is what most people focus on. Are they a homeowner? Are they a parent? What is their age, car? Where do they shop? What do they like to do for fun? These are the assets, right? These are the kind of the demographics, if you will, that makes them who they are. And then the N is what's happening now. What is keeping them stuck? What have they tried? Where are they now in their journey? Because you have to think about the different phases, if you will, right? So somebody who is a new parent is going to be in a different phase in life than somebody who is sending their kids off to college. So understanding where they are in their journey and what is keeping them stuck is super duper important to understand when it comes to your ideal client. Now, I want to dig just a little bit deeper on where are they with the problem that you solve, because I think this is really, people don't dig enough into this. And when you think about the problems that you solve for someone, sometimes they are completely unaware that they even have a problem. Sometimes they are problem aware. Sometimes they are solution aware. And sometimes they are product aware. For the vast majority of us, your human is going to be either problem aware, meaning I know I need help with X, but they're not sure how to achieve it, or they're going to be solution aware. Like, hey, I've tried some stuff, but it didn't work. So they're aware that there's a solution out there, and maybe they've tried some options, but they aren't necessarily aware of your products. You have to educate them around that. So when you think about that, and when you can understand, like, hey, is my client problem aware? Like, hey, they know, they want to build, they want to launch a podcast, right? So they know that they want to reach more people, but they aren't sure how. That would be an example of problem aware. If they're solution aware, they might know, like, hey, I could do a YouTube channel or I could do a podcast. I'm not really sure which one is the right one for me. And if they were product aware, they would be like, hey, I know I want to join Joe Pardo's indie podcast program where I help people launch their program. They would be aware. So they're product aware and they understand that you exist and what makes you different. But when you think about this from a marketing perspective, speaking to someone who's problem aware versus speaking to someone who is solution aware are two entirely different, in different ways you'd speak to them. And so I think a lot of times what happens is when we go to market in the online space, people don't necessarily take that into consideration. And what happens is they presume that people are product aware or solution aware. And the fact of the matter is they might just be problem aware. And when you can kind of layer on your ideal client's level of awareness with respect to your product or service or the transformation that you provide, it really makes a huge difference in your marketing and really getting traction with next steps. So to kind of summarize, and of course, if you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to put them in the comments. When I teach this, I usually teach this in 3 20-minute sessions. So I'm really compressing down a lot of information in a really short period of time. So a couple of things that I want to mention. So when you think about your ideal client, I want you to identify where they are with respect to the problem that you solve. So some questions that you can ask to do that is, what do they believe that the problem is? What is their transformation goal? What do they need to hear to take action? That's a really important one, especially for people who sell coaching or services or anything like that where there isn't something tangible that they get. What beliefs do they have about the problem? So do they believe that you have to do more crunches in order to get a beach bod or whatever it is? Understanding the language they use. How do they talk about this problem that they have? Most of the time, for many of us, we put our expert hat on and we use lots of techno jargon that our ideal client might not necessarily understand. So understanding that language that they are using to speak about their goal and how they want to get there is key in getting them to relate to you. Because ultimately you want them thinking how did Jamie get inside my head? How does she know I was thinking that? And then, of course, you want to understand what are the fears that they have about moving forward. What other products or services have they tried? If you're what have they tried in terms of a competitor of yours or other products where it might or may not have worked for them? Where have they failed, right? This is a really important thing. Where have they messed up? I know for me, some of my biggest learning comes from my failures, and many of my clients are just me 4 or 5 years ago. And so I can speak to those failures that I had and how disappointing it is. And it really helps create trust and establish a connection. Of course, where do they need support to get there? And oftentimes, what sort of false belief do you need to reframe? What makes you unique? What's your unique selling proposition? And what's your marketing argument? So what are you taking a stand against in the sea of other people that do the exact same thing as you? And what are some of the unexpected benefits that they might experience by working with you? These are all things that are super important to understand as you are bringing your ideal client and your product to market. And the next kind of to summarize, understanding that when you really truly understand you're human and you commit to one avatar and you go deep with that one person, your marketing is going to drastically change in a way that really truly helps you attract more of your ideal client. So I highly recommend, and I can share my kind of worksheet that takes you guys through all of this with Joe. And it's a process because you have to do a lot of research. And most of the time, people aren't willing to do this. But from my experience and my experience of working with clients, I know I have a couple of clients who are actually speaking later today, Steve and Steph. We've spent a lot of time really tweaking and honing who that ideal client is. And as they bring themselves to market, it becomes easier for them to attract their ideal client because they're clear on who they serve and they're clear on the language that they need to use to attract that ideal client. And they get clear on what do they need to hear in order to move forward. And ultimately, when you're marketing and the message that you're sharing can get inside that person's head and use the language that they themselves are using, you really create the sense of like, how did Joe get in my head with my marketing? Like, and that's ultimately what you want them thinking, because that creates that resonance that helps establish trust at a beginning of a relationship. And then, of course, as we talked about, it's really important that you understand what they believe about the problem that they have and the solution that you provide. I remember in my social media agency, everyone would always come to me and be like, I want to get more sales. And, social media doesn't sell. Many of the clients that I'm working with, they would have like a sales call. And I'm like, really what we do is lead generation. We don't really do sales. And so, but my clients believe that sales were their problem. And so you have to really meet people where they are. And that is a big disconnect in the online world that I see happen constantly. The other piece, I touched upon this briefly. I have a YouTube and a podcast about this whole topic, being an expert versus being a marketer. Many of us, we are experts in our field. And ultimately what happens when we are an expert is oftentimes we'll see somebody who's not as qualified as us become way more successful because they're a better marketer. And so for many of my clients, they're highly educated and they are like truly experts in their field. And I always encourage them to think about like, which hat are you wearing? When you are speaking and you're on social media or you're talking on your podcast or your YouTube, you need to put your marketer hat on. So what are the things that people need to hear in order to move forward and establish trust with you and really create a relationship, versus when do you need to put your expert hat on to showcase that you have the knowledge to support them? And it's super important really to differentiate between when do you need to be an expert and when do you need to be a marketer. And I tie this into understanding you're human, because some of our clients have further knowledge, and that just ties into like understanding the language that you need to be able to use when you're marketing. So anchor your marketing and your strategy around this human and truly like really commit to a niche very fearlessly. I think oftentimes people come into being an entrepreneur and they're like, yeah, I want to market to people who are 25 to 55 and they're female and they, like getting massages. Well, it's really hard to create a marketing campaign that resonates with all those people and gets them to take action. And so I highly encourage people, if you do have a big market like that, create different campaigns that relate to each person. When I was in my 20s, I love to get a massage, but the reason why I go get a massage today, because I have lower back pain, is different than when I would do that when I was 25. And so understanding the language that your ideal client uses is something that is so glossed over, and people really need to truly dig deeper into who their ideal person is so that they can get the traction that they want to get in their business. And of course, fearlessly commit to that niche, whatever that is in your business, because if you have an abundance mindset and you have this growth mindset, there's always enough business to go around. And so fearlessly commit to that niche so that you are really truly speaking to that person. And if you think of it from the perspective of like a bullseye, if you commit to this niche and you have like, this is your niche in the middle and the red, by accident, the people who are in the orange and the yellow and the outer rims of that niche will still come to you. It's not that you're going to refuse to work with them. It's just that you've tailored this marketing message to this specific group of people so that people actually move forward. So that's kind of my wrap.
I love it. There's so much there to unpack, and I think one of the things I'll tell you real quick. When I'm working with clients and we're working on the ideal avatar of like the particular marketing message that we're trying to put together, whether it's for the whole business or literally just for that specific segment of it, getting really deep into the questions might actually lead you to realize that you actually need to like I don't need the guy, I need the wife or the girlfriend or the significant other of the guy to see the message. And then all of a sudden we're building a whole different avatar for that person, because that's the person who's going to nag the other person to go and do the buy thing, right? To go and do the event, to go and do the let's buy a new house, let's go and do the whatever. And that's the thing. So but if you don't ask these questions, you won't get to that point of, oh, that person really likes trucks. Well, let me go look and see what Ford does and what Ram does for their advertising to reach these people. And all of a sudden it's like, boom, it's so much easier now. I don't even think they'd have to work for me.
I know. Well, you know what I think is one of those things, especially in the online space, it's not like, hey, Joe, how are you? What are you into? Like, it's not a conversation. Like when you're in the online space, it's a one-way street. And so when you do that research up front and you dig deep, you'll actually create that resonance and you'll create that pull versus pushing this marketing message on people that it might not apply to.
Absolutely. Jamie, how can everybody get in touch with you?
You can find me online. I'm Jamie Palmer. I am on Facebook and Instagram, and you can find me on the web at www.jamielpalmer.com.
And you absolutely should. Super Jamie, thank you so much for being here. I need super claps in the chat for Super Jamie Palmer. Have a great rest of your unplugged weekend there.
Thank you.
Go get off the internet. Go for a walk.
I'm gonna.
You have earned it. Take care. All right, we're going to jump right into our next speaker, speaking on the topic of algorithm-proof social media. I have the pleasure of welcoming Super Elizabeth Pampalone. Did I say it right? Is it Pampalone?
That's right.
God, nailed it. Awesome. How are you doing this morning?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm wonderful. We're rocking and rolling. The YouTube channel is still sitting at 599 subscribers. So we're just like waiting for that one last one to push over to 600. We have so many speakers here today. We're at $20 of our $1,000 goal so far. So if you've been watching, you've been enjoying, please go to superjoepardo.com/donate to say thank you to me. Say thank you to Elizabeth and all the other speakers. Yeah, it's all over there. Just type it away. And just donate what you can to help us get there. We got to like $400 last year. I'd love to get to $1,000 this year. Anyway, I'm gonna give you the floor. Are you sharing any screen slides or anything?
No, not today. I've just got a couple of tips. So yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, you are on the clock, ma'am. I will get out of your way.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth Pampalone, and I am the owner of Absolute Marketing, and I am really excited because you've probably never heard what I'm going to share with you today. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right into that. There's only going to be a few things I'm going to share. So if you do have pen and paper or you have your phone, you can take some notes. This would be a great time to grab that. The first thing I want you to do is to think about your brand. And you can check this off if you are good. But I want you to think about it and say, is your brand where it needs to be? Does it resonate with that perfect ideal audience that Jamie was talking about earlier? Does it make sense for them? Does it draw them in? Does it really get them? If so, you can check that off. If not, you probably need to make the little list to work on that. The second thing is you need to have a great website. You really do. And you think I'm supposed to be here talking about social media. Well, we're getting to that because these are really important. So your website actually is going to be really important for your social media. Now, I know people have told you that you could just do social media by itself. That's great marketing, all that stuff. Not true. Why do we use social media? I mean, does anybody have any ideas? There's really only one answer why we use social media. And as a business, right? As professionals or as personal people, we just use it for connecting with friends, connecting with family. But as a business, there's only one reason we use it, and that one reason is to drive traffic to our websites. So if you don't have a website, or you don't have a very good website, or your website is great. It looks beautiful, but it doesn't convert. It doesn't have the functionality to allow people to do what you want them to do when they get there. That is a huge piece. And a lot of people will do all this marketing. They'll do all this social media. They'll put tons of hours and time and money and effort into it. And then they'll realize, well, it's not working. Why is it not working? Because their website's failing them, because their brand is failing them. So these things have a building block aspect. They have a Lego aspect, if you will. So we need to make sure that our brand is solid, that it connects and resonates with the right people. We have a connected brand, that we have a great website that's functional and that actually does what we need it to do. If I go to your website and I can't book a call with you, what's the point? If I go to your website and I can't purchase your product, what's the point? So I need to be able to do those things, connect with you in some way to actually get you money, right? So making sure that your website has those pieces in place is super important before you even look at social media, before you even think about social media. Now that we've done those two things and they're great, when we actually do look at social media, we need to make sure that we're putting out content that is branded. Now, you're probably thinking, well, I'm not going to make every single graphic for my Instagram. Well, then you're probably not going to do very well. You need to have branded content, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Instagram. You can still share other people's information. You can still share articles from, the Forbes and the Inks and all those, trade type magazines and things like that. But you do need to have your own branded content. We don't want to get to the point where someone looks at our stuff and says, guess what? Hey, Joe, I was looking at this thing the other day. It's so funny. I got to find it. It's really good information. I got to share it with you. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Well, now I got to go try and find it. And you know how Facebook refreshes that darn feed every 5 seconds. So I don't know who it's from. I didn't tell anybody who it was from. I didn't remember who it was from. I've got to go try and find it. Now, what we want people to say about us is, hey, Joe, I got to tell you about this thing that Jennifer posted the other day. It was great. Go right to her page and show it or share it right from there. So the reason that we would say that is because that is branded content. It made enough of an impact on me, and it made me also realize who it was from, who was promoting that information, who was putting out that information, because it was branded enough. Whether it was branded through the voice that was used, whether in the writing, whether it was branded through the actual image or the content or the color scheme, or maybe it was just branded for the fact that it was a video and she was sharing something and it was actually her own image that was there that I remembered. So the whole point of that is, when we do social media, we shouldn't just be haphazardly throwing it out there. We need to be specific, and we need to be branding every single piece of content that comes out. So let's say you were to give away some pens, right? You would probably say, I'm going to go to my local, promotional presence type place, get those little promotional items, and I'm going to take them. I'm going to say, here's my logo, put these on some pens, and I'm going to give them away at my establishment. You would not necessarily go to all the other establishments that were just like yours, pull all their pens and bring them to your place and put them in your cup holder so that people could take those instead. That wouldn't be a good idea. So that's what, and then basically a visual of you not branding your content when it goes out, so that when people take it with them in their mind, then they're taking someone else's content and it's not yours. Or they're taking a piece of content that's so anonymous. It's like having, a Bic pen in your pocket. It doesn't mean anything. There's no real brand to it. Right? You don't even know that it's Bic. You might be a totally different brand and you just have no idea it's a pen, right? It works. So when you're branding your content, you want to make sure that your brand is connected enough to your audience that when you use branded content, it's making sure that it's reinforcing that message. And you're going to also make sure that it's referring back to your own website. If you have a page on your website about your product and you're talking about how great your product is in your social media, I need a link to that. I'm not going to go hunt for it. I need it to be easy and quick. So I'm going to give you 4 different types of posts that you can start creating today and that you can create enough for 1 year's worth within today's time frame. Okay. Now, I want to also mention that this is not where it stops. Okay. I'm going to give you those 4 types of content that you can put on your social media. But this is only 3 parts: brand, website, and social media. 3 parts of 5. Okay. Social media is not marketing. It's a part of your marketing, but it's not your marketing. So it's about 20% of your marketing. You got 20% into your brand, 20% into your website, 20% into social media, 20% into your blog, which helps you create more content on a regular basis. It helps you to push out emails to your email marketing system, and it helps to build your SEO on your website. So one thing that you could put out is going to touch so many pieces of marketing, and you only have to do it one time. So that's a really important piece, is blogging. So keep that in mind as well. And if you're not doing that, start looking into that and start getting that going. You post once a month, once a week. It's up to you. The other piece, the fifth pillar, that fifth piece, is your email marketing. If you're not reinforcing your message from your brand, and your brand is on your website, and then your website and your brand are used in your social media, and then your blog is on your website, it's reiterating your brand, and it's sharing more information about your products and services, and your emails are going out to your current customers to keep up with that current customer base, whereas the blogging and the social media are going out to those external customers. You are now reinforcing your brand across the board. And what you want people to say to you when they know that all these things are happening, and they're getting a notification that you were on social, a notification that they got an email from you, etc. You want them to say, I've seen you everywhere. That's the point. It's not about oversaturating the market. It's not about doing so much marketing that you have no time to do your work. It's about making sure that you're everywhere, right? And you don't have to do all this all the time. This is stuff you can do ahead of time, which I'm going to give you those 4 pieces of content. Joe, I wanted to ask you a quick question. Do we have any questions right now? Because I want to make sure I answer any if we do.
Yes, we do have one. Does this work for any industry?
This does. So this system I'm going to share with you, it allows you to create all of your marketing content. You could build your website in a day. You can build all of your social media in a day. And this works for any industry. I have not come across an industry this doesn't work for yet. So I'm going to give you those 4 pieces of content right now, and I'm going to share with you some examples of different industries. So thank you, Joe, for bringing me that question. So that was awesome. So let me talk about those 4 pieces. I actually believe that most industries, and this goes for about 90% of them, there's very few that don't, but 90% of them, they only need to post 4 times a week on a regular basis. Not every day, not every 10 minutes. There are things called half-life of a post. It's how long your post lives in the ecosphere of that social media platform. You can look this up online. It's Googleable. And also what Jamie talked about earlier, which is the demographic of each platform. So I think you should pick 2 or 3 platforms: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Pinterest, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, whatever those combination looks like for you. Look up the demographics of those platforms and only use a maximum of 3. Chances are there's only 2 or 3 that are actually going to fit your current demographic that you're trying to go for. So the other ones are just wasting your time. All right. So now that we have those 2 or 3, and we know the half-lives of these posts, how long do these posts live in the feed, right? You can Google this. Very, very simple information to find. So now we know how long those posts live out there. Chances are, and this is with most of my clients, we can post 4 times a week, maybe 3 times a week in some cases, and we can be consistent. Google will like that. Facebook will like that. All the algorithm of the platforms will like that. And the consistency allows us to say, what do we already know about our businesses? What do we know about ourselves? What do we know about our consumers and their lifestyles? And how can we provide them with information before they think they need it, before they know they need it? Because we already know they need this info, right? So we're going to create 4 types of content. We're going to create 1 fluff post a week. We all need a break, right? We don't need to be like constantly pushing and selling and all that. We're going to create 1 fluff post a week. Now, if you wanted to create 6 months of social media posts in a day, let's say 6 months, we'll give you a break, 6 months. You only need you only need 27 fluff posts. That's it, 27. I bet you can find 27 quotes in your camera roll, right? I mean, I know I can. So find those fluff posts, find those funny things, those memes, all that stuff you've saved over time and said, oh yeah, I'm going to post that sometime. Find all those things, get 27 of them together and pick a day to post it on. I like Fridays because it's kind of like a throwaway day, or Mondays is great because it's a really busy, hectic day. So it's nice to kind of bring some levity there. So you pick a day and you say 27 Mondays in a row. I got my 27 great, awesome posts. Done. All right. Now we've got Mondays all done. Let's say those are Monday posts, fluff posts on Mondays. Then we're going to choose an educational post. Now, we could probably all educate on whatever topic we're talking about for hours and hours and days, right? I do 8-hour sessions with some of my talks. So these are things we could educate on for ages. What if we just broke that down into, let's say, 6 educational things, or maybe 6 amazing like tips, right? 6 or 7. We could even do 13. Okay, we could do 13. That would give us 3 months. We could do 27. That would give us a different one each week for 6 months. Let's say we did 13. What if I came up with 13 amazing tips or 13 educational things? Did you know, that kind of thing. So I come up with 13 of those. Guess what? I repeat them twice. Yeah, I said repeat yourself on social media. I know all of your heads are exploding, but you can do that. And the reason I say to do that is because the person who saw it the first time is going to forget within 6 weeks. So we've got 13 weeks, so they're definitely going to forget it. And the people that saw it in January or February or whenever you posted it, they didn't see it. They're going to be maybe not see it the next time. And also there's a bunch of new people, all these new people came in. They haven't seen anything that you posted 6 months ago or 3 months ago or 13 weeks ago, right? So we got that second piece, which is our education. Our third piece of content, a question. I like to do a series of 6 and repeat them over and over and over for the entire year. No one ever knows. No one ever realizes it. And no one ever calls me out on it. Because those questions are the thought-provoking questions that get people to go, huh. So for example, what can you outsource today? Oh, outsourcing, I really need to think about that. 6 weeks later, I see it again. Man, you know what? I'm going to research outsourcing. What could I outsource? 6 weeks later, I see it again. You know what? I'm going to ask does anybody know a VA? 6 weeks later, I see it again. I just hired my first VA. Do you see how that question can build for someone if they see it over and over, right? Fourth piece of content that you can post. Holidays, super, super easy. You can post for holidays pretty much once or twice a month. You can also post for your blog posts. Those can all automatically go out as well. So I like to call these the floating posts. They don't have a specific date each week, right? So we've got our Mondays, our Wednesdays, our Fridays done with our fluff posts, our question posts, and our education posts. Then we got these floating posts, right? That just kind of float around out there in whatever days. There's actually a 5th piece, which is sales. But with the education and the questions, you should kind of be selling anyway. So if you really want to, you can go back and you can do some sales posts. I like to do 2 posts per service or product. If you have a lot of products, just one post per. And then I repeat them. I repeat them over and over and over and over and over. 2 or 3 times a month sometimes, 2 or 3 sales posts a month, maybe sometimes 4 or 5 sales posts a month, depending on how much stuff you got going on. So keep it very simple, 4 or 5 posts a week. Get it all done ahead of time. You don't need to be wasting time on this every day. And you will find how powerful consistency can be in your business. But you got to make sure you got a good website and you got to make sure you got a good brand, because if you don't, all of this is going to fall flat and nothing I've told you is going to help. So you got to start with a brand, create a connected brand, create a website that converts, and build social media out for a year. And it should only take you about a day. All right, Joe, what did you think of that one?
That was great. I mean, as Super Stephen Green, who's speaking later today, said, so simple but so powerful. Creating content can be such a mountain of a task. Like, oh no, there's so much stuff we need to create, and how does everybody seem like they all have it figured out? And really, if you just start to break it down and start looking at like, okay, well, what industry events are coming up? What
exactly?
It's like you could start to all of a sudden you just feel like, okay, we just spread it out over the course of a calendar, right? A content calendar, and then bam, you all of a sudden it's like, oh well, I really only need to come up with like 30 different things that are actually original versus 365 things that are original every day. What were the other floating posts besides holiday? We got about 2 minutes left.
Yeah, so holidays, blog posts. So if you post your blog once or twice a week, or in once or twice a month even, you can have those, they'll kind of pop up whenever that blog posts, which is nice. You can connect your blog through RSS to your social media calendar and to your email marketing, which I love, one and done kind of deal. And then you can also post, like you said, industry events that are coming up, places you're going to speak. And this doesn't mean you can't post more. right? Like I didn't know I was going to speak here until like a little while ago, like a few weeks ago, right? So I didn't know that in January when I did all my information and all my content. But I just add things as they come up. So those kind of become floating as well. But you've got this core 3 or 4 posts a week that keeps you consistent. So when life gets busy and you start working more, or you just go on vacation, or you don't feel like posting anything, or you have like a brain freeze, it's going for you and you don't have to worry about it. The more the merrier, but if you don't have more, no big deal.
Absolutely. Elizabeth, where can people reach out to you, connect with you, get more of you?
You can go to getabsolutemarketing.com, and I have a free membership where I share videos on all this stuff. I have worksheets on all this. And also I have a free pro toolkit, which is all the tools I use to schedule my social media, do my graphics, etc. It's all at getabsolutemarketing.com.
Awesome. You absolutely should. Super Elizabeth, thank you so much for being here. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Elizabeth Pampalone, right? If I said it, is that right?
That's right. That's, you got
awesome.
it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much. It was so fun to be here.
Thank you. It was great having you. All right. If you are thinking about an event, if you're thinking about marketing, if you're thinking about podcasting, we have so many events coming up. One of our sponsors, simpleeasyevents.com, is produced by our next speaker who's coming up here in a second. If you know, his next event is May 21st to the 22nd. Also, May 29th is our next IndiePod event, which is if you're a beginner to podcasting, you're a totally newbie to podcasting, you want to get into podcasting, you want to learn to get deeper into podcasting, you're going to want to be at that event. It's a virtual event. It's totally free. It's streamed live right into our Facebook group over at indiepodcasters.com/virtual. You can click on the or /group if you want to just join the group. You should totally be in the group. It would be great to have you there. We got some super claps in the chat. Thank you, Steve. The Steves. Our next speaker is speaking on the topic of being a successful entrepreneur in 7 simple, easy steps. I need super claps in the chat for Super Tim Gillette. Woo!
Hey, what's up, everybody?
How we doing this morning? How you feeling?
Oh man, I'm doing good, man. It's it's a Saturday. You don't have to do as much, but you get to relax, and I'm looking forward to opening some samples later.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, obviously you don't have 2 little kids at your house waking you up at 5 in the morning. I mean, I do. You do.
I do have 2 little kids. It's called Fred and Fiona. All right, and they are the female and male 4-legged kids.
Cats.
Yeah. And they wake me up about 6:30 every morning.
Oh man, that is terrible. I'd be locking my door.
If only that would work. And then you get this
they can open doors
underneath every time they do it. Yeah. So,
all right, Tim. You are on the clock for 18 minutes, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, reptiles and germs. I stand before you or sit behind you to tell you something I know nothing about. Tomorrow night after breakfast, we'll have a meeting to decide what color to whitewash the church. Admission's free, so pay at the door. There's plenty of seats. Just sit on the floor. That was a wonderful joke I learned as a kid because I became an entrepreneur. As we talk about being entrepreneurs, I became an entrepreneur in 1975. In 1975, I watched my father get laid off time and time again. And I knew one thing at that point in time. I didn't want to be rich. I didn't want a Ferrari. I was going to never let a company take control of me and my family's life ever from that point on. So I learned over the years, though, that I am not the most brilliant brain scientist in the room. I had to figure out how to make this simple, easy. Thus, the actual trademark, Simple, Easy Marketing. I know, but before I go into all of this and how we're going to be successful, who is this Tim Gillette guy and why should we listen to him? I'm a guy who has made a lot of mistakes in my life. A lot. I become so good at making mistakes that I've had to learn how to backtrack and get out of them. Screw up, figure out how to fix it before your dad finds out. Some of you can relate to that as a child. I was in the car wash industry up until 2004. From 1986 to 2004, I either had a car wash, a car dealership, an auto body shop, all right, a mobile car wash, a mechanic shop, a gas station. I was in that industry in almost every facet you can imagine. I owned it. In 2004, I sold it and said, that's it. I'm done. No more cars. I am out of the car business for good. I put a 10-year do not compete clause in the actual sale of my business and sat down next to a guy across the table from me and said, one of my customers, I said, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. Now, I am out of the car business for the next 10 years. That gentleman that I sat across the table from was a man named Zig Ziglar, ladies and gentlemen. And he said, Tim, you should be a speaker. And I looked at him and I said, Zig, me? No. I am not like you. I can't do that. And he said, yes, you can. I didn't believe Zig. And some of you right now don't believe you can be an entrepreneur. And over the years, I actually developed it in 2010. 2009, I met a wonderful lady, all right, who helped change my life. In 2010, I actually ended everything I was doing, part-time jobs, and said, you know what? I'm going to actually keep my investment company, and I'm going to go forward with this speaking thing. And that's when I met my wonderful wife, Gwen. All right, we've been together since 2009. All right, 12 years now we've been together. We got married in 2012, and we have a great life together. I since have learned to create my business. Again, I learned by a lot of mistakes. And we created a thing called Simple Easy Marketing. All right, it's events, virtual events, masterminds, consulting, self-help programs, all those things that you can imagine in the online marketing space. Also host an event called Blog and VideoCon every November in Dallas, Texas. Lord willing, we're going back to live events this year. We're going to be at September 1 in New Jersey, all right, with the Icon community, and I'm looking forward to that, can I tell you? All right, but we're going to have one here in Dallas called Blog and VideoCon. Now, I teach people blog videos, online marketing, and I know this thing is just loaded with marketing people. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how you can be a little bit better at marketing, a little bit better being an entrepreneur. But before I do, I have to tell you, I actually take these concepts and my cat. This is my cat, Safu, who passed away on the last day of February in 2021. But he still has a blog, and he has 1,400 subscribers. He has recently passed on his blog to those two kids I was talking to you about, Fred and Fiona. We've so called them. That's Sefu's younger brother and sister, and they now are taking over the blog and are a racket through the house. And I'm surprised that I am not hearing a scurry of a ball down below as I thought I was going to. So anyway, getting to be an entrepreneur and simple, easy. How can we do this? I'm going to give it to you in 7 things. I'm going to outline 7 of them, and I'm going to highlight 3 of them for you guys today. Number 1, and I'm going to tell you to be an entrepreneur. As I told you in my story, it's not about the money. Why do you want to be an entrepreneur? I want money. Get a job. It's much easier to make money. I'm just being honest with you. No one will give you the hard facts truth. Let's make it simple. Let's make it easy. You want to make money? Go get a job, ladies and gentlemen. A job pays you money. You want to get rich? Not always the entrepreneur thing that's going to always make you rich. It's not always about the money. Now, I always say that when it's not about the money, is you can't build wealth on a survival mode. That is why most people who are entrepreneurs don't become independently wealthy. Because most of them are in survival mode for so long. I'll cover that in a little bit more about how we do that. The second thing I want to share with you into this thing is being an entrepreneur. It's not about you. Stop making it about you, your product, your service, and all the great things. And going, my book, me. It's not about you. It's about them. Stop telling people about your product and service and start talking to them about them and their needs, their problems, and how you can solve them. That's what entrepreneur is about. Speaking of which, this is number 3 in the whole thing of being an entrepreneur. Number 3 is, what is the problem that you have? And do others have the same problem? 90% of the entrepreneurs out there had a problem in their life, and it tore at them. They couldn't sleep at night because it kept them up, and they had to find a solution. And then they found out other people had that problem too. So they come up with a solution in the form of a product, a service, all right? Something that would actually get people to move forward out of that problem. So, number 3, you have a problem. Number 4, build a solution. Build a solution. Become a problem solver. That's what entrepreneurs are. They're problem solvers. Now, entrepreneurs doesn't always mean business owners. I know a lot of people who are entrepreneurs who have jobs. They are literally solving problems out there in the world with a job. They're problem solvers. Become a problem solver. That will help you build assets. And then when you have assets, you can build wealth. Which takes me to number 5. Number 5 is assets plus system plus discipline will equal success. You need assets to make your system work. You need assets. We talk about in the online marketing world, content's your asset. Followers are your asset. Community is your asset. Events like this are your asset. You need assets to make a system. Then you take the system and you turn the system into a discipline to make yourself keep following the system until you are successful. Number 6, market, 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 sell. Let me repeat that one. Market, 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 sell. See, number 6 onto the whole thing, all right, is built on the idea that you have to market, 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 market. You got to get people to come, all right, and then you got to get them to sell. And number 7, build a community. Build a community. You're here part of this because you're part of Joe's community. Now, I know I ran through those 7 really fast. And what I want to do, because of the fact that I know we have an 18-minute period of time, and I think I got about 8 minutes left. What I wanted to do is take this 8 minutes, and I want to focus on just 3 of them, guys. Just 3 of the ideas, 3 of the subjects that we talked about. First one I want to share about is assets plus system plus discipline equals success. Guys, this has been a formula that I have followed. I heard someone say it in the 1980s to me. They said system plus discipline. And I thought, like, well, yeah, I got a system and I'm disciplined to follow it. Why ain't I successful? Because they told me system, discipline, success. You see, the thing that makes any asset or any system work is the assets you put into it. The assets you put into it. When you actually think about what you are out there, the problems you are solving, all right, in the world today, what assets do you have that solve it? It's your product, your service. What are they? The product or service, then you plug that into a system that will help you get to success. What solution do you have to put into the system? Then you follow the system until you are successful. Connecting with people on social media, great. That's what we're all here. A lot of us here about talking about. Having people on a blog, great. Here, having Joe's got. I think Joe's almost. I forget the number, Joe, of subscribers on YouTube. I think 600. He's almost to. That's an asset. Getting subscribers on the YouTube channel. Getting something to talk about on the YouTube channel. Something you know about. Assets could also mean money you have to invest. Assets can mean a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen, and you have to get assets. If you don't have assets, start building them. One of the things we do for assets is we actually started a podcast to start building assets because we didn't know. Number 1, we didn't have community. Number 2, we were like, how do we do this? And I started, I don't know what I can do. I can just interview people. I'm looking for the coolest people on the planet. I want to interview them and talk to them and have a good time on a podcast. Been doing it for 8 years and I love it. Creating assets all the time. Now the podcast, we turn the podcast into we do it on a live stream video. We turn it into a podcast with audio. We put the video on YouTube, and then we create a blog post with it. Then we take clips and stuff, the things that they say, all right, that becomes out of the guests, all right, we use that as our Facebook posts, our tweets, our LinkedIn information. Make a blog post and put it out there. The neat thing is about the assets is because I have that asset of interviewing Joe Pardo live using StreamYard like we're using here today. Then I actually turn that asset into a podcast. I send an email out to Joe and say, hey, Joe, by the way, your podcast is up. That video we did last week, I made a podcast. It's up on here. Go look at it. Joe shares it out. Then 2 weeks later, I actually sent an email. Say, hey, Joe, I made a blog post about that interview we did. Here's the link so you can go check it out. Joe shares it out. See, all I do is take someone else's information, someone else's content. They share it out to their audiences all the time. Assets, system, discipline equals success. Next thing I want to talk about is a market, sell. Market, sell. You know, the reason that marketing, first of all, I'm going to clarify the two things. Marketing, getting people to know about what you do. Sales, getting people to buy what you have. That's the difference between the two. Why do we tell market, 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 sell? Why is sell only one thing? Number one, if you're good at sales, you only have to do it one time. The other thing is if you suck at sales, you market more to get people to the sales point. I was really bad at sales, so I just got good at marketing. And I realized this when I was in the car wash industry. The last 6 months I was in the car wash industry, I worked at a car wash. And I would work the serviceman position. You pull up to the car wash, and this gentleman greets you, and he usually has a piece of paper in his hand to talk to you about the services they have at hand. And you walk up and you say, well, I'll take the $10 wash and go, please. And he says, you know, for $2 more, I can shine your tires up for you today. All right. And actually have them wipe the inside of your windshield for you. You interested? Well, yes, I am. You see, I sold them on the $2 up. Marketing got them to pull up there in the first place. Market, 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 sell. The most successful people are not the best at what they do. They are not the best at what they do. You know what they are? The number one people in your industry. I don't care whatever industry you're in right now. The number one person is not the best at what they do. They're the best marketers at what they do. Think about that for a moment. Some of you know people who are really good at what they do. They are so good at what they do. They're the best. Why are they not out in the mass markets? The thing is called best-selling book, not best read book. You've got to actually get people, all right, to buy your product. It's not about the process. It's about getting people to check it out and buy it. Repeat that. The most successful people are not the best at what they do. They're the best marketers at what they do. Second one the last one I want to cover on this one here is building a community. Building a community. You see, you're involved in a community right here with this whole thing. It's why you're here at this event. It's a community. Solutions always create new problems. Solutions always create new problems. Just because you solved the problem today doesn't mean you're done. A new problem is it's just life, ladies and gentlemen. New problems come up after you've solved the problem. So what you need to do is start building a community of people that actually you've helped solve the problem by engaging with them, finding out what the solution did and what the next problem came up. The feedback from that community is actually going to help you understand the concept of what to create next. Now, if you're in the community, say a mommy blogger, oh my gosh, do you have the things on mommy blogger? Ladies and gentlemen, it goes on forever because it's all community and it goes one after problem after another. Recap real quick. It's not about the money. It's not about you. It's what problems you solve. Find others with the same problem. Build a solution. Market, market, market. Build community. Assets, system, discipline. In closing, you need to, find ways to market what you have. Find ways to market what you have. Don't just count on SEO. Don't just count on Facebook. Find a million ways to tell people about what you do. Number two, be involved in communities. I'm involved in the Icon community just like you are. I have my own community, all right, the Simple Easy Marketing community. I'm part of the Rockstar Marketing community. I'm a part of, Frank Kerr's community. Why? Because solutions are out there everywhere. Find a place to market always looking for places to market. So let me offer you a place to market. You want to be able to share your information? Free. No, this is free, right? I want you to go to timgillette.com/podcast interview, apply, and I will interview you on my podcast. And I will make you look so cool, put you out, have such a huge, great amount of time of fun with everybody that we talk to on our system, and let you see what it's like to actually be out there marketing in a non-pressurized way. So go check that out. It's timgillette.com/podcast interview. And you just click the button, put your information. I have an automated system that walks through. And if you want to learn my automated system, we have a way to teach you that as well. I'm Tim Gillette with Simple Easy Marketing. The greatest thing I can tell you today as you go through the rest of this day is that there are some great people in this community. You've plugged into the right people. Joe Pardo, I consider one of my closest and coolest friends. I thank Joe Pardo for putting this event on. You should thank him too. Thank him by going to the what's your Joe? I mean, what's your thing for the Hope Works that he's doing out today? Go donate. As a matter of fact, I will put my same thing in, all right, that I always do. If you donate $50 or more to there, I'll give you free access to my community for life, to my Simple Easy Events community for life. That means you can attend all my live events, all my virtual events, not my live events. But I will put it in there, all right? If you give $50 or more, you get into my community free of charge for life. I hope that helps you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tim Gillette with Simple Easy Marketing.
Thank you so much, Tim. You absolutely should take Tim up on that offer. Both offers, actually, the donation as well as being on his show. You 110% should. Tim, thank you so much for being here. You are truly a friend. I am so glad that 2020 has helped bring us closer together than we were, I think, in 2018 or 20.
Like 2018 or something like that when we first
I think it was like
online.
Yeah, it was like 2017, 2018, but somewhere in that era, but pre-COVID life. Anyway, I need some super claps in the chat for Super Tim, that dude, Gillette. Thank you so much, Tim.
Bye,
Have
guys.
a great rest of your weekend. I'll see you on Tuesday or Wednesday. Sorry. All right. So our next speaker is speaking on the topic of the 4 invisible habits that stop you from achieving your best. I need super claps in the chat for Super Annette Bone. Woo! Welcome.
Oh
Annette.
my
How are you
gosh,
today?
Super Joe Pardo. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to be here. How are you?
I'm so excited to have you here. I'm doing great. I hit 600 subscribers, so that goal has been accomplished, thankfully. It's absolutely awesome what's happening here on the channel today over on the YouTube side, as well as here as part of the conference, both streaming on Facebook and in YouTube world. So we have people on both platforms watching right now, which is awesome. Please drop in the comments where you're watching from, what you're up to. Hopefully you're getting some stuff done while you're watching this conference, listening to this conference, because that's the whole goal right here, is to make it so it's simple, so you can just pick up your phone and you're just like, I'm watching it, I'm listening right on my phone in the Facebook app, on YouTube, whatever works in your workflow. But Annette, are you sharing any slides today?
I am sharing some slides and I'm going to be going back and forth on my phone like you suggested, since I'm on one screen. So full disclosure, I'm going to be a little bit multitasking, but I know everybody's good with that. So
it's all good.
As long as you can see and hear me.
We do the best that we can, right? So
exactly.
Why don't you share your screen so we can get it rolling here?
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Steve will be speaking later today in a couple, like in less than an hour from now. So you definitely not want to miss his identifying and marketing to your perfect customer talk. Now I got your slides up here. Annette, I am going to get out of your way. You are on the clock for 18 minutes.
I'm on the clock. Okay. So you can see my screen, the 4 invisible habits that stop you from achieving your best. And I will go ahead and go through these slides here. Okay. First thing, I always like to start off my presentations with a positive note. So I'd like for you to think of something positive, happy, that gets you, in a right state of mind. I think that's so important. Whether you're preparing to end your day, whether it's from work or going to bed or starting your day in the morning, I think I'm going to be talking a lot about this anyway. So the first thing is I want you to think of someone or something or an experience that makes you happy, that makes you positive or gets you excited. And for me, I'm showing you this picture of me working out, which is just, as you'll hear in my presentation, it's very still sometimes strange that I share all this stuff that I do. And one of the things that makes me happy and makes me excited is exploring all different types of movements. So this was a photo shoot a couple months ago with one of the yoga studios I go to obviously it was during COVID. We were spaced out. It was in their courtyard. Usually we're inside in the studio, but yeah, so they asked me to do this photo shoot for promos for their studio. And I'm such a movement nerd. I dance, I do yoga. Makes me happy, makes me feel good. That wasn't always the case, which when I talk a little bit about my background, you'll hear. So think about what makes you happy. It could be your pet, it could be your significant other, it could be a place, a trip you went on. I think it's really important right now, as we've gone through this past year of COVID and the pandemic, to find things that you are appreciative of and that give you joy. And there's always something, whether you've experienced a lot of misfortune, which a lot of people have, and I know we've all been affected by that. There's something we can be appreciative about and be happy about. I am a quote nerd too. So if you look at any of my social media, especially Instagram, I always have quotes introducing things. And I've always loved quotes. This is one of my favorites. Absorb what is useful, discard what is not, and add what is uniquely your own, by Bruce Lee. And that is what I say with everything. Take the shopping cart method. You might find something here that is applicable and that you might resonate with, and you might not. You might think, oh gosh, this woman, I don't know what she's talking about. So I know what not to do. And so I think that's really important, because a lot of times you'll hear people talk and it's almost like, well, because of their stature or whatever their position in life or all this notoriety they have, celebrity status or whatever, you think that what they say is gospel, but you don't know their situation. You don't know what they've had to go through to get to where they're at. And so might not apply to you, might not apply to the season that you're in. So I'm very much about, and it's taken me a long time to learn that just because something is said from someone that might be in authority, in an authoritative state or figure, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for me at that time. So please take what is useful and just get rid of what is not. Do what you can with what you have where you're at, by Theodore Roosevelt. If you get an email from me, you'll see this at the bottom of my email signature, because that's what my experience as an entrepreneur has been about, is making use of what I have and doing what I can. It's pretty much been my whole life trying to figure things out. So I just had to figure stuff out. And I think that's just the nature of the business too, of being an entrepreneur and doing different projects. You just have to figure things out. So a little bit about my background. It's still weird for me to say up until now that I'm a dancer and a performance artist. I'm also a speaker and a creative strategist, and I'm also a podcaster, which is how I met the amazing Super Joe Pardo back in, I believe it was 2016 when I first met him, and he took a chance on me and had me come out and speak at his event. And so I came back. I show you this picture with these were, I'm very much a word nerd too, as you can tell. I came back to dance in the year 2014 after giving it up for 20 years. I was 43 at the time, and I just turned 50 last month. And just thinking about age and the stereotypical of you move and you dance when you're young, and you only have a certain period of time where you're at either the height of your career or just physically. There's so many stereotypes and misconceptions and things. And so for me to go back to dance at age 43 in 2014, I was like, well, okay, I'm scared, but I need to get my health back. And I was on a very rapid decline of mental and just physical things going on. And so I was missing dance so much after giving it up for so long. So I just came back to it just to get healthy. But what happened is that all this happened. I started doing more stuff in dance, which I never planned. The speaking, the business stuff, getting into social media, building websites. I know, Joe, you talked about that. And oh my gosh, I think it was with your previous speaker where you're talking about SEO and stuff like that. I was, again, self-taught. I had to figure out how to build websites. I got clients just referred to me, and I had to figure it out. This was back in 2012. And so I don't have a background in that. I didn't know CSS and HTML and all this kind of stuff, but I had these clients depending on me, so I had to figure it out. So there's a story behind that we don't have time for at the moment. But then also with the podcasting thing, because I chose to go back to dance, I very much started this process of changing my mindset about, I'm going to start doing things that are uncomfortable. So let me start a podcast because I have no idea what that's going to be like. And let me see if I can talk about a visual medium on an audio platform and do something that makes me kind of uneasy and because I didn't have any presenting skills and I didn't like the sound of my voice and I was very, very painfully shy and just really withdrawn. So I thought, okay, let me continue to test myself. I'm dancing, I'm performing, I'm on all the things that I gave up and I thought I'd never, ever, ever do again. I started doing again in excess. So this is one of those things, speaking, the marketing, all this stuff, the podcasting, and it's just that one decision to go back to my first love has resulted in all these wonderful experiences that continue to test me and continue to challenge me to grow. And I'm so grateful for that. So the first habit, we're talking about habits. I show you that picture. I talk about my background because I realize that there are so many habits that we do consciously and unconsciously that either help us or hinder us. And so I was thinking about this and these 4 invisible habits, I think they're invisible because they can kind of just sneak in and you kind of don't think about them because you're on autopilot. So this first habit is the habit of hurry. How many times are you driving on the road and you have people that like speed past you to get past you and then you both end up at the same stoplight? I mean, I don't know if it's anywhere else, but in California, the traffic is crazy. People are crazy drivers, I have to say. But I realized that when I tried to hurry, first of all, I stressed myself out. I forgot things. I made mistakes. And this is not just traffic and trying to get somewhere, but trying to hurry through processes in terms of maybe something I'm working on. It didn't serve me, my mental state, my physical state, the quality of work. So what can you do so that you don't hurry all the time? What kind of preparation can you do? And it takes time to think about. And sometimes people just don't want to think about it. And that's why I call it an invisible habit, because you just hurry and you just think that the more that you hurry, the more you get done, the better it is. And that's not always the case. So the habit of hurry. The habit of worry. Oh my gosh. 20 years for me on this when I wasn't dancing and the constant worry and depression. Are you concerned about things that happened in the past that you can't change? Or are you pre-playing things that can happen in the future that haven't happened yet and most likely won't? Especially we tend to be more fear-based, right? So are you spending your creative energy on worrying? Do you think adding worries to something that you have to do is going to make it accelerate? Questions. A lot of this is asking yourself these questions of, is it helping or is it hindering? The habit of worry. The habit of comparison. Whew, okay. This is what stopped me for dancing for over 20 years, because I was comparing myself to all the other dancers I saw in auditions, which I just could not handle mentally. I was devastated for days when I got rejected over and over again. So I told myself I'd never do that again. And in the last couple of years, I've auditioned more than ever than I ever have, and I've gotten more no's. But I've been able to build myself up mentally through this process, through podcasting and these wonderful connections I've made in the Indie PodCon community and just all these wonderful things that have happened. And I had to reframe what comparison was. So are you comparing your current state of whatever journey that you're in with someone else's success, perceived success? I mean, it's not fair to compare what they've gone through to what you're going through. It's not a fair comparison at all. And so what I would suggest is that, first of all, that you cut yourself some slack in terms of giving yourself some grace and compassion, because you're doing the best that you can with what you have, where you're at. And it's a journey and everybody's is different. This is all stuff that you already know. But I find that hearing things over and over again, at least for me, it's like, okay, I needed that reminder at this time. And I think reminders come very timely. I think things are very timely appointed. And so it's no accident that you're experiencing the things that you are in your entrepreneurial journey. And it's all good. It all helps your growth and your progress. So that comparison, and if you are comparing, if you're one of those people that can say, oh, I'm really inspired by this person. Okay, so that's great. But if you feel exasperated, that's a different story, because that was me. I was exasperated when I started looking at other female entrepreneurs, other dancers and stuff. I'm like, that's not me. I can't do that. I don't have that. I don't, it's a very, I started very much digressing into this victim mentality, and that wasn't wasn't healthy for me, wasn't healthy for the people around me, and that projected out, and that just didn't help the situation overall. So whether you're inspired or exasperated by comparison, you obviously have to figure that out for yourself, and be around people that uplift you and challenge you in a good, positive way that is for your best interests. People are motivated and inspired by different means. And for me, it's changed quite a bit from when I started dancing again, through going through these different marketing experiences and just different experiences as a whole. The difference between motivation and inspiration, and then the comparison thing is usually not the best, but everybody processes that differently. The habit of reaction. Are you reacting or are you responding? Now, there's obviously certain life or death situations where you're just like reacting. It's just an automatic thing. That's one thing. But in terms of going through your everyday life, the way that you approach your business, the way you approach your job, career, how you handle situations within your sphere of influence, are you reacting or are you responding? I think that we tend to get the mindset that we have to react right away. React and respond can be kind of interchangeable, but for me, the way that words sit with me is really important. So I'll use different words so that I can have a different feeling. Because for me, for the longest time, I ignored how I felt about things, but now I really try to honor that. So I always think about being responsive versus being reactive. And again, with the timing of things, I think you can relax a little bit more in the timing of things, even though you think that you need to get on something right away. Sometimes things can wait, and sometimes things require that you have a little bit more patience and space, because that is what's going to allow you to have the best solution possible. Now, of course, I'm talking generally because we're limited on time here, but I think you know where I'm coming from, responding versus reacting. There's two other habits I'm going to add. I said 4 invisible habits, but there's two other things to think about. The habit of thinking that bigger is better. Bigger goals, bigger dreams. I'm all about goals and dreams. Believe me, in the last couple of years, it's been about expansion. It's about imagining things bigger, better, that kind of thing. That's all subjective, but sometimes bigger isn't better. And you have to decide, how that sits with you, depending on what the situation is. But bigger isn't always better. Sometimes that can be overwhelming. And when things are overwhelming and confusing, that stops you completely. Too many decisions, too much to think about. Then there's no progress. There's no movement at all. The habit of thinking that smaller is insignificant. I've met a couple people in the last couple months, and I think COVID has a lot to do with it too, where they've experienced huge leaps of success and really fast growth in their businesses. And they went through some things and just pretty much had to start all over again. And the common thing, which I found was really interesting, is that they said, I'm taking smaller steps and allowing myself to go a little bit slower because I learned so many things. So slow and smaller doesn't necessarily mean insignificant. I know we all want the fast growth. I remember when I started dancing, I was frustrated because I'm like, yeah, I know I have all this weight to lose and I want to be able to move like that and do all these things. And I'm finding it now sometimes, not as much because my mindset's different. I've been taking some handstanding classes, and I'm like, okay, I know I can get this. I know it's a process. I'm in it again. Just like when I started dancing again, there was this process I had to go through. So small, consistent, purposeful, intentional, strategic steps in the direction that you want to go, whether it is a business goal, a personal health goal, whatever it is. Small is not insignificant. Small, consistent is better than like big, quick, and that's fine too. I know those things happen, but I'm just finding in different examples and different people that I've talked to recently that it's just this theme seems to be inherent in everything that they do. And it's quite fascinating to watch. But again, I also think that it is a lot of reassessing what's happened with COVID and everything. So if you want these slides and these questions that I went through and some of the other questions that I ask myself, and I've gone through reassessing what I've gone through my journey and the things that I've been able to do for my personal goals, I would love to share them with you. So if you want to go to this link, it's just to put in your name and email and to hear from me. There's stuff that I send out via email, not very often, probably weekly or bi-weekly, encouraging words and resources and tools and tips and things I don't share on social media, some different ways of thinking. I'm very much about mindset and productivity and high performance. I used to downplay that I was into that because my life didn't reflect that when I wasn't physically active and doing the things that I do now. But it's such a fulfilling thing right now to be able to talk about this from a place of I'm doing this and I can teach on this and I can share this and I know it will be helpful. So if you want to go to the bit.ly link and SEC, Super Entrepreneur Conference is what it stands for, 0421, because that's the month and year we're in. So I would love to connect with you. You can send me an email. I'll put it in the chat here as well if you have any other questions, but I think I can put it in the chat. Anyway, Joe, do I have any? Yeah. Okay. Do I have any questions? Or I'm like looking at different things here. So that is my presentation. So thank you so much, everybody, for having me on. And Super Joe Potter, you're the best. I love you. Thank you so much.
I love you too, Annette. And well, first off, thank you for being here and wanting to speak and giving. I love your story just so much, right? Like because it resonates so much with me because of how far I had to come to make a decision to go back to the things that I really loved, the things that I really wanted to do, and where I wanted to prioritize my life and my time going forward, so that I could have the biggest impact possible with all of the people that I didn't even know it yet at the time, right? Like there were so many. I had friends all over the world, but I wasn't nearly as many friends as I had literally just like 6 months into it, a year into it, now 7 years into it. As of this, is it May yet? No, it's April. As of this year or this month and this year. So I thought we could take a few minutes and kind of break some of that down and talk about, what it means. Like, what does getting to follow your passions mean to you?
It means everything. I think to ignore something that you're passionate about is doing yourself and the people that you're called to serve a huge disservice. And it took me a while to think of it that way because I thought, oh gosh, it's selfish of me to like honor those interests and passions because it's about me. Like I loved Tim Gillette's presentation about it's not about you. When and much kudos to you, Tim, because I really enjoyed your presentation. Since you were before me, I was able to watch that and I really enjoyed that. And it was really practical. So I think it's really, really important. But in retrospect too, I think you can be passionate about those things, but you can also be strategic. I think you have the opportunity to do, which you have been, Joe, like the amazing things that you've done with your business and with your interests. Like I'm very much the believer now because I've allowed myself to experience all these things, all the frustrations, all the, the struggles, but also all the highs, that there's resources, there are things that you can do so that you can be fulfilled and work and thrive in your passion while helping other people. And it's so exciting. Like I just so geek out about that. I continue to geek out about this kind of stuff.
Well, it's to me, it's an honor to get to just to know like people and because to me, people are and the stories that they have and they share is like some people love like, oh, I want to go and travel. Like when I traveled through Europe, it was. It was cool. Like, it's cool. We got to see a bunch of like old stuff in Italy, right? But then, like, to me, it was more interesting talking to like the Canadians that were on our bus, that with us, and the other people from all over the world, all over different parts of our country, the United States and other parts of the world. Like, getting to talk with those people was so awesome because of the stories that we got to share. That I never would have met these people necessarily otherwise, except on a bus, driving around Italy. So to me, like that's just as important, if not more important than seeing the old stuff. Like I love the old stuff, right? Like seeing the Coliseum, like that's awesome. Like it's really cool. It was cool to stand in it, but to me that was more fleeting than the stories that I'm going to take. Yeah, I took from learning from other cultures and other people that were there. To me, that's just so much. I don't know. It's just so much cooler to me.
Well, Joe, I really appreciate that you're so invested in the people that you bring on into your community, and just, you're just that wonderful energy. And I felt it right away when I first met you. I just really, and it's so, I think it's so important, that connection that you built, and you're so welcoming that way, and it's such a gift. And there are other communities that they just don't have that. I mean, yes, they might be a community, but there's something really special about you and your community. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for the testament. Look, there's so many people. Like, there was that, I don't want to name names, but there was that lady who had that huge, like 20,000 person group or something like that, and she all of a sudden was like, "Yeah, I'm out, peace out." Like, and people paid to be in that group, like a lot of money, and then she basically was like, "You all can have it because I don't agree with what you're," and it was over. I want to say it was like over like Black Lives Matter or something to that effect. And she basically was like, "I'm done. It's cool. The group is yours. Moderators, do your thing. I'm out." And then it's like, wow, like, to me, it's because it's not coming from a genuine place at that point. Like when people are more worried about the money than they are about like connecting with awesome people, doing awesome projects, and working. Yeah, we all need to make money. It's not that money's not important, but
right,
there's a line there where it's like, if we're not aligned with the things that we're doing, then no amount of money is going to make that cool. Tim was talking about the Ferraris and the Lamborghinis and the giant houses and stuff. Like that only fills a small hole, a small desire to have things, right? Like, I like things too. I love technology. Here's an iPad.
I love all your equipment. I've been to your house and I like the stuff you have.
Well, thank you. But to me, it's about the utility, right? It's not about how expensive or, to me, I always like the deal. I like to find the way to get it the cheapest and all that, and then integrate it. But it's got to have purpose and all that. But that's just me being me, right? And so having, these things, having that money, really, to me, would just mean that I would be able to, create some more create a nonprofit. Well, I have a nonprofit. Well, actually getting the 503c for it and like going down that route, and then being able to execute on that with a team of people that I wouldn't have to worry about. Like, okay, now I have the 503c, and guess what? It's me. So. Now I'm dividing my attention and all that, and it's easy to get the shiny object syndrome, especially when you're into creating projects, you're into meeting new people, JVs. There's so many things that can distract you from where you are, but really getting serious about the passion that you have and where you want to take that is just so critical to not just for happiness for you, but for the people around you as well. Because if you're not happy, nobody's happy, right? They say mama's not happy, no one's happy. But
that
that's
goes for everyone, yeah.
Yeah, it's not just for mamas. It's literally every person. Like, think about the people. If you work in a job right now, you're an entrepreneur, you're working in a job to be able to, get that to that level where you can make the jump and leave. Think about the people that are working around you. What are they doing with their lives? Are they happy with where they're at? Are they trying to create something on the side? It doesn't have to be like, oh, this is going to be my multi-million-dollar business or my billion-dollar idea. It could just be like, hey, I'm putting together this project, an art show or a this or a that, and like that's entrepreneurship too, to some degree.
Yes.
So I think that it's important for you to just really align with what's important to you, and then figure out ways to amplify that, getting connected with other people, whether it's here, in the super entrepreneur community, the indie pod community, or another community, right? Find who resonates with you. I know I don't resonate with everybody, and I'm okay with that, because I remember I was getting started with my podcast, and my dad was like, you should come over to my house and do a photo shoot in front of my cars. And I was like, but they're not my cars. I'm like, somebody's gonna know that, hey, that's not my house, this big giant house, and these, Porsches and all these cars, they're not mine, and that's not me. Like, it just doesn't, it doesn't mean anything to me, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think,
look,
Joe,
I like fast cars. I've had Audis, I've had Lexuses. I've had these cars. I've had a Mini Cooper. But now I drive an electric car. I drive a Chevy Bolt. I would like it to be a Tesla, but they didn't have the incentives at the time, and I was too upside down in my car to not take them up on that.
I think what you said about aligning and amplifying are huge, because I think that we can get so caught up in I'm only speaking for myself. I got caught up in the whole, well, if I have these certain things, then that means I'm valuable, whether I want them or not, there were so many things out of alignment, Joe, with my values, but I thought that wasn't important. And that's why I also talked about the feelings, like how I so stuffed my feelings about certain things, because I just didn't have the self-image to honor. And so with following your passions and aligning and amplifying, that just opens up a whole new perspective, and like the connections, and, showing up as your best self because you're aligned with your passions and you can amplify is just like, it's so magical. I can't think of any other words. Am I saying it's perfect? No. Am I saying it's without struggle? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that just coming from a place of, wow, this is who I am. This is what I love. This is what I stand for. This is my mission. It is magic. And the people that, again, will resonate with that will, and the people that don't, then that's fine too, like you said. And so it's just, it's awesome.
So one of the last things I want to leave us with here, as we wind down to our next speaker, and it's something that took me a while to act. It sounds so simple, but it took me a while to figure it out, and then figure out, how do I change my direction so that I'm not doing that, and then constantly checking myself to make sure I'm not doing this one thing, and that is working really hard to impress the wrong people. And I don't mean that from like, I gotta have I gotta flex on everybody. My point being is that working really hard to, like, you might be in a circle of entrepreneurs, right? Like in a Facebook group with a bunch of entrepreneurs. They're going to be more impressed with what you are doing as far as the success that you're having in your niche, right? It doesn't have to be like, oh, well, all my friends are entrepreneurs, so I need to come up with something that, is for entrepreneurs, and like ditch the fact that I have a dog walking business, or ditch the fact that I have something that serves dogs and dog owners, rather than, so to fit in with these people, I need to impress them. Like, they're going to be more impressed because you're the dog treat person or the dog walking company person. Like, they're going to be more impressed with that than they are, because you're all of a sudden like, well, I have to take my entrepreneurship and turn that into entrepreneur, I'm going to teach more entrepreneurs and things of that nature. So, so just, stay focused on who you're actually trying to serve and who you're actually trying to impress, rather than like who, you might have in your circle that you're like, oh, I need to do everything I can to impress that people, because that's not your customer, right? That's the people you're running with, not the people that you're trying to get to buy from you. So don't fall for that trap. It's a very easy trap to fall in. I've fallen into it a handful of times.
Me too. Mm-hmm.
And it constantly got to check, like, who am I trying to serve so I can focus on that. And everybody else, when they see that you're having success, are going to be like, oh, wow, look at what, look what Annette's doing. Look what Steve's doing. Look what Tim's doing. Like that, they're going to fall in love with that. So just
Agreed.
keep it top of mind, that who am I trying to sell to, and who am I, low key trying to impress at the same time. And keep it low key, right? But stay focused on who you're trying to help, who you're trying to work with, who you're trying to sell to, who you're trying to make their lives easier, better, or
right?
Whatever, fill in the blank there, right? It doesn't have to be just where's the money going to come from. Ultimately, that's where it is, but there's more ways to look at it than just a walking dollar sign.
Right. Agreed. Very well said, as always, Joe.
Thank you. I hope so, because I feel like I ramble a lot. Actually, I know, because I've been told I ramble a lot. Annette, please tell the people how the super entrepreneurs, how they can get in touch with you one last time before we move on to our next speaker.
Well, they can go to that bit.ly link that I shared, but my email's there. So, it's Annette at AnnetteBone.com, and my name doesn't have an E. And so just send me an email and we can talk. I'd love to hear from you, and I'd love to hear about what people have going on in their entrepreneurial journey, and whether it's, creative or I just love all of it.
Me too. It's one of the reasons we're here today. So,
Yes.
Super Annette Bone, thank you so much for being here. We will catch up very soon. We got to
Yes.
get on each other's calendar so we can talk and find out what's been going on behind the scenes. And have a great rest of your weekend.
You too. Thank you so much. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. All right. So if you want to say thank you to me, you want to say thank you to the other super entrepreneurs here teaching today, go over to superjoepardo.com/donate and drop a few bucks towards HopeWorks. They help youth in Camden get on a path for education and a career and entrepreneurship. All through helping them learn how to code. Anyway, we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is speaking on the topic of identifying and marketing to your perfect customer. So I perfectly served it up here because I was just talking about like who you're trying to low-key impress versus who you actually need to be marketing to and worried about is definitely likely two different people. Give it up in the chat for Super Steven Richardson. Woo! What's going on, Steven? How you doing?
Hey, Dave. How you doing? It's Dave.
Dave.
I keep thinking I told you that on the podcast. I keep thinking when I hear Super Joe Pardo, I think of Super Dave Osborne. So, Dave.
Well,
I'm dating myself, but Dave.
Well, usually it's Don Pardo that I get. It's Don Pardo over here, and it's like no relation. Sadly, no relation. But it's all good. Super Steve, I'm gonna get out of the way. You're on the clock for 20 minutes, sir.
I got a slide.
18 minutes. Sorry.
I do have a slide, so just have to share it.
It is shared.
Okay. All right. So I'm Steve Richardson. I'm an attorney and business coach here in Southern New Jersey. And I want to talk to you today about marketing your perfect customer. Not only identifying them, marketing to them, and then converting them. And wait a minute. Technical difficulties here. So what happens is a lot of times as business owners, we need to be focusing on our perfect customers and our avatar clients, as it were. And this allows us to make more money and less time by not wasting time and resources on bad leads. And if your business is anything like mine, it often gets bad leads, or we take on clients and customers that are real pain to work with. They'll keep you on the phone with endless narratives and demands and going on and on with their story. They constantly email you, call you, text you, expecting an immediate response. They don't follow your instructions, or when they do, they take forever to do it. And you just want to scream at them. But wouldn't it be so much better? And the problem is that your marketing is attracting them. So you need to have a much better idea of who your avatar client is in order to attract better leads. So how do you do that? Because it would be so much better if you had a potential customer call that already knows that they need your product or service, sees the value of it for the price you charge, can afford to pay for it, and is already ready to hire you. But in order to do that, first, you got to get clarity on exactly who and what your perfect customer is. Now, that's easy to say, and many of us may think that we know who our perfect customer is. But I was coaching a personal injury attorney down in Florida. And I asked him, I said, well, who's your avatar client? Who's your perfect customer? And he says, well, someone who's been in a car accident. I said, really? Well, do you want the guy who rear-ended somebody? Well, no, that's lousy liability. Do you want somebody who got into an accident and sprained their big toe? Well, no, that's not a valuable case from the point of view of injury. Well, do you want somebody who got into an accident with somebody else who had lousy insurance? Well, no, because I want to get paid if I win from the insurance carrier. I said, well, then it's not just someone who's been in a car accident. You need to dig deeper, and we're going to talk about that. You have to be clear on the benefits and the benefits of the benefits of your product or service. You have to know exactly how your product or service provides those benefits, and identify all of the objections your potential customers have, along with any points of friction. Because we all know the resistance that our customers have, their objections, things like that, and you have to address it in your marketing. And again, you have to write advertising and marketing copy that communicates this to potential customers. Well, how do we do that? How do we identify and craft our avatar, our perfect customer? Well, this is where this comes in, the I help exercise. Now, this is an exercise that was developed by an attorney and business coach, Dave Fries, for his Business Black Ops mastermind group. And I found it transformative when I started using it. And you basically create this avatar, do this exercise, and then use that information you have distilled and gotten clarity on in your marketing. Okay. And it's in 4 steps. First, you identify who you help. Who is your avatar client? So you drill down and get clarity on that. What's in it for them? You're helping them to what? Realize the benefits and the benefits of the benefits of your product or service. And by providing them with my product or service, even if they have objections, fears, or friction. Okay, so I help my perfect customer to get something that they want and need by providing them with my product or service, even if they may have objections that might get in the way of converting them and actually buying your product or service. So I'm a bankruptcy attorney, and let's talk about one of my bankruptcy avatars just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So I help highly organized men and women aged 30 to 65 or over with good educations and technical savvy, with computers and access to the internet, living in Burlington, Camden, Gloucester, Salem, or Cumberland counties, with general unsecured debt in excess of $15,000. Well, how did I come about this avatar? Well, I want people to be highly organized with good educational and technical savvy with computers and access to the internet, because I want them to gather the information together that they need, provide it to me through an internet portal, and be able to scan and provide documents to me. So they have to have a certain level of sophistication, so that makes my job easier, and I'm able to provide the service at the price point I give. So it's important that I attract those people, not disorganized people who want to hand me a file full of documents that I've got to go through and organize. I want them to be age 30 to 65. They're a little bit older. They've had a chance to run up debt, and they're more likely to have the money to pay me for my services. And I want them to have debt in excess of $15,000, so it's worthwhile filing bankruptcy. I don't want people calling me that have $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. Doesn't make sense. Well, how do I do that? 2, rid themselves of credit card balances, medical bills, certain taxes, and DMV surcharges. Save their home from foreclosure. Pay back tax debt. These are the benefits. But getting beyond the benefits to the benefits of the benefits, relieve the stress and unhappiness that comes with carrying insurmountable debt. Give them the ability to rebuild their credit and their financial lives, and enjoy life more. So So get them to imagine and connect with them on those benefits of the benefits. And how do I do that? By filing a Chapter 7 bankruptcy to discharge credit card debt and medical debt, along with motor vehicle surcharges. File a Chapter 13 bankruptcy to create an affordable repayment plan, as you see. And even if, what are their objections? Even if they're afraid that what it will do to their credit, they fear they will lose their homes, they think they can't afford it, or they're ashamed of having to take this step because it means having given up. So those are a lot of the objections that I see. But okay, so we get that information together and we go through the worksheet and we go through the what if the I help exercise. But what do we do with that information once we have it? How does it inform our marketing so that we attract our avatar client? Well, we write headlines and emails, subject lines that speak to the avatar, whether this is on your website or print marketing. It has to involve this data. So, for example, how college graduates over 30 can get rid of $15,000 or more in debt. I've got an educated person within my age range that has a certain debt load. Nearing retirement but can't shake $15,000 plus in debt. Debt load, age. What internet research won't tell other people, older people, about freeing themselves from five-figure debt? You tried for years to pay back your five-figure debt load, but the balances never seem to go down. It's time for a better solution. So they're older, five-figure debt load. It's just not working. It's time for them to choose the bankruptcy solution. Now you got some good headlines. Write some body copy that speaks to the benefits. People can easily get overwhelmed by credit card debt, medical bills, and other financial obligations. A sudden loss or reduction of income can wreak havoc in your finances, even cause you to fall behind on your mortgage or tax payments. Hey, this happens to people. Okay? They can relate to this copy. If this sounds like you, again, reaching out, you are probably dealing with a great deal of stress brought on by worry, thinking about you'll never get out from under it, and this can wear you down mentally and even be bad for your health. So address their pain. And don't you wish there was a solution leading you into what your solution is? You provide filing bankruptcy can lift the weight from your shoulders, allow you to imagine a future in which you needn't fear your bank account being levied or your wages garnished. And you ask them here, imagine's a powerful word in ad copy. They're starting to visualize the benefits and the benefits of the benefits of buying your service. A future where instead of trying to scrape together a credit card payment, you can leave for a getaway weekend at the beach, go out for a dinner at a nice restaurant, one without trays or disposable drink cups, or buy something nice for your kids. Things that your avatar client might want to be able to do and miss doing. And then inoculate against objections. Even if. Does your FICO score begin with a 5? Then there's nowhere but up after bankruptcy. Well, if you've got a FICO score that begins with a 5, bankruptcy is not going to hurt it anymore. So what are you waiting for? That fear of what it's going to do to their credit. Find out why over 95% of homeowners in New Jersey don't lose their homes when they file bankruptcy. Wow, I'm probably not going to lose my home. Removes that fear and objection. Most people can't repay their defaulted credit card debt, so why are you still trying? Well, most people can't. It's not just me. Maybe I can just give myself permission to give up and file bankruptcy. Why getting rid of $15,000 to $100,000 in debt is worth the price and far less expensive than you might think. Addresses the debt load, compares it to the price, making the price giving value to the price, and saying it's less expensive than you might think. Addresses the issue of that it's less than what they imagine it to be in their minds, and maybe they can afford it. Now, you got right targeted calls to action, because all of your copies should have some sort of call to action. What do you want your prospective client to do once they've read your copy? So if you live in Burlington, Camden, Gloucester, Salem, or Cumberland counties, I'm limiting it. I only want people that are in my service area to contact me. Can't pay your 5-figure debt load, brings in the debt amount. Know that you need to file bankruptcy to deal with it. So they're already in a solution mindset. They've already decided to file bankruptcy. They're not just thinking about it. They're not just kicking the tires. They're not just looking for information. They're ready to buy, and they are ready to take action. Once you meet all these qualifications, then contact me. So it narrows the funnel. So if you want a fresh start in life, one with vacations and date nights, not credit card payments, worry, and stress. So you want it now and are ready to take action. So this call to action addresses the benefits of the benefits. So that's how you can use this method, this I help method, to inform your marketing, the language you use, what you write, what you put out there, to address and attract your ideal client and repel the ones that are not ideal. So try this at home. So when you start work on this on Monday, or you entrepreneurs probably later today or Sunday, you can get a free I help worksheet and copies of example slides. So all the examples I gave on the slides, you can get along with a one-sheet worksheet, and do one of these for each of your products and services. Really drill down. Jamie mentioned this about having too broad an avatar and trying to market to that. Narrow down the avatar, really drill down to specifically what your service or subservice is. And just go to ihelp.stephenjrichardson.com and fill out the form, and I will send you over that packet of information. Now, 18 minutes isn't really enough to really get into the weeds on this and help you. So if you're interested in, I'm going to be putting together a free 1-hour webinar to do a deeper dive into this exercise. If you're interested in that, check that box. If there's enough interest, I'll do a workshop and group coaching exercise over time to help you build your avatar. And if you're looking for maybe even more individualized help with this, check the box for one-to-one coaching. So that is the information, the program. How do I get out of this now?
Well, I can.
There we go.
There we go. That was great. I think it was a great deep dive into the idea of figuring out like who you act like. Oh, I want people that were in accidents, but do you? Like
you really have to drill down.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. The messaging though, is important. The psyche of that person's important. What they're going to respond to, what kind of advertising they already respond to, right? Figuring out that stuff. And so that's awesome, Steve. Thank you so much for speaking today.
Yeah, I didn't, because I couldn't work the two screens together. I didn't see any comments or anything. I was just doing the presentation.
There was a couple. Ross Brand popped in. He said, "Hey gang, it's his happy 29th birthday."
Okay.
I don't feel a day over 28. Well, you and me both, Ross. You and me both. But no, that was really it was really awesome. Thank you so much, Steve, for being here, and thank you for speaking.
Yeah, if you want to reach out, just steve@stephenjrichardson.com, and we'll get together.
And you absolutely should. I need super claps in the chat for Super Steve Richardson. I always want to say like there's an extra thing. I need super claps in the chat, everybody. Come on, give it up for Super Steve here. Steve, have a great rest of your weekend. We will get together soon, since you live literally like 2 towns over. So I was actually just in Seoul yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So. Oh, look, Carrie Caulfield's Eric is in the house. What is up, Carrie?
Hi,
How are
Carrie.
you?
Thank you.
All right, Steve. Take care. Good to see you. It was a really great explanation of avatars and marketing and things to think about. Fireworks going off. They are pew, pew, pew. Yeah, I love it. Absolutely. Super class. Thank you, Carrie. Carrie, today, I don't know if you saw, but we are raising money for HopeWorks. We're trying to raise up to $1,000 today for HopeWorks Camden, who help youth get on a track to education, career, and entrepreneurship. All through helping them learn how to code over in Camden, New Jersey. So it is awesome to be able to raise some money. We're at last I checked, it was at $30 so far. So I'd like to boost up. So if you want to thank me, you want to thank the other speakers, you want to thank our speaker that's coming up next, then go over to superjoepardo.com/donate and donate directly to the their Facebook donation right there. So yeah, awesome. It's awesome. It's good to see you, Mary. Super claps to you too, Carrie. Absolutely. All right. Our next speaker is speaking on the topic of growing you and your business. Consume, create, and connect. I need super claps in the chat for Super Kevin Cobb. Woo,
What's up, dude?
We're having a great time here. I wish I had the hair that you have, man. It's so great.
Here's the secret. I take it off at night and I put it on one of those little head things, like a mannequin, and I seal it in plastic, and it's perfect.
Yeah. I'm gonna be there taking hair off soon.
By the way, I thought my talk was about how to get on The Price is Right. I totally screwed this up. I've got the wrong notes.
It's okay. I'm okay with that. You can. I'm all right with that. I'm interested to hear that. My wife would love to hear that as well. Yeah. I've had a few friends on The Price is Right. Have you been on The Price is Right?
No. I had two friends that were on Wheel of Fortune. One failed miserably.
It's so hard.
And one on what was it, Joker's Wild or something like that years ago.
Yeah.
And had a friend that made it to the audience of Price is Right, but not quite. And he is like the biggest game show geek. So that was probably close enough. I don't think he got to kiss Bob Barker, but he was close enough.
I've had friends on Price is Right. I've had a family member on Wheel of Fortune as well. He did not fare so well, but it's a tough game. Even sitting at home, it's tough.
Yeah, I mean the two folks that I knew that was on there, the one that just bombed. She said, once she got on there and there's the lights and there's cameras and there's Vanna and there's Pat looking at you, you just blank. And she actually wrote down the clue, and we're all like, oh yeah, that's whatever it is. She goes, yeah, I figured that out later.
Kevin, so I'm gonna put 18 minutes on the clock. Are you sharing a screen?
No, it's just me. So for those of you watching, sorry about that. It's just me.
It's all of you. Hey, by the way, does anybody ever reference Kevin Cobb, the quarterback, to you?
No. I mean, technically, my last name is Colby, but I get that. I get that. Sadly, I get Willie Nelson more than anything. So I'm just putting it out there. Yeah, it's sad.
All right, sir, you are on the clock for 18.
I appreciate that. First of all, I'm really just pumped and excited to be here, and the only two people that I guess there's only three people I've ever known named Super in my life: Superman, Super Dave Osborne, and Super Joe Pardo. So I'm really excited to be. He's back. Really excited to be a part of this today, and so I made a mistake. That's what I want to talk about. I made a mistake. Actually, I made a couple of mistakes. Okay, I've made a lot of mistakes. So let's be real about this. I've made a lot of mistakes, but there's a couple of mistakes I want to share about today that all hopefully will make sense. So years ago, I was a creative director at a Fox TV station. And I was there for a long time, there for a lot of years through American Idol. In fact, I used to date myself when, somebody'd say, how long you've been here? And I'm like, what season is American Idol on? And, it was a blast. I led the most amazing creative team that I still believe probably still works in television. And we won a lot of awards, and we did a cool work, and we made a lot of money, mostly for the company, not necessarily for us. And we were actually one of the most recognized Fox affiliates in the country. It was a blast. It was just amazing. But and I don't know if you know this much about the media world, but the media world, like a lot of other businesses, started going through consolidation, where they were eliminating stations. Sometimes they were eliminating people, and so at one point we had a huge team, and then eventually my team got cut in half, and then eventually my position got eliminated. I figured it would, just because of the way the business was going. And thankfully, the company took care of me. But then for close to a year, 7 months-ish to a year after that, I really was like figuring out, what do I want to do? For years, I started in radio, then I was in television for a long time. It's like, what do I do? And people would say, what do you do? And I'd go, I don't know. I have good hair, but I don't know what I would do. And so it kind of became that, what should I eventually do? And what ended up happening is I kind of launched officially my own business, which is a video marketing and coaching business. It's called Kevin Colby Media. I thought, okay, it's my name, which I should remember. If I forget, it'll help me. And it's media, which I love to do and create and have been around my life. So what are the mistakes? What does this have to do with what we're talking about today? Well, there were a couple of major mistakes that I made. And here was one. While I was leading this amazing creative team, I wasn't really creating anything. Now, I oversaw the creative, and I would sign off, and we would have these big, what we called idea storms. And I would throw ideas in, and most of the time their ideas were better than mine. And if you lead a team, my suggestion is, this is a bonus tip, is let your team create and do. Don't micromanage them. Give them the ability to fail, because it doesn't mean they're a failure, right? So let them try. But I wasn't really creating anything outside of work on my own. I do the selfie every once in a while, but that was it. And that was a mistake, because I wasn't doing anything outside of my team. I say all the time, I was living vicariously through my team. Well, the other mistake was, so I had this time. I didn't know what I was doing and everything. And quite honestly, I kind of started living into the hype that other people were saying about me. Oh, Kevin, you're so good, and you're amazing, and you're going to get a job like this back in television. I'm like, yeah. Didn't work out that way. And so what happened is I thought, well, let me start creating content. And I think that's when I started my YouTube channel. I've had actually variations of my YouTube channel. And so I was creating some content, just kind of creating it. And a friend of mine and a mentor said to me, you need to stop creating and you need to get a job. And I thought, yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. And so I did. I completely stopped for maybe 2 days, maybe 3. And I remember saying to my wife, I can't do this. I've got to create. It's in my DNA to create. So the 2 mistakes I made is that while I had the opportunity to create through my team, I didn't. I did through them, but I didn't on my own. And then I stopped creating because I thought, well, that creation can't possibly lead to anything else. So you may say, what does this have to do about me, Kevin, and my business and whatever your business is? My business is, I'm a video coach and I'm a content creator. That's what I do. But I think it has to do about growing you before you grow your business. And, the funny thing is, I don't know that I consider myself an entrepreneur. I guess I am. I don't know. I'm on YouTube, but I don't consider myself a YouTuber. But, I do run my business, and I have created other things with other people and things. Some of them have never launched and some have. But what ended up happening, though, is that, or what I believe and what I've experienced is that if you focus solely on growing your business and you're not even focused on you, then things get out of whack. So, the title of this talk is Grow You and Your Business. I am a huge fan, proponent, coach, cheerleader for growing you and then growing your business. In fact, as you grow you, it's going to help you grow your business. So I kind of sum it up into the 3 words: create and consume and connect. And that's what I want to talk just a little bit about, and kind of challenge you. a little on. Yes, Toya's saying you have to be focused on you too. You're right. And so let's think about create and connect and consume. Now, quite honestly, it doesn't matter. See, I just set them out of order. It doesn't really matter what order. I used to say consume, create, and connect, but it doesn't matter the order. What really matters is that you're thinking about these actually beyond thinking, that you're actually putting these into practice. So like creating. Now, you and I may live in completely different worlds. I believe everybody has creative gifts. Your gifts may be different than mine. Your gifts may be similar to mine, but we look at it differently. So by creating something constantly, you're growing yourself. And you may be adding to a portfolio. I mean, look, you know, when I transitioned from being the creative director to myself, and people would say, well, can you show me some of your stuff? Well, I had a collection of work that my team did that I oversaw, but it's not the same thing as something I may put my hands on and did. Now, look, I don't care whether you're a plumber, and Carrie's saying, I'm so feeling this. Thank you very much. That means a ton. I don't care if you're a plumber. I don't care if you're a Walmart greeter. I don't care if you're a CEO. There's something about creating that can totally change what you do. If you paint, paint. If you dance, dance. If you take pictures, take pictures. Don't worry about the gear. Well, you know, Kevin, I'd like to do video, but I don't really have a camera. So what if I created? You got a phone, you got a camera, you got a laptop, you got a camera. Create. So when you're creating, you're feeding that soul that may lead to something. I mean, look, I did some projects for free just because I had the time and I wanted to, and those led to other projects and other clients. Consume. Now, you know, this is not the same as being consumed with something. I do think you can be consumed with something and it can ruin your life. It can ruin a relationship. I mean, it could just be bad. But what I'm talking about is consuming. Another way to say it is learning. And, you know, one of the things that I love to do is music. I absolutely love music. People ask me if I play any instrument, and I say I play Spotify. That's the only instrument I can play. I did play cello in 4th grade, but it was not really good. But consume, I love music. So people say, what's your favorite kind of music? And I go, music. I mean, I can listen to everything from like, you know, hard metal rock to jazz. I'm not crazy about opera, rap, country. I mean, I just love it. And what happens is by consuming different forms of music, all of a sudden I'm introduced to different worlds and things I haven't even thought about. Same thing with movies and TV shows. Probably one of the best things that happened to our family is we cut the cord. Most of our stuff is off Netflix and Hulu. I mean, we don't watch Hulu anymore, but Amazon Prime and things like that, because we can find different shows. I found out I'm a huge fan of BBC dramas. When they start talking too fast, I don't understand what they're saying, but I'm from the South, so they probably don't understand what I'm saying. But the idea of consuming is being able to teach yourself something you didn't know, or maybe it's something that you're not interested in. Now, again, a word of caution. You can, and I, from experience, you can be trying to study on something and learn all the right ways to do it, which there probably aren't. Now, you know, there is a right way to cross the street, but I'm talking about a lot of things that people want to assert there's only a way to do something. You can consume so much that then you're not creating. And I've fallen into that trap. So there is a balance. What is the balance? I don't know. It's not a third, or whatever the math might be. But I do believe you need to be doing that, which leads us to the third one, which is connecting or connections. I personally try not use the word contacts. Look, I don't know if you're like me, but you know, I've opera over rap. Well, Steve and I may have talked about that offline. But you know, when I was trying to figure out what I was doing, you know, I thought, well, I'll go to our Chamber of Commerce had a monthly breakfast. So I would go to the monthly breakfast and I'd have my stack of cards and I'd be walking around and, you know, and you'd try and find some people and hand them out and stuff like that. And then you hope, you know, that maybe, well, I'll send them a blind email. And to me, that's not connecting. That was building contacts. Now, I do have contacts in my digital Rolodex. And if that's the first time you've ever heard the word Rolodex, just Google it. But I do. I mean, I have somebody in there for a plumber. I have somebody in there to cut our grass because I hate cutting grass and things like that, right? But those are contacts. I'm talking about connections. I'm talking about connecting with people that maybe you've never talked to. So like if you're a fan of somebody, or you're a follower of somebody, or you've read a book by somebody, connect with the author and just say, hey, look, I really liked your work. You'll be surprised how many times. That's why I love Twitter, because I do more connecting that way. I'll just DM somebody and I'm not asking for anything, which is the key to a connection. I think when you're connecting with people, it's a deeper level than just building contacts. Heck, I mean, probably a year or so ago, I didn't know Joe. And somehow we connected through one of the many groups. And now, when he has a milestone in his YouTube channel, I'm cheering him on. Because when you connect, you're building deeper connections that I think will help you. So, what all does this have to do with business? Well, I come back to the basics. That when you're growing yourself, you can grow your business. There ain't nothing worse than a business with an unhealthy leader. I mean, you were always worried about, I was always worried about my team being, sick. If you're not feeling good, you need to go home. Not feeling well, stay home, work from home. Thankfully, a lot of my team were remote workers before remote working became the thing. Because I wanted them to have a good life balance. I didn't want them to, I didn't want them to live to work. I wanted them to work so they could live. So when you get that balance and you're growing yourself, and again, what I bring it down to is creating something. And you define what creation is, not me. I mean, for me, sometimes it's doing an Instagram post. Sometimes it's taking a picture. Sometimes it's, I don't draw. Sometimes it's just writing. And I'll keep like a little journal. I mean, sometimes I do audio journaling. So I'm an iPhone guy, and I use voice memos a lot just to kind of talk. You might say I'm talking to myself, but so far it's worked out okay. But carve some time out to just create however you define it, and then consume, call it learn what you want, but take some time to do that. I mean, I start off my morning early every morning, cup of coffee. I get kind of a Devo. I call it my God time. And then I kind of start my day that way. Right. But throughout the day, I'm a huge YouTube viewer, because that's how I'm watching and learning things. So I'm looking at different things, but then it may be going to an art gallery. It may be doing, again, however you define consume and learn, and it may be, what I love to do is do things outside of my scope of work, just so I can expand my world. So my world isn't like this, my world is like that. And then connect with people that maybe you need, a friend you hadn't talked to in a long time, a family member, maybe. I mean, this isn't counseling, but I do believe in talking to your mom and dad. But at the same time, connect with other people that you want to just say thank you. I mean, one of the things I love to do is just, and one of my gifts is I love to encourage people, and just sending somebody a DM or a text saying, hey, I really love that video, or I like your background, or whatever it is. And if they don't respond, that's okay. But sometimes it can lead to connections. I will tell you this, because of my YouTube channel and that community, and just being more about creating to create and more about giving versus getting. Yeah, I do have a business, and I do make money, but I've managed to be able to connect with people all over the world. I've got a friend that I talk to in Australia. I've got one in London. I've got one in South America. And that's the beauty of making connections, checking in on people. So how do you do all this? Well, you got to figure that out. But I do believe if you don't make it a thing, it won't be a thing. I wouldn't consider it like a checklist. All right, well, I did this and I did this and I did this. But I think the more you do it, the more it becomes natural, and the more you grow yourself. So I'll leave you with this. The best time to start something was yesterday. The second best time to start something is today. So I'm Kevin Colby. I don't have anything for you to sign up for, but if you want to connect with me, I'm at kevincolby.com. My YouTube channel has my name on it. You'll see this face. I really appreciate, Joe, you having me here. I hope this connected with somebody, and I appreciate it.
Well, it definitely did connect with some people here. I don't know if you saw all the comments, but it's Carrie's feeling it. And I know that there's other people out here that are going to be feeling it, because it's important. It's important to know yourself, right? And be able to know your buttons. I always say, like, figure out the reset buttons that you have. Like,
I love that.
Back when I was working in the family business and I hated I came home and I would start talking to my wife about how my day went, and it would turn into me yelling, not at her, but just like, I'm just so frustrated, because it's like, this is not hard. This is the numbers, we can do it. We can make this happen. And then I'd have to like watch something funny. I put on South Park or Tosh.0 or something to be able to just like boop, 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 hit the switches so that I could like take it down, decompress, in 10, 20 minutes. And then I would be fine for the rest of the night. But, you get to a point where it's like, that's not acceptable anymore. And it's just not a good way to live. So I absolutely love it. I love the fact that you do projects, that don't necessarily have money, monetary value assigned to it. And I'm so glad that we've connected through these groups. And it's been fun watching your journey as well, man.
Thanks,
like
man.
You're growing exponentially. And I'm so happy to be connected with you now.
I appreciate it. This was a blast being on here. I really am honored that I got selected.
Oh, well, you're very welcome, Kevin. Any time. And there's more in store for both of us. I'd love to do some video work together and things like that. You're in Florida, right? Are you near where in Florida?
No, I'm actually in North Carolina.
Wow. For some reason, I thought you were in. I don't know why I thought you were in Florida.
No, I visited there once. Maybe that was.
Oh, okay. Maybe I
know the abbreviation. So.
Well, next time I am down in the area, we will have to make something happen, man. All right. Well, we'll be in touch. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Kevin Colby, not Kevin Cobb.
Nope.
Sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. He's way better anyway. So appreciate it.
No, well, I mean, he wasn't.
Well,
as an Eagles fan, he wasn't. Anyway, you
those deep wounds.
All
right.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
All right.
Take care. All right. So we're going to keep it moving right along here. As soon as I tell you about, thank you for the super claps. Carrie, fantastic reminder to exercise your creative stuff. Yeah, you always need to be thinking creatively, as much outside the box, looking at analyzing other things and what's going on, what trends are happening, taking little bits and pieces and then applying it to your industry, your niche, your creations. And then people will be like, oh, look how original that is. It's like, because they haven't seen all the other things that all the inspirations that you plucked and sprinkled into your creations. Speaking of creations, podcasting is our next topic, which is empower your voice to grow your podcast. If you want to learn more about the indie pod community that I run, speaking of podcasts, go over to indiepodcasters.com. You can join our Facebook group, which are over like 2,800 people now, which is phenomenal because we it's just grown exponentially over the last year, almost year and a half now. Man, this whole COVID thing is going by as slowly as possible. So speaking on empowering your voice to grow your podcast, I need super claps in chat for Super Mary Chan. Welcome, Mary.
Hello.
Nice microphone there, by the way. It works really well.
Yes.
So do you have any slides you're going to be sharing?
I do not. It is just myself.
All right. Well, that's perfect. All right. Well, Mary, you are on the clock for 18 minutes.
All right, then. So thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. This is pretty exciting. And to just follow on what everybody else has been saying so far, this has been really great. But did you catch that earlier when I was saying thank you in all those different ways? Subtle. Did you hear it? 2 little words, thank you, that communicate so many different meanings when you say it out loud. So how did it make you feel when I said thank you? Or is that thank you? Or thank you? Excited? Connected? Appreciated? Steve, thank you. Super Mary, yeah. They were all different as they had their own unique energy that subconsciously told you how I wanted to engage with you. I want you to have that same range of energy, no matter if you host a podcast, are only a guest on one, or, you can empower your voice, not just to grow your podcast, but your business as well, because you need your voice to talk about your business and yourself as an entrepreneur, right? When you're behind the mic, and I'm not talking about you need a physical mic like this one that Super Joe and I have, but there's mics on our phones. There's mics when we do Zoom calls on our laptops. There are mics everywhere these days. And so imagine if you are going on a podcast, or if you are hosting your own podcast and you're reading your guest's bio as an example, and you're just reading it like this. So-and-so is coming up next. They are going to be on my show. They're going to be talking about this, da 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 da, and then you just want to get through it. Is that very exciting? Or maybe you're recording your videos to sell your product and service. And if you're going to be monotone and you're just talking about this is who I am, this is my product, and I'm going to sell you this service, da 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 da, speaking in monotone, why would the listener, me in this case, why would I be excited to buy and take action from what you're saying? Or I even had one person come to me and she said that she felt she was so monotone that she was so afraid she was going to put people to sleep. So how is she going to get out of that in order to sell her business herself? Your voice is the most powerful instrument you have to showcase who you truly are, whether you are a podcaster or just a business owner without a podcast, but especially when you do have a podcast. This is something I learned way back in the day. I started in radio. That is my corporate background. Way back in the late 90s, early 2000s. That's when radio all happened for me. But even a little bit before then, when I was in high school, and we can't tell here, we're all virtual still these days. We'll be in person soon. But when I meet you in person, you'll see I'm only 5'1". Or I think my license is 5'2". I'm 5'1". I'm going to be honest here. I'm 5'1". Who else is a shorty? Your physical appearance, like mine, if you're small like me, I was seen as cute. And people literally said they wanted to fold me up and put me in their pocket. Like they would grab me because I was so cute and small. I don't think I ever had a growth spurt in high school. I don't think that was ever a thing for me, at least. And so when I spoke and used my voice, I reflected that subconscious bias towards me by speaking up here and reflecting on my smallness and cuteness. That's not what I wanted. Well, I didn't know that at the time until I went to radio school. And that's how I found my voice. Through my voice alone, I realized I was able to express and influence what people thought of me immediately, within seconds of my voice. So I went from speaking in my cute little girl voice up in here to a more natural, authentic me, myself, here. Allowing people to hear what I felt in my heart and not the cute little girl up here, and influencing what they thought of me. So then working in radio all those years, I also got to coach other announcers, but small business owners coming in and reading their commercials as well, and helping all these people make their voice come alive on the radio, utilizing their voice to influence listeners to take action. So today, having been downsized from the radio industry, like corporate, that happens. In 2018, I started my own podcast production company and started working with entrepreneurs and podcasters, creating podcasts, using your voice to share your message through the power of podcasting. But ultimately, your natural voice, your instrument right here to grow your business. When you are aware of your voice and how you are speaking, you will be able to build deeper connections and be more confident in your voice to truly express who you are. And research in likability, you may have heard this stat before, shows that for communication and likability, so when someone wants to purchase your product or service, it's the know, like, and trust factor, right? So likability, 55% of that is body language. So what, if you are watching this, we have the video portion. You can see my visual cues. That's 55%. 38% of that is in the tone of your voice. So how are you going to say something? And only 7% is the actual words that you use. So when you think about it, when you're writing out that post on social media or your, LinkedIn post, you're rewriting your words, you're trying to figure out, is this the right word to use or should I use this word instead? The actual words you use are the least important when it comes to your voice. You can stop using that online thesaurus and figure out what that perfect word is after all, because that doesn't really matter. And then when you're thinking in the podcasting sense, in the traditional way of podcasting, there's no video, no one can see you. Same thing with Clubhouse. Everyone's on Clubhouse these days. I'm an Android user, so I'm not on Clubhouse yet. But on Clubhouse, no visuals again. So you are losing that 55% of body language. So imagine the stats now. If you're going to reframe that on these platforms of podcasting, being on Clubhouse, when the communication is all down to the tone of your voice, that 38% for the tone of your voice skyrockets. So how will you speak up the next time you want to say something, to share your business values, to promote yourself, to be that amazing guest that you are on your podcast? So how do you shift the way you speak to keep your listeners engaged and create influence? So your listeners will take action. That's the whole point, right? You want people to take action on what you say. So here are the 5 keys to help amplify your voice. The first one is to have pitch and melody. You want to speak up high in your head voice and low as well in your chest voice. Like I said earlier, your voice is your number one instrument. And like an instrument, like think about it in a keyboard or a piano, you should be able to play every single note of that keyboard. Way up high over here, not all the time though, then you're going to sound like the little girl like I was, and way down low as well, and all the melody in between, the different pitches. Because changing your inflection using pitch and melody will build trust with your listener. Number 2 is volume, to be both loud and soft. When you're loud, you're excited, but you're not yelling. Yelling is different. Because if you're yelling, then you can come off as angry. You don't want to sound angry to your listeners, right? But also on the other end of the spectrum, you want to speak more softly at times. Being more soft in your voice isn't a bad thing. Some people think, oh, I'm too quiet. Sometimes you need that quietness. Because when you are speaking more softly in your voice, you bring in vulnerability. You get to show more emotion to your voice. That this is from my heart. You need both loud and soft to create that impact. Number 3 is your speed. Some people think they talk too fast or they talk too slow. Talking too fast all the time, people can't keep up with you and digest what you are saying because you're going to go a mile a minute and be too confusing for your listener. You're going to talk about this and then you're going to talk about that. And then there's this point over here and this thought over there. And people are like, whoa, which thought are you at? I need to breathe. I need to have a pause here to really figure out what you are saying. So talking too fast all the time, sometimes it happens because you might be nervous. That is a thing. But also the opposite. There are people who speak too slowly. and making people fall asleep because they're a little slower in what they want to say. How did that make you feel? That was all awkward, wasn't it? You need to calibrate your speed to keep your listeners with you. Number 4 is pause. I love this one because it's like a cliffhanger. You want to set something up that's important, you pause. People think they need to fill the silence all the time, or else especially if you have a guest or somebody, they're going to talk all over you and step all over you. But no, silence at key points of your message will have people wanting more and wondering, ooh, there's a pause there. Ooh, it's that cliffhanger. What are you going to say next? You've got my attention with that pause. So remember, pausing and a bit of silence is actually golden. Don't be afraid of silence. Number 5, elongation. This goes hand in hand with pausing in some ways, because if you slow down one word, you're really emphasizing that word. It shows emotion. So if you had a bit of pausing here and you slow a word down, people really connect to that elongation of that word. So there are the 5 keys. So you want to put this all together, though, because it's not just about using one key at a time. Because like I said, if you're going to be talking too fast all the time, that's no good. If you're going to be really high-pitched all the time, that's also no good, as we've already said. You don't want people to think that about you. It's about using variety and all of those 5 keys in some combination or another. So for example, if you want to sound grateful, you're going to slow your pace down. You're going to have less volume and bring in that vulnerability I was talking about. So being grateful, I'm going to be slow and less volume because I'm grateful to be here with you today. Another example, if you're happy, if you're excited and happy about something, you're going to have more melody in your voice. You're going to go up high and down low and maybe be a little louder because you're excited and you're going to speak just a little bit faster. Another example, strength, confidence. Bring that strength and confidence to your voice by lowering your pitch a little bit. Speaking more in your chest voice in here versus the head voice up in here. Hear that difference? And then also elongation. If you have strength and confidence in your voice, you are going to stretch out a word and be full of confidence in that one particular word because every single word matters. So my challenge to you is to actually read out loud every day for 5 minutes. That's how you can practice these tips because you're going to be doing it with spirit, with taking in everything that you've learned so far. And one of the great ways to do it is if you've got kids, it's going to be awesome because I have a 5-year-old daughter. We read to her every day as it is. But what's fun is that I get to incorporate these 5 keys when I read to her. And I get to do it in fun character voices and be silly. So you can go up in here in a fairy voice and we are going to go into the magical forest. Or then you're going to go down here and be a monster and be the troll with the billy goat's gruff going over the bridge. And you can try out the variety of your vocal range and use your instrument to its fullest potential. And know that you're just reading out loud to your kid. It's going to be silly. It's not going to be recorded and put online anywhere, right? So you can be as silly as you want to be. And if you don't have a kid, that's totally okay too. Pick a book off your shelf. It doesn't matter if it's a business book. Read it out loud and make it so that it sounds interesting because some of this business stuff can be a little dry. And if you can make that content exciting to listen to, you've got it right there. So now that you have your 5 keys to amplify your voice, and this challenge is just one step to hone in to build trust, credibility, and influence with your voice to ultimately grow your podcast and your business. So tag me on Instagram if you do the challenge. I'm at Organized Sound Productions. I want you to read out loud every day You can just send a picture if you're still not sure about posting your silly voice practice online. But if you want to learn more about amplifying your voice, I invite you to a free webinar I'm going to actually be hosting on Monday to empower you with more techniques to connect with your vocal range, that instrument with the melody piano I was talking about, and create that self-confidence in your voice to power your business or podcast further. I want you to reconnect and reclaim your voice to truly connect and engage on an emotional level with your listeners. So sign up for free. It's a free webinar. I'll also do some hot seat voice coaching live as well. So we can interact more and get you to shift how you use your voice immediately. You can go to my website. It's organizedsound.ca, organized with a Z. Some people spell it with an S. Organized with a, well, I'm Canadian, so I said Z. I mean Z. Organized with a Z, sound.ca/webinar. And if you're watching the replay much later and you missed the webinar, I've also got a one sheet for the 5 keys for you if you want that. It's organizedsound.ca, as we've already said, /5 keys. That's the number 5 keys. So don't write out FIVE, number 5 keys. 5 keys. So thank you so much, or is that thank you so much, or thank you so much for sharing your time with me today. Joe, this is fun. This is amazing. You guys are awesome.
Oh, thank you. And no, I think that is there's a lot to think there, and not just from the podcasting aspect, but just in general, how you're self-projecting, how you feel you look or think you look. And I would have never guessed that you were 5'1".
I know, right? Yes. Yes. That was the whole goal when I was in high school. I don't want to be seen as the little girl. And how do I do that? Your voice.
Yeah. It happens, right? It happens to the best of us. And I think understanding it for ourselves and then being able to pass it on. And you're talking about reading the kids and stuff. I know my kid, Carrie said, your kids will tell you if you're reading incorrectly.
Yes.
I know my daughter definitely has told me a few times, and I'm not a great reader. I'm a very slow reader. Like I got to read like every single word. And I know that it's, it's helpful to me to read, because now that I'm doing videos where I'm like reacting and reading reviews and things, I am like, I got to get better at that whole reading thing, than I was. But even doing voices is important.
Yeah. And note, when you were talking about reading, when you are reading, just remember that you're not reading word for word. You're actually conveying a message to your listener. So you want to put that emotion behind it.
Yes. Yeah. And you know what? The other thing is, and this just came up the other day, I was listening to one of my favorite podcasts is the Disney Dish podcast with Jim Hill and Len Testa. And they did a recreation of American Adventure, the ride in Disney World, or the show ride. But it was the first or second version of the script, and they recreated it with professional voice actors and all that stuff. And they talked about the cadence of the voice and why they just didn't want to just the two of them sitting there reading the script back and forth. Because they had to make a lot of decisions on how things should be read. And they pointed to a previous episode with the Carousel Progress script, where a historian that they had on the show was talking about how there's a scene in where it's like, oh, John, you're a genius. And it's like how that's read is very different from how it's perceived when you listen to it, because it's like she's making fun of him. She's not saying, oh, I'm bowing down to my husband because he's so smart. Because it was, represented by, I think, the 40s. So it's like, that it was actually bucking that trend of, subservient wifehood. So but you wouldn't know that if you just read it as like word for word what the intention was, unless they wrote in parentheses like sarcastically reads, that he's a genius.
But that's why the tone of your voice is so much more important than the actual words you use.
Yeah. Well, as I've learned over the years, being loud does not impede you being smart, right? It does not make you right just because you're loud about it.
Yes.
It just, you might be passionate about it, but it doesn't make it right. So it's one of those things that's good to know and to think about with when it comes to podcasting, when it comes to making videos, when it comes to creating scripts or marketing materials, and how those people want it to be perceived, because we color everything with our own biases, our own experiences, and that's you can't read sarcasm in text messages as I learned quickly growing up in the AOL Instant Messenger world. What people say isn't necessarily what they mean.
And even so now with the younger generation, they, if you put a period at the end of a sentence and you send that text message, oh my gosh, they're like, that is
okay, boomer.
End of message. You are serious, period, full stop. And I'm like, oh, I was just using grammar. Sorry, I didn't mean that. So now I always use exclamation marks. I'm like, I'm excited, exclamation mark versus period.
Well, it's one of those things, that there's a generational understanding gap thing. But with that said, like, hey, there's been plenty of words that have been abbreviated over the years. One of the fun ones going back, because it seems like you're probably old enough to know this. We used to say BRB, right?
Oh, yes.
But there is no BRB anymore. Because, like, literally, it's with us.
We're always
we live here.
Yeah.
We live here. There's
LOL still exists, though. LOL.
Yes, LOL does
That's
still
an old
exist, surprisingly, or AFK, or I had to explain that one to my 4-year-old daughter when I read it out loud from the chat. We were in Disney World Minecraft server, and somebody said AFK because AFK can make sense in certain things, but in most like chats, it doesn't make sense anymore because we're always there,
Yeah.
But thank you so much, Mary. It was an excellent talk, and I appreciate you taking the time today to be here with us.
Well, I appreciate you and selecting me and letting me share my voice with your audience as well.
You are so welcome. I love your sound panels, by the way. I don't know if you picked up. I got sound panels
all the
way
way
down.
Yours. Yeah, nice.
All the way down both sides here, as much as possible, and it still is not enough. But it's better than not having it for sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, Mary. I need super claps in the chat for Super Mary Chan. Looking forward to
Thank
connecting
you.
with you in the future.
Yes.
Have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. So here's the link, organizedsound.ca/webinar. Thank you, Carrie, for jumping on that, and the super claps in the chat. Our next speaker is not in the room at the moment, so I'm going to fill in some of the time here, talking about where we are, where we're all headed here, and what's really actually, you know what? No. You know what? Here's what I'll talk about. So the person that was supposed to be here was supposed to be talking about SEO. So throw some claps in the chat if you wanted to hear some SEO tips, because I am no SEO queen like the person who is supposed to be here right now, but I've been doing this for a long time too, and have some tips that I can throw out there for all of you. So if you have any SEO questions, I would love to field them the best that I can, and just talk about what you can do to make SEO a little bit easier on you, right? Awesome. Carrie's on board. Carrie was supposed to leave. Carrie, you were supposed to go be mom. Maybe you should throw some one headphone in or something and walk and talk. Can we never? Can there never be enough SEO talk? No, there cannot be enough SEO talk. And the reason is SEO affects all of us in how we are able to be able to interact with all the people who so I think our speaker's actually, she thought that it was in PST time. But yeah, so anyway, all right, so SEO. When you're thinking about what is important for my business? What is important for my website? What do I want people to find me for? How do I get found, right? Because that can be tough. Like when you're looking at what topics you should be writing for. Oh, here you go. Why is SEO so complicated? So it doesn't have to be that complicated. Let me see here. So okay, so here's what we can do. Let's start with one of some extraterrestrial is outside. You know, when it comes to SEO, our speaker wrote the other day, like, only give wrong answers to what SEO stands for, and I think my answer was what was my answer? It was something oh, I forget what my answer was. It was something edible oranges. Somewhat edible oranges, or soft serve edible oranges. So one of the easiest ways to start with SEO and figure out what direction you should be going with when you're like, hey, what's really important here for my people to know. So where I go first is google.com/trends. Ooh, oranges. Yes, oranges are also sexy, optimistic encourager. GoogleTrends.com or trends.google.com is an easy way to find out, is anybody even searching for the thing that you want to write about, or and it shows you keywords. So, and this is totally free. Like, there are other services out there. I have SERPstat. I think I have one or two other services as well. But when it comes to just trying to make it as simple as possible to like figure out, is anybody actually searching for this, and where are they searching from? So does somebody want to give me a topic that I can throw here into the search? Hi, Steph. How are you? Welcome to the conference. Do you have a search topic I could throw here into Google Trends?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, you're having a hard time hearing me. Oh no.
No. You know what? I'm wondering if if I put on my earbuds, that might be better.
It probably will. Why don't you get your earbuds?
I'm gonna grab my earbuds.
All right, so let's see. Let's look for like, what if we have an orange farm, right? We'll start with orange. So let's just say like oranges. So what it shows you is the search velocity over time. So how many people, not really many people, but how in relation to others. So like this is a little bit complicated to understand, but numbers represent search interest relative to the highest point on the chart for the given region and time. A value of 100 is the peak popularity to the term. A value of 50 means that the term is half as popular. A score of 0 means that there's just not enough data, so it means there's not enough people actively searching for that term. And what you can see is not only how often, how many, the velocity of people are searching for it, but which is, wow, there's a lot of people searching for oranges apparently across the country, and Alaska is number one. Was not expecting that at all. So if you scroll down, you can also see related topics, right? New World, Orioles, birds, calcium, dried fruit, candied fruit. So you can see like, okay, so New World Orioles apparently is a breakout. So it's apparently has some massive search in the last year. I don't understand why it's showing as a breakout. Some of this can be kind of hard to understand, but at the end of the day, you want to see like, what are people searching for? So if we scroll down here, we can actually see like the states, and then we can even see like, okay, so Orioles in Illinois. So there's people searching for it in the last 12 months, but if we just want to look at like the last 30 days, there's been two massive spikes. So who knows? Like, I'm not sure what caused those spikes. You'd have to go in and actually do a search for that. How did Florida rank for oranges? That's a great question. Why is I not able to see? Go back to orange. Okay, there we go. Oranges. So they got 75. So their score is 75, which is, pretty good. But I guess, see, my thought would be people that don't have oranges growing in their state would probably be the states that are looking for oranges. Here's another example. So like one of the with my YouTube channel here, which we're broadcasting to on Super Joe Pardo, I do Shark Tank videos, right? So I'm gonna search. Last night was one of the topics was the truffle shuffle. So I'm gonna search truffle shuffle, and you can actually see all the different states and all the different search amounts that are comparative here, and you'll see that coincidentally. Let's see. Comparatively speaking, apparently it has not hit very high in the last day. But if I go, since it aired last night, you can actually kind of hone in, and then it shows you the search velocity by like the hours, right? So when they aired on Shark Tank, it was like, woo, there was a whole lot of search velocity there, and then it slowed down, and then it picked back up around 11 o'clock. Why did it pick up at 11 o'clock? Because the show aired on the West Coast, right? And then it's just been trickling in. So if I just go to the past hour or past 4 hours, you'll see like, okay, so it's actually, comparatively speaking, there's actually quite a bit of traffic hitting up truffle shuffle right now. So it's just things like that give you an opportunity to see what are people searching for. Truffle salt Shark Tank is another related term. So this is a tool to help give you a guide to where you need to be with figuring out what people are actively searching for. So if I typed in something like business coaches in South Jersey, not enough search data, right? So I know that there might be people searching for that, and I could try to go and rank for that term, but it's so narrow that there isn't enough. Well, let's see, in the past 4 hours, let's go 12 months. Yeah, still not enough. So that's actually a good thing, right? To be able to rank for those things. So when people are searching for business coaches in South Jersey, I'm more likely to come up because there's not as much, probably not as much competition. Now, there are other tools that'll tell you how much competition there are for those keywords that you're trying to rank for. This is not one of them, but it just helps you get an idea of what's trending, how many, how much traffic is heading towards those keywords at the moment. And that information could be super helpful when you're trying to figure out what topics do I want to look at, right? So coronavirus, you can see the search velocity has hit a peak here in I can't tell what month that was because it keeps disappearing, but December of 2020, it hit a super peak there. It's just one of those terms. It's totally free. TubeBuddy helps with YouTube with tags. Absolutely. I love ding. TubeBuddy is awesome. It's free, but you can also pay for it at $4.50 or so per month starting, or cheaper if you sign up for a year. No affiliate links or anything like that, but I definitely would go and check out TubeBuddy if you're trying to rank for YouTube content. So to me, this is the ultimate free thing, because then you can just see is there enough people searching for that term, and if there isn't, then it might be a good term to look into if it's narrow enough. If it's like I said, business coaches in South Jersey, or such and such lawyers in a specific area, or something to that effect. That will really help you be able to push when people type in those things. But the thing is there's less people typing in those keywords. So it's a give and take there to really to really think about. So just talking about that tool. I mean, geez, we've already covered the time. Steven says agreed. TubeBuddy rocks. I have the premium version. I have the pro version of TubeBuddy. The keyword search is awesome, and it has helped me rocket my channel. We're at 602 subscribers now. Just like an hour ago, we finally hit 600. And now we are well on our way to multiple hours where we have multiple hundreds of views per hour. Sorry about that. I accidentally hit the back button on my on my mouse here as I went to grab my mouse. Tagging is very handy. It's not the end all be all, but the great thing about tagging is it shows you where you're coming up in rankings for those keywords, and that's very helpful because you're able to see like, am I number 1? Am I number 10? Am I number 3, 5? Generally speaking, you want to be in the top 5 of any keywords that you're trying to rank for. But it's not, keyword stuffing is not going to necessarily get you there because YouTube is smart enough to analyze your entire video, look at every single word that, what you're talking about, and then figure out where that video should rank based on like time and then click-through rate and all these other factors factor in there. It's very, very complicated stuff, but it's TubeBuddy helps you cut through a lot of that, just figuring out the keywords that you should be try to go ranking for. Yeah, you did lose me there for a second, Steve. As I said, I hit the back button on my mouse here. So I want to bring up our next speaker, who is speaking on the topic of faking it won't work. Authenticity in the age of COVID. Everyone, I need super claps in the chat for Super Steph Palmero. I can't, you're muted. So
there we go. Palermo.
Palermo.
Yes. Like the capital of Sicily.
Yes. So, how are you doing today, Steph?
I'm great, thank you. I know you knew I had COVID, so I'm still kind of nasally.
Aww,
but at least I feel good.
That's great. That's great to hear.
So I'm great. Thank you. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
I see Brian's with us. Real quick, Steve, it says, how do you find out about rankings for tags? It's when you edit a video, if you go to the tags, and you start typing in different keywords there in the tags. After you've published the video, it'll actually do a search and tell you a little number if you're going to come up for it, and if there's enough search traffic going to that keyword at all to be able to show you that you're in the top 20, I think, of videos. So, Steph, are you sharing any screens today?
I am. So I see right down here. I can share right here.
Yep.
So should I go now, or
yeah,
is this good?
Please do.
Okay, great. Okay, so here we go. Okay, let me jump on here. Okay,
there we go.
So yeah, everybody can see that, correct?
Yep.
Okay, great. So,
right.
okay, so I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I love to talk about authenticity and aligning to our higher self, because that is the key to not only a joyful life for yourself, but that also enables a ripple effect around the people and to the people with whom you surround yourself. So, what is authenticity? Authenticity is more than just being, it's actually not even being a realist. People say, I'm a realist. Well, sometimes our reality and what we think is reality isn't really what is, especially if you're not living a purpose-driven life and you're not aligned to your higher self. Authenticity is just that. It's being on your soul's path toward the best version of yourself. And as long as you're on that path, you are being authentic to yourself. You're being authentic to who you are, why you're here, what your gifts are, and you're moving towards a place of, enlightenment is sort of the highest of the emotions, where it's the highest vibe. But you're moving towards that. You're moving towards the best version of yourself. Authenticity is experiential. And I say this because we can talk and put a lot of words on it. It's like trying to tell somebody what it's like to have a baby. You have to experience it. You have to know, and you'll know that by how you feel in your body. You'll know that you're you're being your authentic self by the peace you feel, and the if someone were to question you, and a lot of times we feel a little insecure. No, authenticity is being grounded in who you are and not worrying about what anybody else is thinking. And you don't do that, you don't worry, because you are aligned. So imagine a world where people recognize and own their own gifts. Think of a world where those people make a living tapping into their strengths, gifts, and purpose. But here's the big thing. People are craving authenticity. There's confusion around what is the truth. And we know this, and we know this about what's going on in our world today, and we, everybody's in, battling and whatnot. And even aside from that, there was, back in the day, in the 50s, everything was hush hush. Nobody said anything. You didn't even want to say cancer. That was the C word back then, right? Everything was sort of swept under the rug. And today, in the world of the information that is available to us, people are having a hard time discerning what information is authentic, what's real. And for the purpose of this talk, just because you're online does not give you permission to be less than genuine. People eventually will figure it out. It might take a little longer than if you're in the physical presence, but people will eventually figure it out. We all figured out that what we see on Facebook isn't always the truth. It took us a while, but we figured it out. How could somebody be this fun, whatever life they have, and you're looking at it, you're going, is this real? And I even had this when I went through my divorce. People are like, I would have never known. I'm like, it's Facebook. Okay. So quickly, I want to go through the effects of COVID on the workplace. So here are some problems that, and I know there's tons more, but I'm trying to think in terms of our emotions and being aligned to who we are. So what happens is we have the fear of the unknown. Is my business going to last? How will I deal with clients? Will I be able to get clients? What about the financial issues? And what about the fact that, can I get along with my family every day, 24/7? And then there's childcare and school issues. Some kids are being homeschooled. They're doing their work. They're working alongside the parents. There's babies. There's all of those issues when it comes to kids, and kids don't care if you're in a meeting or not. Then there's noise and interference. I mean, I heard stories of people's, spouses walking naked behind their meeting, behind the screen. There's dogs barking, kids crying. And then there's distractions. A lot of us entrepreneurs work from home anyway, but I think in these days, it's much more difficult. There's a lot of distractions with when we were on a tight lockdown, watching the news all day, waiting for your governor to come on and talk about what's going on, and there's a lot of distractions. And then there's the normal distractions of housework, or well, I'll get to my work later because I can work late at night, and I'll do this, and that. I'll do grocery shopping now. But the thing is then we don't have clear boundaries on when our day stops. And then there's isolation issues. You can't just walk to the cubicle next to you and say, hey, how are you dealing with this? Or I have this issue. If you're with your family, you're sort of isolated with your family. If you're, especially if you're fearful to even go out, and then, not being able to have lunch out, or, be around your coworkers. And and also your clients. And what about networking? A lot of us entrepreneurs rely on our networking groups to foster relationships and get new business. And then there's technology issues. If you're in the over 45 crowd, how hard is it to learn Zoom or whatever you're using, and now you're having to do everything via your computer? And I know, at least from being I live in Boston. Boston is technologically inept. The people, because they just don't want to learn. They're still going to the bank with a bag full of money, cash, to deposit. It's I never go to the bank. But this technology, learning the technology, and then there's the client relationships. There's no more client lunches, no more dinners, happy hours. Going to see them, getting a feel for their work because you're actually physically on site with them. These are things we have to deal with, because some of this stuff is going to stay. Some of this stuff you may see this linger because for a lot of reasons, not having to travel, not having to get in your car and go anywhere, and being able to just get up and start work. There's a lot of things that are I think that will morph, and they're going to continue to change it and evolve. But the truth is you can never replace being together physically with people. There's nothing you can do. You can do all the Zoom calls you want. Being together physically, there's just something about it that is part of our makeup. We're created to live in community. And this living and this working is going against our very nature. So here's some positives. I always said, when I was during the real tough lockdown, I was saying to my audiences, come out a butterfly. Come out of this a butterfly. Don't be the same old caterpillar. So there's something good that will come out of this. And it always does, because we know this, because the universe has our back. We have manifested this situation into our existence. And until we realize that and start to change the way we're thinking, it's going to stay, at least to some degree. So here's some positives. We're spending less money on commuting, clothing, childcare, food, all of that. There's less traffic, which means less pollution. We had to learn a tolerance for our family life and be around our family and spend time together and maybe find out who we are. Who are you? We've been so busy running in opposite directions. Now we have to look at each other and say, oh my gosh, I don't know who this person is that I've been living with. And then I see technology as a positive as well, because we're able to use it to reach more people. And that's that was the one before. You can reach more people. And learning technology is a good thing. It's a positive. Learning for the sake of learning is a good thing. So if you have to learn some new things to be able to, have your work life flow, then so be it. And then there's, again, focus on well-being, on your own well-being, people's health, physical health. We lost a lot of people this year, in the last year and a half. And we're starting to focus on our own well-being and what's good for us, and knowing full well that we're in this sort of flux in our history. It's causing us to rethink our what we do, our everything that we do. So I want to talk a little bit quickly. So I'm kind of bringing this all together because we've gone from being out there and being together physically to being in this online space. And we know that it's a lot easier to kind of to pull the wool over somebody's eyes in the online space, but eventually they'll figure it out. We talked about that just a little bit ago. So the big thing is to be aligned to your higher self and bring that authenticity to the online space. So how do you do that? Be true to yourself first. Who are you? Who are you? What are your gifts? Why are you here? Why are you doing what you're doing? Figure it out. Another way to be authentic is to show your vulnerability. Just like having the kids screaming their brains out while you're trying to have a meeting. That puts you in an awkward position. You're a little vulnerable there, or that you're not feeling good, or talking about this. This is hard. Being able to say that shows your vulnerability, shows that you're a human being, that you have flesh and blood running through your veins, which is much more difficult to see in the online space because you're not actually, sitting down to lunch with your clients or your coworkers. Be real. What does that mean? I talked about being a realist. Being real isn't about just what you think is happening. Being real means, again, being your authentic self. Be who you are. And our reality is much more than what we see, because there's a bigger reality hiding behind a veil, that spiritual reality that's going on with the universe and the connection to us. And when we align to that connection, that's reality. Be honest. It's a lot easier to lie when you're texting somebody, isn't it? Than if you're standing right in front of them. You have to be honest. Be clear. Treat your online clients as if you were dealing with them in person. Make it as, as comfortable as you can, or as, as personal as you can. And if you're not happy with what you are delivering, it's going to come across. Oops, sorry. I hit pause. Hitting the wrong buttons here. All right. So what does that mean? So now we're talking about purpose-driven work, and this is taking that authenticity into your workspace. Okay. This is, you're living your life, and you're working your job, your company, your business is aligned to your purpose. And this is first of all, this is the happiest place. This is the easiest place to be, because you're floating downstream instead of swimming upstream. You're going with who you are and your gifts and why you're here. So live each day with purpose, with the purpose of giving back to the world the very gifts given to you, whatever that is, whether it's writing, or if you're serving them in a technology way where you're, helping with social media or any of that. Whatever you're doing, you're using your gifts to give back to the world. Tap into your strengths and give into your and gifts in your unique businesses. So don't worry about what your weaknesses are. By worrying about your weaknesses, you're putting a focus on something that you don't need to worry about. Whatever you're not great at, whatever you don't love to do, you want to hire somebody to do it. Outsource. So tap into your strengths and gifts in your unique business. And then how can you be deeply proud of your work if you hate your job? So this is when you're purpose driven, when you're aligned to your gifts and you're your authentic self, you're gonna love your work. You're gonna love what you do. Yes, there'll be hard days, but for the most part, you love what you're doing. because you can see the forest through the trees. Be creative. Allow everything you do to be a reflection of your alignment to yourself, the divine, and the people they serve. You are divinely inspired. There's a whole world, the universe. If you tap into the universe, think of the creativity that you can sort of extrapolate from that. And the only way to get to this place is to understand your purpose, gifts, and what you truly love to do. So knowing this, knowing who you are, knowing your gifts, and aligning to that is the place to be for authenticity and bringing it to your clients and having it be purpose-driven work. And to go a little bit further, if you have a team, if you're not just a solo biz, be a strengths-based organization. In other words, focus on everybody's strengths and then hire people that fill in the gaps from that person's strengths so that everything gets done, but everybody's doing what they really love. And then to the best of your ability, assign projects that correspond to those passions. So I have a team and I have someone I work with on contract and a couple of interns. I go, what do you love to do? I love to edit video. Fabulous. That's your job. Because then they're happy doing what they want to do. And it makes a difference. And then that comes across with your clients because you have a great team. And again, don't focus on the weaknesses. Hire someone else whose strengths make up for another shortcomings, and never let anyone represent your brand inauthentically. So make sure whoever is working with you is also authentically aligned, and they're authentic to themselves, and they are aligned to your brand and your goals and your dream.
Steph,
yes.
You are out of time.
I'm sorry. Okay.
No. I'm sorry. I hate cutting people off.
That's okay. That's okay. You know what? It's fine. And it's just more of the same stuff anyway. We're just, we want to make sure that we're aligned. And I'm just going to how do I stop share? So sorry, I didn't mean to go over.
It's all right. How can people connect with you and get more, or get the slides or get more?
Oh, okay. So you know what? If somebody wants the slides, they can, because there was only one more slide and that was it. And then I have a free Facebook community. Can I write it in the comments?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't know where it is. I don't know. I don't know.
Sorry.
Okay.
I took a
that's all right.
No, you can write it in the comments on Facebook or on YouTube, and I will get it in the feed for the video.
I'll do that. And you know what? And so they can just email me too, and I'll put the email if they have any questions, and I can send them the slides.
That would be great. Thank you so much, Steph. I think you have a lot of good things to think about when building a team and being authentic to yourself and to the team as a whole that you're building. So thank you so much. I need super claps in the chat for Super Steph Palermo. It's Palermo, right?
Yes.
Yes. Awesome. I should be able to say I'm Italian. I should have known.
That's okay. Don't worry. Listen, you guys have a great day, and I'm going to I'll get in the Facebook group and do that.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, Steph.
All right.
Have a great rest of your day.
You
Bye.
too. Ciao. Bye.
All right. We're gonna keep it rolling here with our next speaker. And for all these speakers and for myself, if you want to say thank you, go to superjoepardo.com/donate. We're raising money for HopeWorks in Camden. They help youth get on a path to education, career, entrepreneurship, all through having them learn how to code. I've worked with them for a couple of years now, and they are just wonderful people doing great things with great youth there in Camden, New Jersey, down the street from where I live. Our next speaker is speaking on the topic of branding your live stream and why it is so, important. I need super claps in the chat for Super Jesse Guthrie. Woo!
What's going on, guys?
How you doing?
Can you hear me, Joe?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me all right?
Perfect. Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Awesome. Awesome. Do you have any slides you're sharing?
Yes, I'm going to be sharing some slides today with you guys.
Okay. Can you share your screen?
Sure.
Let's see here. There we go. All right. You're on the clock, Jesse.
All right, guys. So today I'm going to be talking to you guys about how to brand your live stream and why, from working with over 200 different clients over the past 2 years in the live stream space, I'm kind of aware of what I think helps live streams and takes them to that next level rather than being kind of generic. Let's get you on that next level, and I'm going to explain how you can do that today. So, who am I? I am Jesse Guthrie. I'm a digital entrepreneur who started with SEO and marketing and web design at the age of 18. I'm now 35. I ventured into some video marketing with some of my clients and really dove in headfirst into that whole space. I'm a ranker, so I can rank video pretty well. So that's what I started with. And then it opened me into an opportunity of understanding how, the growing trend of current internet marketing and everything related to businesses, small businesses, everything was going towards video. So I now have embraced live over the past couple of years, and I've took on clients where basically I'm branding the whole show and the whole live stream. So just a little bit about me. Why I think graphical video is so important and so important today. It helps you stand out and gives you a visual when you're live. So anybody can go on and go live, right? So what I think makes a show stand out in today's arena where everybody can go live and, places like in software like StreamYard, Restream, anything that you kind of use for your live stream can really set you apart. So I think it's crucial that you take your live stream up a notch and brand it and get some graphics in there and really make your whole show or podcast. I'm going to show you some examples today of churches who have used my strategies, internet marketers who have used the strategy, and just basically people taking a podcast and turning it into a video cast and basically taking their brand to the next level, regardless of where they go live, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn now, Twitch, and so forth. So that's what we'll be talking to you guys today about. So what is the problem with most live streams? I think most live streams, they just get on live and they basically are the focal point of the show. There's no graphics, it's just a talking head. And this takes me back to when I used to produce videos for, professional businesses, even online personalities, influencers. They want to be the focal point. And now with the landscape that we're currently in, it's getting not diluted, but it's more important that you deliver an experience. So that experience, I think, is revolved around how well you are perceived online and how well your graphics are to take you to that next step. So the problem with most live streams is there's no visual effort that is taken, and we need to change that. So I don't think a talking head is as visually impactful or absorbed as much as if you have some next level graphics or very simple graphics that you can just add to enhance your show. I mean, most of you have a webcam or anything like that, so it's so much better when you add graphics to it. So continue with that trend. I think in today's landscape and in marketing landscape, it's visually impacted. So you're constantly on Instagram looking at different stuff. You're looking at video. You're looking at graphics that are in your feed. The only thing and that makes you stop is that graphical element of everything that you look at. So if it's a choice of a branded live stream where you have some graphics, some visuals versus just a talking head, I know, bar none, based on my experience with working with my clients, that it helps so much. They're going to stop, they're going to look, they're going to pay attention, and they're going to remember you. So the solution, kind of talked about it already, is set up an impactful live stream type studio. I foremost use StreamYard a lot. It makes it very easy. Restream, I've worked with clients on Restream as well. So I think with these solutions, it's very easy to set yourself up and then just incorporate some graphic elements into that. So I'm sure if you're on here, you know kind of the process of live streaming, or if you're looking to go into a live stream, you have your equipment, right? You already have the equipment for great audio right in front of you. I mean, microphone, most good webcams. I'm using a stream cam right now from Logi, has a good microphone built in, and you can fine tune it within these live stream programs. So that's really not a barrier of a barrier that you need to face in today's landscape. Technology, with the growth of live, I think the editing of the video is not so important. It's being your authentic self, but also technology makes it easier for you to edit your video and stuff like that as well. And I did mention StreamYard in that capacity. Ease of use: invite, record, and download, chop it up, and turn it into outros, intros. You can use your video footage. It's pretty much ease of use in that. And then we all want to be video creators. If we're having a live stream, you want to be a video creator. The audience wants to watch, they want to see, they want to experience you. So I think that's important to keep in mind with the competition out there. So define your niche and brand your niche. So how do we take your live stream up a notch? You hear me talk about theory, you hear me talk about strategy, you hear me talk about graphics. So step one, very basic, choose a live stream platform. I've mentioned some: live stream, Restream, you got StreamYard, you got, there's so many. Those are the top two that I know and I personally use. You got Ecamm for Mac users. You got a bunch. So, step two, I think, which is so important, is that you frame out your show. When I'm doing this with someone that's looking to start with their graphics and try to say, okay, well, what graphics do I even need? Well, how do I do this? Like, what do I know what I need? Okay, do you have just yourself on the show? Do you have two people? Maybe you interview. Do you have three? Do you have more than three where you have a panel? Do you have two on the side where you're sharing the screen and showing a presentation or example? Are you a teacher that has multiple teachers on teaching things? So I think define each look of your show, and then you can create your graphics to blend in with each look or screen. So, for example, if you were watching me right now, I'm sharing my screen and I'll have myself in the box. In this presentation, I'll show you how I map that out and how you can basically step this presentation up a little bit, which is by adding a little bit of graphics. So, and then step three, create brand assets with graphics. So, case in point. So, case study one, I'm gonna give you some case studies. Was a church I worked with. It turns a boring motivational sermon. I'm sure you guys have seen or experienced a church sermon online. With COVID, a lot of churches had to go online because you couldn't meet in congregation. So a lot of them looked to me saying, "Hey, how can I make this more impactful?" Okay, so I started again. I asked the question, okay, do you have just a pastor online, and then is he probably sharing a feed or a presentation to the sermon or something like that? So basically, I turned that into a whole experience for them. So you'll see in the next slide my example. So with this church, I basically asked them the question, okay, we have your pastor in the small box. As you can see on the screen with my example, this would be me in the box over here. And then they would be sharing their PowerPoint or their sermon on screen right next to them. So what we did is we custom branded the top. That's kind of their tagline. This is their color scheme that they wanted, their logos, their seal, and how to follow them, even more call to action. They're on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. And then we kind of put their topic or their weekly presentation. And this was a 9-day prayer and fasting. So, and then their tagline again. So what I did for them is I leveled up their video. So now instead of just someone talking, or you just get a video feed of, maybe their environment, you get a fully branded experience that will be impressive. You can use later on. It's not just considered a live at this point. It's a live experience, which I like to create and craft with graphics. So in today's world, I think the technology is video plus good graphics equals more viewers. I think we all can agree with that. Case in point, you're seeing some of these live streamers, taking their shows and basically creating everything with just a live stream. the video intros, outros, countdowns, transitions, video graphics. You know, it just will make it so much easier and so much more impactful for the viewer, and they will remember. So case study 2 is sports show. So a radio talk show, sports show came to me and said that, look, we're on microphones, we're just talking to each other, and we need something that's a little bit more impactful. We talk about, this, and this, and we have a call in, and it's just we need some help with the graphics, and it's kind of like a co-host thing. So what can you do? So in this niche, they were male dominant type of show. So what I did is I created an experience related to the brand that they talk about. This one, case in point, was the Sacramento Kings one. So they have a show all related around Sacramento. So what I did is I created this experience for them. They had a 3-person show, so each host were in the box. So I branded the box on their color scheme and made it so their graphics corresponded with their logo. So that they're a live call-in show. They had this on the screen. Their viewer engagement went up because their graphics caught their eye. So when they're scrolling down the feed of their live, they see this colorful related live stream experience. They're like, wow. And then it drove their calling and interaction with the show up by like 50% because the graphic was always on the screen. So it's not just about making it look good, it's about pushing the experience too. So if you want people to call in, you push it on the screen. If you have nice graphics, people will look and they will listen. So in my experience with working with a bunch of live stream companies and clients, I think that we have a shelf life of a live, right? So when you go live, the boring video gets buried faster. So a custom branded graphical based show, I think, gets more engaged. And the statistics proven that you consume live streams, you consume the graphics, and it creates a bigger audience and a bigger fan. So I think that's so impactful for when someone's experiencing you as a show. So I already told you about this, and I think you need to do this, and you need to set yourself apart. And I think it's so impactful that you do this. And I want you to be next. So case study 3, it was a teaching and explaining marketing, and it was an internet marketer, and they wanted to add a classroom feel to their authority and their customer base. So what they did is they came to me and they said, okay, well, I have an interview show, and I need graphics that are on brand. And, this was his graphic that he provided me, and I created this whole experience related to his live stream. And, it just blew the people away. And he said that he's never had so many viewers before in a live stream rather than a talking head or just a generic background. So that was a really good example of that. The branding, the subscribe, how you can listen to them, it's all on the screen all at once. So you get to experience that. You get to tell them that. You get to tell them your story, and your branding should be on point with that. So let's make the user experience a little bit more impactful. So I am Jesse Guthrie. I own StreamSense Media. We produce shows on StreamYard and Restream, and we create graphic assets like intro views, outro, countdown videos, stuff like that. If you want more information, obviously Joe has provided my website, so just go on and shoot me a message through there. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have or guide you in the right direction. Here's some more examples that I'm going to do. I worked with the Cash Show. It's a very infamous show on YouTube and around social media. So he needed a branded customer experience. This one actually has a ticker on the bottom, some graphics and stuff. So it's just a busy screen, but I love it. That's the experience that he wanted. And this is just another example of a single person frame. So if you're on screen by yourself, maybe frame yourself in, put your headline down here, and just, this is your experience for your people. So I know I ran by that really quickly. If you have any questions, please ask. I'm here for questions.
We got one question for you, Jesse.
Okay, sure.
Steven says, well, can you see the question?
Yeah, I got it now. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, cool.
So is it the host? So with Stream, you upload all your assets into the cloud. So anyone that I create in Photoshop, or you can use Canva, you can use any type of graphical software or online editor, and you upload it into StreamYard, and it's in the cloud, and it houses it for you. I like StreamYard because obviously they have brand folders, so I can brand each of one of my shows, and I have so many that I can group those assets together to help keep me in line and keep me organized.
I'll toss in another reason that StreamYard is great is if you lose internet connection, the stream keeps on going. It doesn't say, "Oh, we broke it," and now we have to put up a different Facebook post or a different YouTube video. It just keeps rolling. So you get I could jump on my phone, I could jump on my tablet, I could jump on literally anything that has an internet connection.
Always a backup method. So
it's really powerful in that sense that it's not like kicking everybody out of the room or cutting off the live stream to any social media and that kind of stuff. So
yeah, definitely.
Jesse, thank you so much for being here today. That's awesome that you're bringing so many people to upping their live stream capabilities that they probably never thought or knew that they could even get close to.
Yep.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Jesse Guthrie. Woo! We got some claps going on in the green room there. Thank you again, Jesse. Have a great weekend, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, Joe. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, so we let's see here. Real quick, it's been a little while since I talked about it, but it's been scrolling down here at the bottom. If you want to learn how you can work on growing your profit, I have a free Profit Rocket guide. It's a free PDF guide. Just go over to superjoepardo.com/rocket to get it. Just drop your email address and it goes right to your inbox. And there's 5 proven methods on how I grow businesses profit working one-on-one with the business owners and the entrepreneurs. So go over, check that out. If you're interested in growing your profit and you want to work with me, I'm putting together my first ever mastermind for profit growth. So it's the Profit Growth Mastermind for entrepreneurs. Go over to superjoepardo.com/mastermind to learn more. It's pretty inexpensive, and I think the results are going to be pretty awesome for the people that sign up. It's limited to just 10 people because I want to keep it kind of small. I think ideally we would have like 6 people, but I think with 10 is good because there's going to be weeks that people can't make it to the meeting. So, it's one of those things where it's like you're trying to find strike the right balance between small enough yet not too big, and if it's too small, then if they have like 4 people, then if 1 or 2 of those people don't show up, then it ends up being a one-on-one call, more or less. So it's always trying to find the right strike. So I was trying to find the right balance. I think I've done it with a max of 10. Go check it out, superjoepardo.com/mastermind. Our next speaker is speaking on the topic of a psychotherapist shares her master interview techniques. Now, I am a fan of MI, motivational interviewing. So I got some training in that over the years. And in fact, it was actually because of HopeWorks, working at HopeWorks, working with them, I got a lot of that training. And if you want to say thank you to me or any of the speakers from today, go over to superjoepardo.com/donate and donate to HopeWorks. They help youth get on a track for education, career, and entrepreneurship. So go check that out. Our next speaker, a psychotherapist sharing her master interview techniques. I need super claps in the chat for Nicole Christina. Woo! Welcome, Nicole. How are you doing?
Hey, Joe. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you sound great.
All right, great. Thanks for that. Motivational interviewing is really awesome.
It is. It was very helpful with the interns that I worked
with. So helpful. That's
it's
great. Yeah, I'm a fan too. So I've been a psychotherapist for 30 years. So I'm totally aging myself. Waha! And only a podcaster for 3. But I've been able to use my interview, we'll say secrets, and I'm going to give you 5 of them right now. And
awesome.
They really
you're on the clock.
Okay, they really do cross over. So let's start with the first one that seems so obvious, and you might be like rolling your eyes like, no kidding, Nicole, we all know that. But I think it's one of those things that is simple but not easy, and that is listening. And it's one of these things where most people think they have a good sense of humor, and I think most people think they listen. And I'm here to tell you that it's a lot harder than we imagine. When you really listen, your full body, your full attention is totally focused on what that person is saying. And why that's so important is that that's how you're going to know the segue, the next thing to talk about, the breadcrumbs that you want to follow. If you're not really tuned in and present, your stuff is going to sound kind of maybe not quite related, a little choppy. You want a beautiful flow. And as we know, if you are an interview podcast, you are competing with, some say, 2 million podcasts. So you really need to up your game on the interview. And I think what's happened for all of us is that our attention spans are like, little black flies now, because we're so used to being on our devices. And there was a really interesting piece of research that even people at these top universities like MIT, when we start looking at their writing, each paragraph seems to be cohesive, but they don't follow one another. And that's what I'd like you to think about. It's really easy to practice, and your partner or your friends will really appreciate it, is putting the phone down and really focusing on not only what they're saying, how they're saying it. And if you're a video podcast, mine's mostly audio, but I do some Zoom interviews. You really want to kind of pay attention to their body language. So most of the time when we think about listening, we think, well, I'm just sort of waiting for you to stop talking so I can say the brilliant thing that I've been kind of holding in my head. And that is not what we're talking about. We have to put our egos aside. Easier said than done. And there are times when I'm talking to someone who they're talking about something that I really want to kind of go down the rabbit hole, be kind of obscure, ask some obscure question, but I know my audience doesn't care. That's like sort of my weird interest. So we're really putting our ego aside to say, who am I? Who are my listeners? And if they were right here, what would they want to hear? And it takes discipline. I mean, it's not just chatting, which is actually the title of my upcoming book, but it's not, even though you may have a great social presence and you can really chat it up with people at cocktail parties, this is a different kind of listening. And it is, as I said, it's a full body experience. And when I have a psychotherapy client, and I have like several in a day, I'm really tired because I am fully in there and you are really hooked in. So that's something I'd like you to just think about next time you're out with your buddies, or you're talking to your kids, your partner, whatever. Am I really listening, or am I just waiting for them to stop talking so I can say my, really brilliant thing? The next thing is, I don't know if people are aware, I just found this out myself, but it's estimated that 80% of folks speak in a rather monotone voice. And I think most of us could say, that's not me. I would never be monotone. I'm a podcaster. But it's really important to vary the tone of your voice. And this is through research, people who do all this kind of work. Thanks. It's really, really important, because this freaked me out when I learned it. People are more tuned in to the sound of your voice and how the sound of your voice makes them feel than the actual words, which I thought, are you kidding me? You know how hard it is to sort of think of the right things to say and the right kinds of, say yes. Oh, good.
Well, think about this. Recently passed DMX, right? He wasn't known for his crazy lyricism. He was known for his gravelly voice.
That's right. And what I learned too is that you don't want to always end on a down note. You want to vary. So sometimes you're ending on an up note, or an up note. So it takes, again, it's practice, and you want people to feel as though they just want to jump in to the conversation, because there's warmth, there's sort of a liveliness, and I'm the host of Zestful Aging. So there's a zest there that they can connect with emotionally. Folks, particularly in COVID, I'm bragging now, 97 countries. And I just imagine people all over the world. And I want to kind of bring them into my circle here. I'm not gathering data. I'm not reporting. I'm not interviewing to get facts. I'm interviewing, and the previous speaker talked about an experience. I want to give them an emotional experience, almost like, bear with me, it's a little corny, but like a hug. I want them to feel like, oh gosh, she knows me, she gets me, this is my community, these are my people, I'm sharing it, and I'm tuning in next week, because I don't care what she's talking about as much, unless it's super, super out of my interest. I just want to be part of that experience. So don't be monotone. Vary the tone of your voice, and also the volume. Vary the volume. Sometimes you want to be quiet and bring people closer, and sometimes you want to be kind of celebrational. And sometimes when I get feedback that I can even be a little screechy. And so I have to be careful with that. Number 3, seems obvious, simple, not easy. You don't have to fake it if you're really interested. I do not have people on my show that I'm not that interested in. And maybe that's obvious. I don't know how people do that themselves, but even if they have all this cred and the books and the awards and the TED Talks, all this stuff, if I don't care about it, I can't fake it. I can't be like, oh, tell me more. That's so interesting, because I will be like you'll be able to tell. So if you really are curious, you don't have to say, oh, remember to nod your head or make eye contact, because you're having so much fun. And I watched a video I did recently, just because I wanted to, I'm trying not to nod so much. And just, I could tell that the guest and I were just like, we were just rapping off of each other, and it was so fun. And there was just this, like, I was like glowing, and I thought, yeah, that's what I want to do more of. Okay, number 4, you got to do the follow-up questions. And if you watch interviewers, professional interviewers, I'm talking about Letterman, I'm talking about Oprah, not so much. She tends to talk over her guests, although I thought she did a great job with Harry and Meghan. But notice when you're watching people who are interviewing, that they leave stuff, they leave the gold on the table. I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you changing the subject? The devil is in the details. So this is a really great thing that I get from being a psychotherapist. If someone says, yeah, I'm feeling kind of upset, you don't just say, oh, like, what's the first time, when do you first remember doing this, wanting to write this book? You want to make sure you're following the breadcrumbs. If you feel as though there's some emotion there, their voice might be cracking a little bit, you can just sense that something's underneath. Don't leave that on the table. That is the gold. So some of the things I might say are like, can you say a little bit more about that? Or I might be quiet for a moment, or say like, tell me how that was, or what was the strangest thing about that? Or, you just draw them out, and you will notice now when you're watching like the famous people, you'll be like, what are you doing? Why are you changing the subject? And I see that as a real, it's a real mistake, because that's where you get the juice. Okay. Number 5, let your personality shine through. And it was really hard for me to do this, because as a psychotherapist, it's not about me, right? And I don't want to be like filling up the room. It's really about the client. Same with, your guest. You don't want to be like trying to outshine them, but you do want your audience to know you. And again, it's that intimacy, it's that connection. And so some of the things I've done is talk about my dog Sparky, who's always with me when I'm recording, or I live in upstate New York and the weather pretty much sucks all the time. So I'll make some joke, they'll say, oh, I'm in, Florida. I'm saying, well, that's nice because it's sleeting here, and it's usually like May or something. So, you want to sort of bring in a little bit of yourself, not too much, because back to, it's not about us. We're putting our ego aside, but, you want to bring in enough so you're not a sterile kind of homogenous talking head. You want them to get to know you, and you're not going to appeal to everyone. And that's a hard lesson to learn. I mean, everyone wants to be liked. Everyone wants to be, you don't want to turn people off, but mine is not a political podcast, but nobody's surprised what my leanings are. I mean, I'm a social worker, for goodness sake, right? So I might do a couple little digs, or they know who I am. They know that I'm progressive. The people I get on are progressive. They're working for, humanity. They're doing volunteer work at San Quentin in Africa. No one's surprised. And at first I thought, oh, I don't want to offend anyone. And I thought, you know what? My show, I get to sort of let my hair down a little bit. So I think that that's a really, that's something important. You want to stand out. I mean, look at Ira Glass. I mean, he's got a distinctive style. Nobody's going to confuse him, although a lot of people now are using this Chicago style of podcasting. But, he's got a style, and it's not ambiguous. You know who he is and what he offers. So I put together a little gift. I think we're wrapping up now. You can get the Cliff Notes version of this, and it's just a little thank you. And I just do a little list that you can download and put next to you while you're podcasting. You can go on zestfulaging.com/thank you. It's a little graphic that talks about listening, varying your tone, being curious. Please do the follow-up questions. That in of itself will change your interview, I promise, and let your personality shine through. And there are a lot more. I'm writing a book on it, but right now I think that'll put you in really good stead, and also have fun. I mean, this is none of us are really getting rich off of it. Some of us are, but that's not what we're really here for, I think. I mean, my day job is being a psychotherapist. This is my passion and my love, but have fun. And the fun is contagious. When you're having a good time and you're laughing, and even if it's a really serious, I mean, I have stuff on sex trafficking, overdose, a lot of stuff about aging and dealing with older parents. It's not a walk in the park, but there is always an opportunity for levity. And I would really recommend that. That's a lovely joining technique for people. They want to feel good. They want to feel connected. And that's what we can give them. That's our gift to them. So I see us really serving a public service, especially now in COVID, where you become kind of like a friend to people, a reliable friend that's always there, and that is super important. So I'm open for any questions. I left a couple minutes for questions. Upstate New York, represent. Yay, Syracuse.
Yeah. No, that was great. That was great. So, I'm sorry. There was a message just came.
That's okay.
Distractions.
Yeah, I was talking about when I was writing, I said, hey, if you're on an interview and you're checking your Facebook, or for me, if I'm knitting, that's a really bad sign. You got to get back in the game. And it means, I don't mean to be unkind, but it means that you're not interested. And if you're not interested, what is the point? I don't care if they have all this cred and this resume and there. I had to guess that. I was so impressed with her work. I could not believe she was agreeing to be on my show. She does this like dangerous stuff, and she got on, and it just was not, it wasn't happening. And I thought, you know, it's so interesting that even someone doing really phenomenal work can be monotone, and that's not what your audience is tuning in to hear, right?
Oh, I've experienced. I mean, I've done like over 300 and some odd interviews, and yeah, it's the shortness of answers. They're like, oh, you know, you were coming on my show to promote your thing, which is fine, cool. But
Yeah.
then when I ask you a question, it's like a yes or no, and then I'm like pulling teeth, and then it's like 8
Don't
minutes
make me
into
work.
it. Yeah, I'm just
Don't
like,
make me
"Oh,
work
this shouldn't
so
be that hard. This
Sometimes,
is-
you know, it's so funny. I was talking to a guest of mine about this yesterday, and she was being very sweet and saying we had this lovely interview, and I really appreciate that feedback because I really put effort into it. She said, I've been doing so many podcasts, and some people just make me work too hard. I don't want to have to keep it flowing. That's the guest's job. Not the guest, the host.
The
I'm
host, to
sorry.
keep it
That's the
flowing.
host's job to set it up so it's flowing. And if it's not flowing, nobody wants to listen to it. There's too much competition out there. You know, it's got to feel alive. It's got to feel like, hey, I wish I could be in that conversation. I think that's what you're trying. And it's a feel good experience. Even if we're talking about burial. I mean, my stuff is about aging. We talk about some intense stuff, parents getting dementia, you know, all the stuff. It's really intense, but we can still like have this connection and still really, I think, bring the audience in.
Yeah. I think that having the passion for those
Yeah.
topics, it really, you know, speaks volumes versus like, all right, I'm just doing this because I absolutely have to do
call it in.
Yeah.
It's funny that you said that because I've interviewed some people there, you know, they wouldn't be everyone's Beyonce, but they're mine because of like, they were so important to me as a therapist. They talk about eating disorders and stuff that's really, you know, in my wheelhouse. And I literally watch myself and say, I cannot believe I get to do this. If I freak myself out, I'm like, I am talking to Evelyn Tribole, or I am talking. This woman is who I read in grad school, and I feel like for me, it's like Beyonce. I just like starstruck.
Well, you know, that's one of the great things about podcasting or interview, you know, having an interview show whether it's podcasting or on YouTube or whatever however you're delivering the message, right?
Yeah.
Is it gives you an opportunity to talk to someone you would have really no reason to talk to otherwise, you know?
Absolutely.
You come up to that Evelyn and you're like, hey, I'd just love to have a conversation. She'd be like, okay, I'll give you a minute. Like you say, hey, I want to have you on my podcast. She'll give you a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Right. And then you're like these kindred spirits. And
Yep.
I have a lot of people that I've interviewed in the UK. I'm like, next time I go there, whenever we can travel, I'm going to see this one. They're like my buddies, you know, and we keep in touch, you know. So it's really enriched my life as a middle-aged older woman to say like, this is added so much delight and happiness to my life. So I'm a big cheerleader.
I love it. Thank you so much, Nicole, for taking the
Great
time
to
to
see
be
you,
here
Joe.
today. It's great to see you too.
Good luck, everyone.
Claps. Oh, thank you. I need some super claps in the chat for
Yay.
Super Nicole Christina. Thank you
Great.
again so much. Enjoy
Thanks,
the rest
guys.
of your weekend.
Have fun.
All right. Our next speaker is here ready to speak. The topic is charisma on demand. Master your on-camera speaking skills. And I'm probably going to butcher his last name, but I'm going to try it anyway. It's Super Austin Ilano. Did I get it right? Wait, you're really quiet. Giuliano. Oh, Giuliano. You're like so quiet. I can like not even hear you. Let me see. I can look at your mic settings from here. Let me turn it up a little bit. Oh, all right. Try talking now.
Check, check.
No, you were almost like not there. Like if I didn't have headphones on, I probably wouldn't be able to hear you. Oh, it just muted you. Oh, you're muted. You're muted. There we go.
Now.
Yes.
Okay. Gotta love technology.
I know, man. That's why I switched to just a USB mic myself, away from my. I had the Shure SM7B and all that stuff, and it's like, you know what? I need something that works and that can actually get out of the frame, since I'm doing more video than podcasting these days.
Absolutely.
So yeah. So Austin, I'm gonna give you the floor. Are you sharing any slides?
I might share some slides, but really this is about being charismatic on camera. We're going to be doing exercises. This is very interactive, guys. So really, we're going to have some fun here.
All right, then you're on the clock, sir.
Okay, my name is Austin Giuliano. This is Mastering Your On-Camera Speaking Skills. To give a little backstory of how I can be called an expert here, I went from homeless, sleeping out of my car with nothing to my name, to becoming one of the fastest growing live streaming influencers, getting out of being homeless, actually working with massive startups, being on TV, going on this crazy journey, becoming a public speaker. And there are things I've learned from live streaming and my years of messing up that I want to share with all of you today. So just as a quick aside, let's just take a little poll over here in the chat. Who is nervous getting on camera? Show of hands, like a thumbs up emoji or anything like that. Let's just have some chat. Because I will admit, I am 100% nervous getting on camera every single time, and I freaking love it. So do not feel bad. Toya, you're definitely a one like me. I love it. I'm sure we'll have more rolling in here. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. This is just a quick excerpt from a longer presentation that I do where I teach executives how to be very charismatic on camera. So I want to give you the best stuff I have right up front. I want to teach you how to master your fear, because public speaking is the #1 fear. Speaking on camera is the #2 fear. I want to teach you how to just instantly improve your on-camera speaking skills. And you're going to see progress by the end of this little workshop if you take the actions right now. And I think that's about all we're going to get through. So let's jump right into it. Yeah, and virtually it's much harder than doing it live for sure. All right, so let's establish a baseline. I want you guys to close your eyes so you don't look at this handsome face, and get comfortable. Feel your body sitting in your chair and see yourself. A man just announced you, and you're about to walk out on a stage. A crowd of 500 people are sitting in chairs, clapping, getting very excited to see you present. A spotlight clicks on. And as you're walking out to the center stage, you turn and you look out into the sea of unknown faces. There's a little red light next to one of those massive cameras that says you're live, being broadcasted to millions of people. Do you feel that? Right now, describe how you feel. Are your hands shaking? Is your heartbeat going a little bit faster? Is your breath starting to rise? Are you starting to feel that energy, that nervousness, that excitement, that whatever? Right now, this is what your baseline is. This is exactly how it would happen if you got out on stage, because our minds do not know the difference between reality and imagination. You're ignoring the little light. I love it. That's a good little trick. So what I want to do right now is change our perception of what that experience is. Because scientifically speaking, the same neurons fire when you're nervous and when you're excited. There's this great story of the famous musician Rod Stewart. Rod Stewart, if you haven't heard him, he's amazing. He's been on stage millions of times, and this small, no-name musician got an opportunity to open for Rod Stewart. This is massive in the music industry, being a front man for a massive headliner. They were backstage, and this no-name musician got to speak to Rod for a few minutes before they go up on stage, and they're like, Rod, how do you do this? Every time I'm about to get up on stage, the same thing happens. My heartbeat starts pounding. My hands get clammy and sweaty. My breath gets short, and I feel nervous. And Rod goes, that's amazing, because every time I'm about to get up on stage, my heartbeat starts pounding. My hands get clammy. My breath starts rising up, and I know I'm excited. Nervousness and excitement are both arousal emotion. How we perceive those triggers determines the outcome, the end result. So when your hands start getting clammy, your heartbeat starts going faster, your breath starts getting a little bit shorter, you get to make the decision whether it's nervousness or excitement. Now, I understand it's not something you can mentally switch over. Like, you're not going to go, oh, I'm nervous. No, I'm excited. No, there's actually a trick to switching it over. And it goes back a few hundred years to a man by the name of Sir Isaac Newton and the laws of thermodynamics. The first law of thermodynamics states that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transmuted. And what happens is when we feel that energy rising up, most of us who are just starting out at this go, oh, I'm starting to get nervous. Let me push this down so that way it doesn't show. But what happens when you push it down, it builds and builds and builds and builds and then explodes to you forgetting what you have to say and saying, and your hands start shaking and all the little reactions that we have. Therefore, what we want to do in this situation is really freaking simple. There are two ways to transmute energy. One is through breathing, and two is through movement. So what you do is, this is a basic yoga technique. Let's do the breathing one. As you start feeling that energy rising up, take your finger and put it under your nose and just breathe normal. Your nose alternates between which nostril you breathe out of, either your right or your left. So you do this to identify which one you're breathing out of. So for me right now, I'm breathing out of my right nostril. It's your dominant one. If you plug that nostril and breathe out through the other one for 2 minutes, it changes the chemical reactions that are going on in your body. So do it right now. Already switched over. And if you keep going, you'll naturally feel your body go from that nervous energy, which I was kind of feeling right before we started this, to a more calm and centered energy, which is massively important in overcoming your fear. Real quick, who here literally just did that and started feeling the shift in their body? Give me a thumbs up emoji or a yes or a me or anything like that. It's a little bit different, I will admit this. If you're just sitting there watching a presentation, it's a lot easier to feel this reaction when you start doing something. So a good way to test this is like if you go exercising or something like that where your energy is a little bit raised up, you'll start feeling it switch over a little bit faster. Oh yeah, awesome, perfect. All right. I'm sure more will roll in shortly. I love live streaming. I love the feedback automatically. The second way of transmuting that energy, and this is something I do every single time before I'm about to get up on stage, and it's the same thing Tony Robbins, the world famous public speaker, does, is when you're about to get up on stage, when you're about to go live, you have that energy building up, you move, you jump up and down, you do jumping jacks, you do push-ups, you dance, you do something silly, like just moving your body transmutes that energy. Tony Robbins actually has like a mini trampoline that he goes and he literally bounces up and down on while he is waiting to get up on stage, which is ridiculously funny seeing it, but it works so well. So the next time you're about to go get up on stage, the next time you feel that nervous energy happening, just start moving. Literally do jumping jacks, do burpees, do whatever it takes to move your body and transmute that energy, because that is the goal. We're trying to get it away from that nervousness into that arousal, excitement energy. Plus, here's something I've learned from my life. This is a complete aside. I have personally found that whenever I feel that nervous energy rising up, the fastest way to transmute it is to get to the thing as fast as possible, to not let my brain build up how bad it's going to be, how hard it's going to be, how embarrassing it's going to be, but to literally just shut it down and move forward to that thing as fast as possible. So instead of being like, oh God, I'm afraid to publish this article, you publish, you just get it out there. Because 9 times out of 10, when you move forward into that territory that makes you insanely nervous, is when all the crazy results in your life are going to happen. You will not have the same life if you move past into that uncomfortable territory, because where you're comfortable is exactly what your life is. My life, I was literally homeless. I literally was comfortable being at the bottom of the rung. And that was not freaking cool with me. And I realized in that moment that I had to push myself to an insane level to find literally every single thing that scared the living crap out of me and start doing it, and to change my mentality to approach life in 180-degree difference. If I was going to make a left, I make a right. If I was normally going to say no or yes to a situation, I would do the exact opposite. And it was scary and it was weird, but it literally got me out of being homeless. So I can guarantee these results. Okay, so that's how we change our energy around from that nervousness to an excitement. So I want to actually do a little exercise here. I want you guys to pull out your phone right now and put it on video in a selfie mode. And I want you to hold out your phone and record yourself. And just very quickly for the next 45 seconds, I want you to record something like your name, who you are, what you do, and something interesting about yourself. It doesn't really matter. We're not posting this on social media. Just your first shot, pull it out. So be like, hi, my name is Austin Giuliano. I am a social media consultant, public speaker, and I work with executives in Fortune 100 companies. Something interesting about myself, the first time I went viral was snowboarding down a mountain in nothing but a leopard printed thong across a frozen pond and made it to the front page of the paper. Yes, all of this is true. Something very simple like that. So do it right now. And then when you're done, give me a thumbs up emoji. Okay, excellent. I'm seeing some thumbs up emojis rolling in here. Now, looking at this, does this make you cringe? Is it difficult? Is it hard? Do you feel like you're kind of boring? Chances are I'm going to get a bunch of yeses because I've done this a few times. Too busy seeing me in a leopard printed thong. I literally have the photo online. You're welcome to see it if you need to, Steve. It's quite ridiculous. 17-year-old me with my abs, the only time I had abs in my life, giant afro. It is glorious. So, if you recorded yourself and you want to instantly improve with nothing really different, here's what I'm going to recommend. I will not show that photo, Tim. Don't worry. Here's what I'm going to recommend. We're going to record the same thing again, but this time when you record, I want you to do 2 little shifts. One, when you're recording on your phone, don't look at your face. Look at the little hole that represents your camera, wherever that is on your phone. Look at that hole and then smile. So real quick, record the same thing again. Who you are, what you do, and something interesting about yourself. I only have a few minutes left here, so what we're going to do is move through this a little bit faster. Now, if you record yourself and you're able to watch that back, you will automatically notice that you are more charismatic looking. You're engaged. It's much easier to watch. When you're on camera, you have to not look at your face like I am right now because it instantly disconnects you from the audience. But if you're looking at that camera and you're smiling, instantly you're much more connected. Finally, there's one more trick that I want to teach you all that you can do right now. This is something that literally Adam Savage of Mythbusters and all the famous people who have ever been on TV can vouch for. When you are on camera, there's this adage that the camera adds 10 pounds. Well, there's also a secret. The camera reduces the amount of energy you are projecting by about 20%. So what you have to do is take whatever your normal level of energy is and put about 20 to 50% more. And the way you do this without completely draining yourself is if you're looking at your camera, imagine your best friend in the whole wide world is about 6 feet past the camera. You will naturally pick up your energy and be talking to them because they're 6 feet away. You have to project your energy a little bit further. So right now, pull out your camera, record the same thing, smiling, looking at the camera, but imagine them 6 feet past your camera and record yourself. Who you are, what you do, something interesting about yourself. If you've done this, you should now have 3 videos of you progressively getting better being on camera with just minor tweaks. So we have like, I don't know, a minute left or 2 minutes left, something like that. So 1 minute left, perfect. So let's get to some questions. There's a lot more that I have. If you're interested, I literally am putting a bunch of videos up for free on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Austin Juliano. So go there, subscribe, give me some love, and yeah, you'll have lots of great speaking resources.
As they should. You know, practice makes perfect, right? And
absolutely,
it's something that's so important that we need to think about whenever, because like everybody wants to like, oh, I want to get on, to be interviewed on the news in that news station, that bigger, talk show, that whatever it is, but until we like actually practice these things, because we aren't classically, in most cases, we aren't classically trained to be able to do these things. Unless you went to school for like broadcasting or something, it's these little things that can make such a huge difference. And it's hard, right? Like it's hard for me to look at the camera right now versus just looking down here. Though my camera is a little bit higher and pitched down, so it either way can look, still look like I'm looking forward. But most people have their phone or their camera where it's like wherever the screen is, it's
such minor adjustments does a ton. Like right now, my camera is sitting like this, but look at the difference if I bring my camera up and I'm sitting here, right? Mm-hmm. That makes a difference. It's more engaging, but it's harder to have a camera set like that. And if I'm like this, which is what a lot of people do when they're going to their like Zoom meeting, well, now you got my double chin. Looks very lovely.
Yeah, it's a good shot of the nose. It's that's basically what you end up getting. And for a while, their laptop makers were putting all the cameras down in the fold of the laptop, and off to the side of the fold of the laptop. So it's like you got this side up your nose angle that was already pixelated as it is. But Austin, thank you so much for being here. It's greatly appreciated, and it's always fun. We gotta catch up more through our messenger back and forth there.
Absolutely, Joe. Sorry
I butchered your name, Giuliano, right?
It's okay. I'm so used to it.
Well, it's the I in the front. You should. I don't know how the I didn't get dropped off when over the boat or something.
I don't know. Thanks, Joe, for having me.
You're very welcome. I need super claps in the chat for Super Austin Giuliano. Woo! Take care, Austin. Have a great rest of your weekend. So our next speaker is supposed to be here right now. I messaged him, but I have not heard anything back. So I was thinking we could talk about. Go back to some of that SEO stuff since we only got to tap a little bit into the Google Trends that we were talking about before, as well as the if anybody had any questions about TubeBuddy, how I use it, I'm willing to answer any of those questions in the meantime. And I have a couple other feelers out to get people into the room a little sooner to fill to move their slot up. But in the meantime, actually, while I'm waiting for those questions to come through, let me talk about September. It's been it's been a heck of a year, and it's going to be probably a heck of another half of a year out in front of us. And after much deliberation and thinking about it, we decided that me and the IndiePod community team, we were like, let's move forward with hosting an in-person event instead of, it was supposed to be September 9th to the 11th. We're just going to move forward. Oh, that actually says September 9th. It's actually September 11th. I guess I messed that up there. But yeah, it's September 11th is the day of the event. It's going to be a one-day event, though we will probably do some kind of party or something, or like get together, outdoor gathering the night before for anybody that comes in. But if you're interested in learning how to podcast, if you're interested in learning how to get better at podcasting, if you're, if you're already podcasting and want to connect with other podcasters, this is the event. This will be our 7th annual in-person event that we will be hosting here just outside of Philadelphia. And it's gonna be fun. We'll definitely. It's a limited person engagement, so we'll be able to spread out a little bit in the ballroom, and hopefully be able to keep everybody safe. We'll have hand sanitizer, and we may still have to be wearing masks at that point, which is not ideal. But we'll do. What I was thinking is we could do something where you could listen to the talks or watch the talks maybe outside, outside the door or outside the outside, just so that there's an opportunity for you to be able to go outside and still be able to listen to the talks without having that issue of having to wear a mask for the entire day. Steve is going to be at the event. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you want to get a discount, 10% discount off your Icon 7 ticket, go to indiepodcasters.com/register, use offer code IPP, and you can get yourself registered there. Some of the benefits that we have is in the past, and we plan on doing this year, assuming that COVID allows for it, is we feed everybody at the event for lunch. So lunch is included with your ticket. You get photo booth is included with your ticket. We're not photo booth, professional headshots, I should say. That we have a photo booth set up for professional headshots. Jeanette Pellegrini is our photographer. She's been our photographer since day one back in 2015 when we were meeting in a school gymnasium just outside of Philadelphia. We have there's t-shirts that you get for attending the event. The t-shirts are much coveted. People still wear their shirts to years and years after the fact. Chip Edwards is in the house. What is up, Super Chip? It's good to see you here. We need to catch up there. It says Icon is both great and super valuable, great connections and good people. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Chip. And I mean, one of the great things that we try to do is we keep everybody in one room, so you're not missing out on this person thought, that person's thought. Everybody's in one room. It enables our speakers to have an opportunity to speak to the entirety of the room of the event. So and we have lots and lots of speakers. We have spotlight speakers and featured speakers. So if you haven't spoke at one of our events before, you could be a spotlight speaker. It means you'll get 8 minutes in front of the room to tell, deliver some valuable information for other podcasters. And then after you've spoken once as a spotlight speaker, you have the opportunity to come back the following year and speak as a featured speaker. So that's the way we operate the event. Steve asked what school. It was Holy Trinity in West Deptford. I think it was not Westville. It might have been Westville. It's like right on the cusp of West Deptford, Westville, New Jersey. Was where we were in that school gymnasium. Unfortunately, it's no longer a school, I think, as most Catholic schools have gone the way of the dodo bird. So it's just a lot of fun. We the other thing we're known for is doing our creative podcast competition workshop. So basically you get out of your seat, you group up with 3 other podcasters or people that are at the event, and then you get an envelope with 6 words in it, and those 6 words help you form a 5-minute podcast that you have to perform and record for listening by our judges, and then the winning team gets a prize pack based around that. So that has been an absolutely I don't think it's Westfield Grove. It's down the street from the Deptford skating rink. It's like literally around the corner from the skating rink. So yeah, so that has been a lot of fun. Every year we've given away an ATR 2100 to each of the 4 contestants on the team. So it's always a lot of fun to see what people come up with, because they get, you have different words, you have to incorporate them into a podcast. It's an awful lot of fun there. So let's see. Our next speaker is in the room. He is going to be speaking on the topic of how to get started writing your first book. I have written 4 books myself. I think that anybody who hasn't written a book yet absolutely should be writing at least 1 book in your life. At least 1. At the very least, it gives you an opportunity to form a bunch of ideas and then say that you went through the painstaking process of creating a book and having it for years to come, and just obviously to sell it to anybody that listens to your podcast, anybody that listens to your event, goes through your business and things of that nature. So I need some super claps in the chat for Super Brian K. Wright. What is up, Brian? How are you today?
Super Joe, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. I'm doing very well. We're moving right along here. We're winding down. There's only a handful of speakers left in the day. We've been on the air for 6 hours and 20 minutes. It's kind of insane. But it's fun. It's always a great time having awesome speakers like yourself come through. All the awesome super entrepreneurs that have been watching, commenting throughout throughout the day. Greatly appreciate it.
That's wonderful.
It is.
So
it is.
if there are comments, please alert me because I'm not watching that. I want to focus on giving value to your audience.
Yeah. Not a problem. I will pop in if there's any comments that that fit the where you're at in the talk.
Okay, wonderful. Well, first of all, congratulations for you having 4 books. I also have 4 books.
Woo!
And I ghostwrite books for other people. So I'm in this game all the time. So anyway, if you're ready.
Yep.
Today's
ready.
topic.
Are you sharing a screen?
I'm not.
Okay. All right. You're on the clock.
What you see is what you get right now. Okay. So today's topic is why you should write a book and how can you get started. Now, the idea of writing a book is pretty mystical for some people because they just have mind blocks around whether they can do it or not. In fact, I've identified 3 primary reasons why people don't write their book. Number 1, they don't think they're a good enough writer. Maybe they failed English or didn't do very well, or maybe they were told that they would never, ever be good at this. Let me tell you, you don't have to be a good writer to write a book anymore because you can source that out. If you think about this, a lot of the big sports figures, a lot of the big politicians, they don't sit at their keyboard and type. They don't have time. So they will either source it out or they will find other ways. Think what you will about Trump, but when he wrote his first book, The Art of the Deal, he had his secretary riding around in the back of his limo with him and he was talking and she would shorthand what he said. She would type it out, show it to him, and he would say, change this, let's add this. And that's how that first book got done. He didn't do any of this. He was dictating to someone else to write down for him. And so you can do this even if you're not a great writer. That's absolutely not required. In fact, Robert Kiyosaki very famously says, I'm not a best writing author, I'm a best selling author. And he said that to a journalist once who was really annoyed at the fact that he could even dare to call himself a writer when he admits very freely that he didn't do well in English when he was in school. So you don't have to be a good writer to write a book. The second reason why people don't write their books is because they don't think they have something legitimate to say. Who's going to listen to me? Who's going to read my book? What if no one buys it? Okay, stop whining. First of all, you do have something to say. I think everyone has something legitimate to say. I think everyone is really good at something or is an expert at something or has the capacity to be an expert at something. Think about this. If people constantly compliment you about how you are so good at X, maybe that's an opportunity for you to teach someone how to do that thing. That could be the basis for a book. So I would submit to you that you do have something to say. Maybe there's something that you're really good at. Think about that. Are you really good at sales? Do people call you a good leader? Are you really good at taking things that are left over and making something really great out of it, like a quilt? I mean, think about if any of you were ever in Boy Scouts or Cub Scouts. I remember there was one project where we were given a box full of random stuff. And the contest was to find the most creative use of all the random items in the box. That was an exercise. Well, that was an exercise in futility for me because I couldn't do it. But, you know, if there are things in your life where you think that there might be something that you can grab onto, experiment with it. You don't even have to start by writing a book. Start by writing a blog post. Start by writing or doing a Facebook Live. See what the reaction to that is. And if people want to learn more, then maybe that's your basis for getting started. So you do have something to say. The number 3 reason why people tend to not write their book is because they don't think they have time. I get it. We're busy. We have jobs. We have careers. We have our businesses. We're raising our family. We have a lot of commitments, especially in a society that's moving as quickly as it does today. But if you carve out enough time to write a page or 2 every day, you can be done with your book in 2 or 3 months. Think about that. It doesn't have to take long. The idea of writing a book can be really huge, but what's the best way to eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time. So eat that elephant 1 bite at a time. Take 1 bite today, take 1 bite tomorrow, take 1 bite the next day after that. And after a while, you will eventually have enough for a book. So let's talk about why you really should write a book. Well, a lot of people write books because it fulfills a bucket list item. Over 80% of people say they want to write a book, but less than 1% actually do. And I get that stat from looking at how many books are on Amazon and basically dividing by how many people there are in the world. That doesn't account for the fact that some people like myself have more than one, but a very small percentage of people actually will end up writing a book and publishing it, whether it's on Amazon, self-published, or anywhere else. So it's a bucket list item. But you know what? If you change your should into a must, as Tony Robbins likes to talk about, you'll be more motivated to get your book done. So why else should you write a book? It can be a great lead generation tool for your business. Now, some people like to write even short PDFs, 30 or 40 page PDF that they give away for free. And if you set up your funnel correctly, you can find out who downloaded that. And those people are now on your list. And you have the opportunity to maybe sell something, perhaps a consultation, perhaps working with you on whatever it is that you do. So people can use it as a lead magnet for their business. Another reason why people should write their book is because it has a high credibility perception in the marketplace. You think about this. I mean, when Joe said he wrote 4 books, when I said I wrote 4 books, there are a lot of people out there who've not written any. There are many people who've written more than both of us have. But you know what? The fact that you did it, even if it was just once, is a huge, huge deal. In fact, one of my clients wrote his first book and we finished it, probably about 2 years ago. And I can tell you his confidence is so much higher than it was before. And I've known him for almost 10 years. But once we got that book done, his whole countenance changed. He is now a lion and not a cub. And I'm so very proud of him for taking that step and getting his book done. So higher perceived credibility. Another reason why you should write your book, because it can generate revenue streams for your business, not just selling your book. A lot of people think, I want to sell 1 million copies of my book. That's all good and fine. Most of us won't. It's a fact. It's hard to sell 1 million copies of your book, but how else can you spin income from that? You can position a coaching program through your book. You can sell something else. You can sell writing services like I do through my book. You can get someone to join your email list, something as simple as that. You can drive people to your event. I'll give you a couple great examples. Robert Kiyosaki, who I referenced a little bit ago, in his book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, talked about how he wanted you to buy his cash flow game. If you've read that book, you see there are many instances where he references his cash flow game. At the very end of the book, there's a page that invites you to buy his cash flow game. So his book is used to generate sales for something else. You can also use your book to generate opportunities to speak on a stage, whether it's virtual or whether it's a live in-person stage. And some of those gigs can be paid speaking gigs. Some of them can be speak to sell. But the point being that you have an opportunity to make money speaking on stage because you have a book. Think about this. If there are 3 or 4 people that an event planner is thinking about hiring to speak on their stage, but you're the only one that's written a book, who must they think is the most credible person of the 4? You, because your book is done. So revenue streams. You can create masterminds. You can create retreats. I have a friend who does a retreat where she gets a dozen people in a room for a weekend and they get started writing their book. Yeah, there are a lot of self-help tools on Amazon to write a book as well. Absolutely. And the last reason why you should write a book, and this is one of my favorites, is because you have content to repurpose in a lot of different ways. One of my recent clients has used the book that I helped him write, and he's used bits and pieces as blogs on medium.com. And it's really, really clever because as I'm reading his blog, I'm thinking, I recognize almost all of this because I wrote it. And what's really, really cool about it is because I also publish a magazine, I am using his blog posts in my magazine. So not only did I help him write his book, content number 1, but he's repurposed that into a blog, content number 2, which we now have repurposed into magazine articles, which is use number 3. So don't just create something once, create it and use it many, many times. So that's why you should write a book. So here's the magic question. How do I get started? Number 1, you should come up with your topic. I tend to work with busy entrepreneurs, so they have a pretty good idea what they want their topic to be. But for those of you that have no idea whatsoever what your topic should be, here's your magic question. Talk to people you know, or even put a post on Facebook that says, if I were to write a book, what would you expect me to write about? The answers may surprise you. And if a bunch of people gravitate toward the same thing, that might be your clue that your topic is in there in that general area. The second thing you do after you come up with your topic is you need to structure it. In other words, come up with some kind of an outline or come up with your chapter titles. Well, how can you do that? Think about this. If you are, for example, in the real estate industry, you're an agent, you're a broker, think about the questions that they get all the time. Now, they get these questions all the time. And I'll tell you what, if after a while you get tired of answering those questions, having a book means you can say, just read my book. Every question you have is in the book. And it's a great way to just give them homework. Read the book. But seriously, if you have questions that come up in your business over and over and over again, those can be basis for questions and answers, those can be chapters in your book. I helped a client write a book about resilience, about overcoming, about starting over. And the way we structured her book was come up with all the reasons why someone needs to reinvent themselves. Maybe they got a divorce, so they have to. Maybe they lost their job because they have to. Maybe because they want to stay relevant. Musicians like Madonna and Cher reinvent themselves before every album because they get bored and they want to stay relevant. So now I look like this and now everyone's talking about you again. So sometimes people reinvent themselves because they like change. They really embrace it. So those are just examples of how you can structure a book. Reasons why X. And those could be chapters as well. So after you come up with your topic, after you come up with the structure, then you have to execute it. If you pledge to yourself to write 1 or 2 pages a day, like I mentioned earlier, you will have a book in 2 or 3 months. And that is awesome and amazing. So in order to get started, in order to execute this plan, what do you actually need? Number one, you need to have a clear message. What is it that you want your audience to get from this? And so I break this down into purpose and impact. What is the purpose of your book? What do you want people to do, think, or behave differently than they are right now? And number 2, impact. What do you want to have happen next for that reader to do? How do you want them to think differently about your topic? Okay, so have a clear message. Number 2 thing you need is, what does your audience want? And I would argue that the answer to that question is the intersection of 3 things. What do you know a lot about? What do your audience want to know a lot about? And what will your audience pay for? Because that's the secret sauce. Your book needs to be something that will generate revenue for you. At least that should be one of the reasons why you're writing a book. So what will your audience pay for? If something's really timely and topical, that's a book you better get out right now. For example, Clubhouse has been the rage for a little while. If you've gotten really good at how to use Clubhouse, get that book done in the next 60 days because a lot of people are probably writing about that right now. If your topic is a little more evergreen about how to be a successful parent, then you can take your time a little bit more. But what does your audience want to pay for? What do you know about? What does your audience want to know about? What will your audience pay for? The number 3 thing you need is have your end game in mind. And I've already hinted at this before, but what do you want to have happen next? Do you want them to come to your event? Do you want them to subscribe to your list? Do you want them to buy something? Do you want them to hire you? Have an end game in mind. And I tell all of my clients this. I ask them, why do you want to write a book? I want to tell my story. Okay, great. And what do you mean? And what else do you want to have happen? And eventually I steer them toward having an end game in mind. Think about this. If you've ever read the book Secrets of the Millionaire Mind by T. Harv Eker, his whole goal is to get you to come to his free 3-day weekend event somewhere in the United States or Canada or overseas. Why does he make it free? Because he will sell you, upsell you events, courses, masterminds while you're in the room. And it works. Get enough people in the room for free. He knows that a certain number of people will want to continue and study with him and his team further. So getting people to your event can be a great way to get people in the door. So have an end game in mind. Okay, so I do want to talk next about revenue streams. I hinted at some of this before. Speaking on stage can be a great benefit for having a book. You can get on stage. It's a little easier, like I alluded to before. It gives you something to sell in the back of the room. Even more, if you have an agreement with the event coordinator where they know there are going to be 100 people in the room, you can work it into your agreement that the event coordinator will buy 100 copies of your book, one for everybody who's going to be in the audience at a discount, not at retail, but at a discount. That adds some extra room for you in revenue. So let's just say your speaking fee, I'm just going to say $5,000 because the math is easy. Let's say your speaking fee is $5,000 and you sell your $20 book at $7 or $8 a piece. Times 100, you just added an extra $800 to your speaking fee without doing anything other than something you've already done. And now you want to sell your book. And you get to sign your books in the back of the room, because when you're going to a book signing, don't you look at that person as a celebrity a little bit? I know that when I've gone to Barnes & Noble bookstore signings, it's been a lot of fun. I get some great conversations with people. Some buy my book and some don't. But that's something else you can do too with your book, is you can have book signings. Hopefully the world will open back up enough where people will embrace that again. But boy, before COVID hit, I probably did 15 or 20 book signings around this book, Success Profiles: Conversations with High Achievers. It's on Amazon, and I bought a bunch of them through my publisher, and I'm selling those at retail, and I bought those at wholesale. So that's a great thing you can do. Masterminds, like I said, let's just say that your topic is quilting. I was in a mastermind with somebody who made $250,000 a year teaching people how to quilt. And you think, how does that happen? Well, she had her own mastermind. She had a captive audience of students who paid her to teach them the tricks and the trade. And it's not just quilting. I'm sure it had to do with selling your work, getting people to work with you, just a lot of different things. But yes, $250,000 a year quilting. So if you think that your expertise cannot become a book, I invite you to revisit that idea, because whatever your expertise is, you can write a book and you can make money doing it. You can have live events, because now that you are the established expert in something, you can have live events where you can sell your books, you can sell your courses, you can sell your masterminds. Just like Joe is doing here. I've done Entrepreneur Live, which is a virtual summit. I've done that 3 times. And it's really great because I get to invite people into my world who are interested in writing a book. And so some of those people become clients. Some of those people buy the recordings and they're on my list. So I get to talk to them over and over again, as much or as little as I really want to. You can also use your book as a jumpstart for getting a coaching program going. Chances are, if you're an expert at something, there are other people who want to learn how to do what you know how to do. So charge them for it. Start a coaching program. There are a lot of different ways you can skin this cat. There's not one right way to do this. So I know that my time is coming up really, really soon. But if you want to talk about getting your book written, I have a calendar link. You can go to callwithbrian.com, BRIAN, callwithbrian.com. Get on my calendar. I would be glad to talk to you about what your topic is, what the possibilities are for a book with you, whether you are looking to be coached, whether you want someone to work with you on writing it, whatever that happens to be, get on my calendar. And I want to give everyone who's here a freebie. A freebie. I also publish a magazine called Success Profiles Magazine. I want to give away a free issue of my magazine. So go to brianwrightinternational.com/VIP, as in very important person. brianwrightinternational.com/VIP. I did an issue around the idea of how thoughts become things. It's a film that Doug Vermeeren made. It was billed as the sequel to The Secret, and Dennis Waitley is on the cover. I got to interview a lot of people who were in that movie. And so the whole idea of the law of attraction and how thoughts become things, that was a fascinating topic. The whole issue is about how thoughts become things. So once again, brianwrightinternational.com/V as in Victor, I, P as in Paul, brianwrightinternational.com/VIP. And I am open to take questions if anyone has any.
Let me see here. No questions yet. If anybody has any questions, we're running a few minutes ahead of schedule, so if we can give it a minute or so.
Well, I wanted to respect your time, so I didn't want to endanger.
No, I agree.
Close.
I appreciate. I appreciate that, Brian. I think that having a book is super super invaluable to be able to have something, because look, there's people, I'm not one of those people, but there's people out there that they're going to read a book. They're always going to have a book that they're working on, right? Or that they're reading on. And so like, there's people that are they just need to fill the pipeline, because they're just going to keep turning through the books that they're getting. Right. So having an opportunity to be able to tap into those people who are really well read, and as I'm pretty sure he's a mutual friend of ours. What's his face? Leaders Read, or was it Read the Lead? The Read the Lead podcast with what's his name? I can't think of his name.
I'm not sure.
It's Jeff Brown. Jeff Brown. I think it's Jeff Brown. Pretty sure it's Jeff Brown. It's one of those things where it's people who read generally are really great leaders, because they're able to take in lots of different stories and consider things from a lot of different angles. And then by you having that book enables those leaders to be able to read your stories, read the lessons that you pour into them. So I think it's important. I think everybody should have a book, whether you are going to sit down and write it yourself, have your assistant sit in the back of the car and write down what you're saying, even just recording and then sending it off to somebody else, recording video or recording audio and sending it off to somebody else to kind of put it into a structure. It might actually end up being better that way, because then you'll have less the editor will actually have to do, because you'll have somebody who's already they know what they're doing when it comes to writing a book.
It's great. So no, I appreciate this opportunity. It's great to talk to your audience again this year, and thank you so much for having me. And get that free issue of the magazine. I really would love for everyone to read that.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. So I was, what was the link for that?
BrianWrightInternational.com/VIP.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, Brian. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Brian K. Wright. Thank you so much, Brian. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You also. Take care.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna keep it moving here. Oh man, it's been 6 hours and 40 minutes. It has been a lot of fun, a lot of great talks, a lot to be learned. I'm interested to see how many notes both Steve Richardson and Stephen Green both have, because I know they're ferocious note takers. So I'm really interested to see, especially because coming up will be Stephen Green and our closer Maxwell Ivy. But before we get there, our next speaker is coming very early in the morning from Australia, speaking on the topic of making money flow with your money archetypes. Everyone, I need super claps in the chat for Super Jen Cudmore. What is going on, Jen? How are you?
Hey, welcome everyone. Hi, you've all had a very long day, I take it.
There's been a lot of people here from the very beginning. Steve Richardson says his hands are cramping right now.
Good job.
Stephen Green is up to 11 and a half pages. Oh man, that is crazy, Stephen.
It's so good. I watched a little bit before I went to sleep so I could see you were all like going for it. Okay, so I'm going to jump straight in, and hopefully I'll be really good at this tech stuff. So I won't be able to see you guys. I'll see you in a sec. So we're going to play from the start. Okay, so we're talking about making money flow with your money archetypes. And these are the sacred money archetypes. And so we're going to go through them. I'm going to speak really fast. I thought about just sort of chatting about them and giving you some background, but they're very, very powerful. And, there's going to be quite a few words on the slides for those of you that, think there shouldn't be too many words on the slides. But every one of these words has got an activation. Like, it's very powerful when you get into your money archetypes. Each word has got a vibe. So we're going to go through them. So, when you're manifesting money, or when you're creating money, or when you're in the money flow with business and entrepreneurship, your energy is everything, especially when it comes to manifesting money. So I'm Jen Cudmore. I do Unique Brand. We do the brand archetypes for that. We do Money Shine, which is the money archetypes, manifesting codes. I do sales and success, business coaching. I use business kinesiology. So we do a lot of energy work with the entrepreneurs that I work with to sort of get them to the next level. And that is really this is really the sort of energy clearing and the healing. This is the deeper energetic work that you sort of need to do to clear the way forward. And what I use is the money archetypes, and I use the brand archetypes because they're just such a quick hack into what you're meant to be doing, is, for alignment, for flow, and, just so you're not second guessing yourself out there in the world. So you have a money DNA, and these are your unique codes for making money flow. So following other people's models for alignment, for success can really take you out of alignment. I've worked out it can take you about 2 years out of alignment, following a strategy that is not really in flow with you. And, I feel sad about this. People second guess themselves. They end up not reaching the level of success that they could because they've followed someone else's model that is not really their flow model. So the money archetypes are your unique keys to money and success, and leaning into them will activate and attract the perfect clients, perfect opportunities, innovation. So this is where new ideas come through, and inspiration. So the more you're you probably know this if you've been into quantum science and those kind of things, the more you really are yourself, the more you draw things to you. So the more you connect with your unique success DNA, the more you're going to attract the right opportunities. And this is how you're going to manifest money and flow with grace and ease. So we need to rewire your brain for making money flow. And, there's heaps of money mindsets out, mindset strategies out there. But the thing is, it's got to be as unique as your fingerprint. And so it's like there's just 4 things you need to think of. Money archetype 1, money archetype 2, money archetype 3, and of course, your best quality work and an abundance mindset. So the blend of your top 3 money archetypes are really your secret codes to success. So you can imagine there's 8 archetypes, and 3 of them you're going to do this beautiful weave and really work out who you are in the world, what sort of strategies are really in alignment for you, how you're going to show up. It's the weave of the 3. And you can imagine like how many people are weaving their story in the world, their unique DNA, because there's just so many combinations of the 3. Or the mathematical people will be able to tell me what that is. So yeah, getting back to that one, when you are going to do the assessment, if you've got 2 or 3 in one place, remember it's just your top 3, and you've got to ask the question, which one empowers me the most in reaching my goals right now? So remember, simplicity equals success. So when we're working with manifesting, it's a manifesting energy. It's a real simplicity energy. It can't be too complicated because the soul loves simplicity. And so when we're really activating this energy, if it's not simple, we're going to go down into the mind. We're going to go into another category whereby things aren't going to flow. Okay, let's start with the ruler. So your flow strategy is to innovate, achieve, and empower wealth with grace and ease. You're an inner empire builder, illuminating the desire to achieve. You're an unstoppable, passionate force. You have big income, significant impact. You're naturally ambitious and determined, and your business dominates most of your time and attention. So probably a lot of people attracted to this. The people that have been here all day are probably definitely rulers. They'll be just taking lots of notes because they're builders. They're building stuff all the time. The challenges could be that you're never feeling satisfied that you've made enough. Your business dominates most of your time and energy. You fear losing control of your power and identity, and you may hide feelings of not being good enough. So your money flow mindset, this could be your mantra, this could be your affirmation. I fulfill my destiny by achieving prosperity and leadership with grace and ease. So remember, it's the grace and ease piece that we're looking for. So the accumulator, your money flow strategy is to respect the power of money by investing to create freedom. So the accumulator is the inner banker, illuminating respect and appreciation. They live well below their means. They're highly attentive at managing money, and they really carry debt. They plan really well. They're really good with money, real planners. You need one on your team if you're an entrepreneur. The challenges, though, are spending even small amounts can make them anxious. They feel guilt or doubt about investing in themselves. They often don't trust others when it comes to money, and they can be judgmental about other people's spending. The money mindset for the accumulator is say yes to opportunities because opportunities create wealth. So, they can get tight. They can sort of get contracted because they're afraid to spend the money on the next investment that's going to take them further. So we just watch that with the accumulator. Next, we've got the connector. So the connector's money flow strategy is to empower financial independence through the value of relationships. So they're the inner relationship creator. They're illuminating faith and optimism, and it's the faith that mostly keeps them free of financial stress. They're happy when someone else is making the financial decisions. They care more about heart-to-heart connections than making money, and they excel at relationships and collaborations that bring you new business, and really good at partnerships. So if you're a connector, you're looking to partner with people, you're out there networking, it's totally the right strategy for you. So the challenges are you can blindly trust the handling of money to others. You can be taken advantage of financially due to your reluctance to be assertive about the financial details. They can harbour feelings of inadequacy or disempowerment about money, and they can avoid facing their money situation, hoping it will improve on its own. And they wish they didn't have to think about making money and managing money. So, with a connector, The money piece is going to be, it's just going to feel so awkward talking about your fees. So, you know, a lot of the coaches are talking about don't put your fees on the website. Probably you're going to take a lot of energy off the plate and worry and concern, and you'll be more in flow if you have your prices up there. So when people come to speak with you, they already know what the price is, so you can just, you know, go straight into the relationship. So, you know, I see people that are connectors for years and years working, particularly if they're high ticket, you know, all this bulletproof mindset stuff, but it's just sort of out of flow for them a lot of the time to just really bring the money piece forward. So we just have it there easy for them. So your money flow mindset is the more comfortable I get with money, the more I empower myself. So the alchemist's money flow strategy is to transform ideas into financial success. They're the inner idealists. They illuminate positive change. They're amazing at turning ideas into money. They're seen as transformational and daring and can make a lot of money in innovative ways. A bit like the quilt. We're just hearing about the person that had the quilt mastermind. Possibly has the alchemist money archetype, that woman. So powerful champions of others, and they're rewarded well in that role. So if you're particularly in the coaching industry, if you've got a really unusual skill, if you really, really double down on being transformational and daring and turn those ideas into money, this alchemist money archetype can really, really propel you forward. So the challenges are they have a love-hate relationship with money and often subconsciously sabotage wealth with limiting beliefs around money being the root of all evil. They can get obsessed with unfair distribution of wealth in the world and therefore block opportunities for themselves. You can find, you know, often they'll go, okay, that deep down they'll say, well, that's enough money. These people haven't got anything, or these people haven't done that well in COVID. You know, they'll sort of play themselves down. We don't want to do that. We want to be in overflow. When we're in overflow, we've got more to give. So we want to be in super overflow. So they can feel impatient and annoyed that they have to even deal with money. And they can rebel against creating money goals and habits. They just want to be in the idea and the altruism and the sharing and the championing. So, you know, we have to get them really into the nuts and bolts of really those money habits. The money mindset, the more I do well in the world, the more I can help others do good. Love that one. Okay, the maverick, probably lots of mavericks here. Your money flow strategy is to balance extreme risk with financial security. The maverick is the inner rebel with a cause, illuminating that risk is essential. They're highly creative with money. They turn it into game they want to win. They have a natural ability to understand complex money transactions, and they pay great attention to money, and they're excellent at reading contracts, looking for clever ways to turn a situation or an opportunity. So very entrepreneurial, the maverick. The challenges are they often experience extreme highs and lows financially. You see them doing really well, and then you just don't see them the next year. They're easily attracted to shiny objects and get rich opportunities, distracting them from the long-term plans. So they have a real comfort level taking extreme risks, so they can get really addicted to the high, and that can have a real cost on the business and on their relationships. Actually, their spouses often really suffer with, oh, here we go again. You know, they're going up and down on these real addictive kind of business ventures. The money flow mindset, sometimes the biggest risk is investing regularly in the tried and true. Celebrity, here we go. So the money flow strategy for the celebrity is to accumulate wealth while being admired and valued in the world. So the inner big shot, they illuminate impact and recognition. They're highly charismatic. They're a magnet for attracting 5-star people and experiences. They often have their star power hidden under wraps. They're capable of taking the stage in a brilliant way, and they create a lot of attention for themselves and also for others. They're often shining the light on other people. So, you know, there's a lot of strategies around getting a lot of followers on Insta and on Clubhouse and things like that. Perfect for a celebrity money archetype. You totally need to be, you know, putting a lot of energy into finding your flow and being seen. So the challenges are they often project an image of wealth and success that might not match their bank account. And also on the inside, they didn't often receive approval or the unconditional love they craved as a child. And it can create a hole that they try to fill with money or image. They can value status or image over financial security, which makes it really hard for them to get ahead financially. And they can spend time on money and appearances just to avoid feeling criticized or empty. So, you know, they can get really stuck in a cycle. So when they're really, the mindset is increasing how much I love and accept and believe in myself is priceless. So when they're really in that self-love energy and they're really, you know, sort of really believing themselves, and that's when they can just get out there and do things without those kind of hooks and cords. The nurturer. So your money flow strategy is to care for others by empowering yourself. So the inner sponsor, illuminating caring and compassion. They have a desire to be of service, which inspires them to be extremely generous. They often give massive value and their clients feel that they really care about them. They naturally build trust. They have a high level of compassion. They often give up a lot of, not just their money, but their time. They put a lot into their clients. The challenges are that they can overgive for every dollar they bring in. They can end up drained, resentful, suffer from feelings of martyrdom. They just burn out. They find it difficult to have boundaries, and they often self-sacrifice. They abandon themselves. So they can easily be taken advantage of. And they really do find it hard to really, you know, to ask for what they're worth. So, you know, often when they've got a coach, the coach often really helps them to work out what they're charging, the boundaries for them. They work, you know, do really well with coaching because it's really counterintuitive for a nurturer to have boundaries that doesn't feel compassionate. So we've really got to balance. Remember, you've got 3 money archetypes. If you've got this one, you've got to really balance it. Sometimes you can balance it with the other, and you'll kind of create the lesson of this, and you'll go to the next level in entrepreneurship. So your money flow mindset is creating clear money boundaries is a powerful way to demonstrate my caring. Romantic, here we go. So your money-making strategy is to create financial security while living life to the fullest. So you're the inner hedonist, you're illuminating, enjoying the pleasures of life, inspiring others with your lifestyle and energy. And usually your business has got this level of intimacy and sensuality. You love a feeling of luxury and freedom, and you attract others by aspiring to live, you know, life to the fullest. So, you know, your branding is going to have that. You know, it's a lot about the lifestyle. You're going to have a lot of luxury energy around, you know, how you present yourself on social media. That's really in flow for the romantic. The challenges are you often spend money because you feel I deserve it. You resist making changes to your money behavior, thinking, you know, even if you know it's going to benefit you, just think you just feel like it'll be out of alignment. And really, you've got to make these changes. You shrug off money habits, telling yourselves, you know, you're not good with money. And you believe money is to be enjoyed, and you dislike being told no, even by yourself. So you won't, you know, often won't, you know, follow what you planned around spending. So your money flow mindset, creating and embracing a secure financial future, is a way I can always enjoy the best of life. So remember, lean into your unique money codes and manifest with archetype 1, 2, 3. And of course, your best quality work, because it's your best quality work that's really going to take you forward. So your energy is everything. So you need to make your money flow with your money archetypes with grace and ease. So if you want to find out your money archetype, you know, don't try and guess it. You know, a lot of you will be thinking, oh, I think I'm that, I think I'm that, I think I'm that. Go to the money archetype assessment. Follow me on Instagram, Jen Cudmore, Business Energy Coach. I do a lot of energy work with the entrepreneurs that I work with to help them to get to the next level. And please feel welcome to apply for my private Facebook group, Manifesting Money and Business in Alignment. Thank you.
That was awesome, Jen. Thank you so much. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that was great. You know, it's really helpful when we can get things down to like a set of something, you know,
Yeah.
like the pillars or the types or the, you know, and
Or
then
the codes, yeah.
you might not fit that type. Like you might not fit it, but like so many people will fit it. They'll identify with it and then be able to like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. This is the roadmap that
Yeah.
I should take. And then at least it gives you some next steps to like move in that direction to help, like, oh wow, I never thought about I act like this and this because of this. And then you start opening up the floodgates of the past
They
experiences
start to
and
turn up
things.
because that's the manifesting. You're in alignment, it starts to turn up. Suddenly, randomly, the strategy arrives. Or you notice it in a different way. And also you feel it, you stay inside yourself. You're not like leaving yourself thinking you're not good enough and all those kind of things, you know. So I just love them so much. I geek out on them. I've had 14 men just cry just reading them what they are. So it's a real coming home too. You go, oh my goodness, I'm such a badass. This is me. You know, it's like they feel themselves really, you know, arrive home really to their destiny and what they're meant to be doing in the world. It's very, very exciting for me as a business energy coach.
Ding ding. I love that.
Woohoo. I did it in the 18. I couldn't see where we were going with time, so that was good.
Oh, you did. You were under the 18. We're still running a little ahead of schedule, but not by much. Which is good. That's, you know, the goal is to always try to get at schedule, and it's a lot easier here in the virtual world than it is in person. I think we were talking about that yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me, Joe.
you are so welcome. Thank you so much for waking up early to be here. Thank you for staying up late to watch us in the early or late evening hours. And at some point, you know, you get here back to America. You know, let me know if you're here in the Northeast. You know, DC, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, maybe Boston, but that is a heck of a drive on my part.
Yeah,
But if
I
you're in
was
one of those
in
cities,
Washington just before we had all this happen. So yeah, it does. I've got a few clients there. So Washington's always on the list.
DC, right? Not
DC,
Washington
yeah.
State. Okay, yeah. Let me know. I'm about 2 hours away, hour and a half away from there. That's not a bad drive. I got lots of friends and things down there to take part in when I come down. So yeah, let me know next time you're down in DC. I would love to pop down there.
Lovely. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for having me. All
Awesome,
the best,
Jen.
everyone.
You too. Thank you. I need some super
Yeah.
claps in the chat for Super Jen Cudmore. That was also, I hope that was really helpful to everybody watching, and thanks to everybody for hanging in here all day long. It's been, you know, the view numbers have gone up and down, up and down, up and down, but they have the plateau has been a steady number, which is absolutely awesome to see so many people dedicated to learning throughout the day and taking so many notes. Speaking of taking notes, the next person up is speaking on Take Your Business Virtual for Fun and Profit, and probably has about 12 and a half pages, if not more, of notes at this point. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Dr. Stephen Green. What is
Yeah,
up, man?
I
It's
got
been so
12 and that
long.
much. I got like 12 and a 0.08.
Phenomenal.
I don't know what it is. Let me turn this up a tiny bit.
You're it's been so long since I forgot
I
to see your
know.
face.
Look,
It's been
this will
too
make you
long.
happy, Joe. Look what I got here. See?
Oh, look at that. That is
Original issue there. And this wasn't this real gold somehow?
It's got like a flake to it.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I think this is like a $700-800 shirt with that gold in it.
It is. It is. Oh man.
Not to mention the sentimental value.
Yes. Well, that was our 5th anniversary T-shirt. As I was saying earlier, that the T-shirts are well coveted,
Yes,
as evidenced by Dr. Stephen Green
I
here.
got it here.
I'm not wearing one right now just because it's the business, it's the entrepreneur business, and it's a little chilly today.
No, that's true. Yeah,
I'm out
it
here
is
in the
cold here
studio.
for us.
So, you have any slides today, sir?
I do have slides. I like slides. I gotta
Alright.
say this though. Jen I wish I had an accent like Jen. The Australian accent is so cool.
It is. You know what you can do?
Maybe that's like an American thing. We all want another accent, but
I changed my Siri to the
Oh.
Australian female, and it's pretty neat. Some words are a little hard to
Whatever it
understand,
takes, right?
but it's fun. it makes for a different experience, especially when you're out in public and you pull up Siri.
Let me see if I can get my slides going the first time.
Chip's
here.
got his t-shirt as well, and he said, "Good to see you, Steve." So
well, Chip's kind of a lifer too.
Oh, he absolutely is. He absolutely is. All right, sir.
There we go.
You
So
are.
I actually made a little bit of an audible here because some things have happened last week or two that I thought might be appropriate. But
cool.
we going virtual. It's what we got to do right now, right?
110. That's what we're doing right this
I
second.
know.
And hopefully in September we'll
what's the
be able
official
to
name
get
of this?
together.
The Virtual Entrepreneur Conference, right?
Super Entrepreneur Conference, but it's the free.
Yeah.
You know, it's free virtual Super Entrepreneur Conference.
That's okay. It's all good, and let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to talk about. What I want everybody to get from this is a strategy sort of thing. This is a strategic goal here. Is let's have a plan. And let me tell you a tiny bit. So we're going to go virtual for fun and profit. And it's I don't know, sarcastic, but a little bit of a sort of sarcastic title. But I'm those of you who know me, and many of you on this, I've run across before. I'm an educator. I'm a tutor. I'm an author. I agree with everything that was said about writing a book. And I can talk probably a whole thing about that. I have my own podcast. I live stream. I run a community and so on and so on. I'm not saying that to feel important, but I've really invested in getting into this digital sort of space and branding myself in there. And I owe a lot of that to people in this community. And when I came to the thing, I got the shirt. I hadn't even launched my podcast yet. My first episode has been made, but wasn't even posted yet. So those of you who are thinking about it, just do it. Let me tell you a story. About March 12th, 2020 was the day that everything kind of went bonkers where we live here. And what I mean by that is, and we've all lived it, we didn't know what was going on. And I am in the education world. I am in education and training. That's what I do every day, all day. And I have a lot of students and a lot of clients in the education world in schools. And all of a sudden, are we even having school? Is school shut down? We were going to open it again. Are we going to open it 2 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, September? But the problem was, if there's no school, if I'm in a tutoring and academic support business, I don't have any business. If I don't have any business, I don't have any revenue. I don't need revenue. I got a big problem. So I saw what was coming, and I have taught and instructed and done coursework virtually for about 8 years. So this was not a complete 0 to 120 sort of shift. But about March 12th, around St. Patrick's Day, I said, you know what? I got to be very, very proactive here. Very proactive, or I'm going to be really stuck. So I called every client I had, old school, picked up the phone, called them. I said, what are we going to do? I was trying to get them to partner with me on the decision. And I was able to convert 90% of the students and the families I was usually seeing in a brick and mortar classroom workshop setting to virtual in less than 2 weeks. Saved the business, revenue stream, it was fine. And I'm going to tell you how this happened. I'm going to kind of give you some ideas so you can do this as well. Of course, we're a year later. Many people have already pivoted. Many people have gotten a lot of new ideas, but there's a lot to learn along the way. So let's get into this. What this has led to is an offering I have for virtual education online learning, which I'm going to get to a little bit later. Here's 3 things, and this is really what I'm going to kind of talk about and get you to think about. 3 things I wish I knew as a business owner when I took my business virtual. I know now, I didn't necessarily know then. And I've taught a lot of these. I've lived a lot of these. I kind of went up and down with some of these. I want everybody to be aware of this, and hopefully it will help you. Number 1, and this is not exactly a news flash, but a lot of people don't take it into account. The virtual world is different than the face-to-face world in terms of doing business, in terms of communicating, in terms of getting your point across, in terms of relationship building, all these things. I have seen so many people, business owners, salespeople, really make this critical mistake. They assume whatever was working for them, or maybe not even working so well in the face-to-face situation, they would just do it the same way virtually. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. They all thought that the way they interact and they work with clients in the face-to-face world was the same. It created a lot of problems. For my clients in the world in general, things like this. And it's kind of a myth, hey, look, if you want to have success, you got to draw people to you. You've got to have a service that people want. You have to be able to communicate what that is, and you have to be able to market and sell it. And if your thinking isn't aligned with that, and your thinking isn't able to deliver it in a way that's going to work in the present reality, in this case, the virtual reality, you're not going to get too far. And I experienced this a little bit as well, especially that first week when I was trying to figure it all out. And I've seen this over and over and over, even a year plus later. Businesses I work with, the businesses I coach and train are still making these same mistakes. They just aren't ready to transition yet, effectively and technically. So here's my tip. Know your platforms. If you're going to work in Zoom or StreamYard or however you are going to communicate with people, you got to be good at it. Learn how to work in the chat, learn how to screen share. And I know this is simple stuff, and probably most people in this event are like, yeah, this is pretty basic. And it really is, but still people gloss over it. Oh, I know how to do that. I know how to do that. That's not such a big deal. But know your platforms. If you're going to use PowerPoints to make presentations, learn how to use them, or Canva, or whatever you're going to use. If you're going to live stream, work at it. Know your platforms. So the first tip I got, if you're going to go virtual, and maybe you have no choice, you really got to know the technology you're working with. Okay. Second thing, and actually I think this is more important than number one, but I want to build up to a little bit. The clarity of message is super, 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 even more super than Joe and the Super Entrepreneur Conference. It is super important in the virtual world because the attention span goes way, way down. People are sitting on their computer. For all you know, they're checking email, they're playing on their phone, they're looking out the window. You can't lock eyes with them in the same way. And I've seen this in the virtual consumer world and the business to business world, that you need to be able to convey your message very succinctly, very precisely, in a way that your prospects can get, digest, and understand right away. In my situation, the first few times I was trying to do it, if I was too indirect, prospects didn't relate to it. They didn't know what to do. Was he selling me something? Was he giving me something? What's he doing? So the need for clear and concise communication, in my opinion at least, is greater, if not much greater, in the virtual world than the face-to-face world. Okay? You get about 3 seconds to capture somebody's attention on social media. You probably get about the same thing in a virtual meeting. And there's been a huge, 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 huge proliferation of online networking. They're everywhere. Lots of free groups. There's still some paid groups doing it. And this is a good example of it. You got 50 people in a room. You got to get right to what you're saying. So clarity of message, really, really important. And I've seen so many people struggle with this. And probably they were going to struggle with it in the face-to-face anyway, but they were able to build rapport better in that environment. So they were going to get away with it a little bit more. So my premise is, if you don't have a clear message because of the decreased attention span of the audience and the different platforms out there, business salespeople are losing sales. They're not making relationships as well as they could. They're going to lose revenue if you can't hook somebody in and be clear with your message right away. So my tip is, hone your commercial to perfection, whether it's a 30-second commercial, an elevator pitch, a 2-minute pitch, whatever it is, get really, really strong with it. Critical. Third one, and this is the upside, this is the positive. Sorry if I was a little negative before, but we've been dealing with it. There's so many opportunities now that exist that did not exist before. I think the word pivot has been probably used more in the last year than it was in the previous century. But it's true. At first, I didn't really see virtual business opportunities because I was focused in on, hey, I got to keep my business strong. I got to keep getting back to what I was doing to make sure I can keep that solid. I see a lot of people with the same challenge. Some were my clients, some were friends of mine. And I think people were heavily focused on, oh, this is tough, this is hard, nobody's working, this and this, too hard to work with my kids, blah, 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 blah. But there's so many opportunities now that didn't exist before. In some cases, they're geographic. I'm working with people literally all over the world. England, Germany, Japan, Australia, even several states, I think 14, 15 states. I probably should have a better count. I was doing that before, not as broadly, but I learned how to push that out. And I learned how to make those connections. And that's not really the purpose of this particular talk, because there's probably other people better at prospecting and marketing than I am. But I targeted the prospects I thought would work, and I had systems to do it. So when I understood what my client base, my prospects were looking for, I learned right away there were many opportunities I could use to expand my business. And as I interact with business owners and entrepreneurs, and those are the people I serve in my training side, I found that there's just, it's almost an endless thing. It's like a bottomless pit. And this is what led to this course I'm going to just talk about very quickly. But the tip is just look for opportunities to connect, opportunities to collaborate, opportunities to sell, opportunities to provide service, because there's still universal needs that all businesses have and all people have for products and services. It's changed. It's definitely had to be adapted. It'll probably go back at least some way, but I think I'm long, as they say, that this virtual door has been kicked open, and I don't think it's closing anytime soon. I think even with the return to normal things, quote unquote, I think we're going to have this. So keep your eye open for opportunities. The opportunity I had was I was asked in June to speak at a Chamber of Commerce lunch. That was virtual, but they had one every month, and they had a panel. The panel was, how are you transitioning? And I was asked to do it as an entrepreneur, and there were 3 other entrepreneurs on there. And basically what happened was I had a system. I mean, I'm an educator by nature and training. So I'm very, very organized. That's why I got 12.05 pages of notes, because I like to write everything down so I have a record of it. And I just basically, hey, here's a day in the life of a virtual entrepreneur. That's what I talked about at this launch. I had about 10 minutes. At the end of it, I had about 15 people reach out to me, about 80 people at this launch, and said, we want to take your workshop. Oh, well, honestly, I didn't even have a workshop. I think I might have referred to workshops as, just sort of generically. And then I created this course. The course is called Take Your Business Virtual. Kind of really expanded this whole part of my business. So this was a big opportunity. It kind of fell in my lap, but I was also prepared for it, and I was ready to do it. So I'm going to keep this kind of short. It's been a long day. And I'm psyched to see Max. I haven't seen Max since Atlantic City. But anyway, Steve Green here. There's my LinkedIn. There's my email. There's my website, in addition to the coaching site, if you want information about that specifically. And my message here, just to sum up, is to survive and thrive in the digital space, you need to really communicate clearly. You got to look for opportunity, and you have to be able to transition what you're doing into the space, which requires mastering some of the things that we talked about before. And we kind of went from there. So that's my idea. That's my goal. Hopefully this was useful and helpful. If there's any questions, I can't see everybody says that, but everybody still stay safe. We're not completely out of the woods yet, but I think we're getting close. So that is what I have here. Let's see. I don't know if Joe's around. Joe,
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
I didn't know if you could see me on one of your other screens.
Oh, there you are. Okay, yeah. Okay. But yeah, so that's what I had for today. Hopefully that was helpful.
No, that was great. Being able to pivot, being able to figure out where things are going to go, so you can continue to operate, so you're not just sidelined for a year, 2 years, 2.5 years,
3 years. Well, I mean, look, there are things like, look, let's just look at the conferences, right? I mean, would you have done these virtual events if we could still do live events? Maybe not.
Well,
certainly not.
So I wanted to. So I wanted to, and my Icon team basically was like, no, just focus on the live event in September. And I was like, but having a virtual event is part of focusing that, because it brings so many people together, and the proof is in the pudding. We've grown our community from like 450 members on Facebook to over 2,800 members. So we've done it. We're there. It's real. And I think, having the opportunity to meet with, bring people together. Now, some of the events have been more populated than others based on, you know, the further we get from the beginning of the pandemic, plus plus the
Right.
weather.
Well, that's always going to be
you
the
know.
case, right?
Yeah, I mean the weather, you know, as it gets nicer, it's going to be harder and
Yeah,
harder to get people
do I want
to.
to mow the lawn or come to Joe's virtual event? You know,
Yeah,
I
you know
want to take
what?
weeds or come to Joe's virtual event.
With your phone, you could just listen to Joe's virtual
true,
event. You
that's
know,
true.
like you just put it in your pocket and pop a earbud in, and you're good to go.
I
you
didn't
know,
miss
you
1
don't have
minute
to
today. I
plug in.
was right on at 9 and here still, and then
Wow,
the Max and
ding, ding, ding. That is
yeah,
that is
yeah.
awesome. I haven't missed pretty much any minutes either.
I got toys over here too. I don't use them as well as you do though. But
well,
I mean, listen, I always like to thank you because you do so much for the community, and you know the courses. You haven't even brought up. Are you doing another live streaming class or Ross or anybody? Because that was happy birthday, Ross. By the way,
yeah, happy birthday, Ross.
Ross Brand, for those of you who don't know him, one of my mentors and heroes in the digital live streaming space.
He is phenomenal. So no, we haven't talked about doing another one since. But I mean the only course that I have that's coming up here is the Profit Growth Mastermind in June. Yeah, so that'll be going live in June to basically get your profit up, right? So working with me and working with other business owners, other entrepreneurs to grow your profit, reduce costs, increase automation, increase freedom of time, increase profits so that you can afford to do more things and hire more people, create and save jobs. So I'm looking forward to doing that. So if you want to learn more about that, go to superjoeparra.com/mastermind and how you can jump in and be a part of that first mastermind group that we're putting together. Phoenix is in the house, and
Hey, Phoenix.
9 a.m.
Let me give some love to Phoenix. Phoenix is putting on an event in 2 weeks, and she asked me to be a speaker on it. So I really appreciate that.
That
Phoenix.
is awesome.
Yeah.
What is the topic? What's the theme of the?
It's basically, Phoenix's thing is college success for kids, and
that's awesome.
And it's National Signing Day, May 1st. Which is a big thing, especially for student athletes.
Oh, signing like onto the college,
like committing to right, and
committing to the college.
So it's basically how to be successful in college.
And Steve Richardson too.
Yeah, I mean Phoenix and I are both alumni of the How to Live Stream Course 1.
Yes, you are, and that is awesome. Let's see, College Signing Day Virtual Summit 2021. Phoenix, drop in the comments where people can find out about that, find out more about that. I'm a 2-time college dropout, so for me, you
may be a little late to the party for this, then, Joe.
a little bit. But hey, I could tell you how not to drop out of college, and then I can tell you when it makes sense to drop out of college because I've done both in my life.
Not for everybody, but if you're going to do it, you should do it right. That's what I tell people. Well, but it's a testament to the community, right? I met Phoenix through the community, and we had some common ground, and she's been on my podcast, I've been on hers, and it's a good collaborative. And we're pretty local, she's in Philly as well. So, but that's what comes from this stuff. If you just hustle around a little bit and get out there and say hi to people.
Absolutely. And getting connected. So register at bit.ly/college signing 2021. Love it.
Did I mention, I think I'm speaking at 11.
I don't think you mentioned the time, but you did.
Did I mention that? I don't remember now. My memory, isn't what it used to be. I think it's 11. Phoenix can confirm that.
So definitely go and check. So that conference, that summit is for parents of the college
I think it's for the college kids
students?
themselves or older high school kids per Phoenix through me. Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
I got to tell you, I'm psyched because the blind blogger's on deck, right?
He is our closing.
When we were in Atlantic City, he stayed with us.
Yes, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
I mean, technically he stayed at my sister's house, but I dropped him off there and I picked him up the next day and brought him back. And so we got a little simpatico going that way.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. He stayed in my room the first night, and well, he got sleep, and Jeanette Pellegrini, our photographer, she got sleep too.
Uh-oh.
I did not get sleep that night.
No,
I
she
did not get to
snore?
sleep that night.
She snore too loud?
Both between the two of them, it
Oh.
was, and I'm sure I was snoring too. So I don't, but they
No,
were the
the
ones
TMI,
sleeping.
the TMI, I guess. Yeah, but I was happy to do it. But yeah.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. I know Max appreciates it, but let's well, Steve, we gotta catch up one on one here
definitely
in the
do.
near future for sure.
Yep. I got my ticket. I'm in for the 11th. So
Yes.
I'm looking for my
if you wanna
podcast 7 shirt. I might even buy 2 of them in case I lose one. That way I'll still have one.
You still got the 5.
I mean, no, I want a 7. There can be shirts for 7.
There will be shirts. I
you
gotta figure out what they're gonna look like yet, but
I'll leave that up to you and your art department. So
the art department, yes, the art department.
yeah, it's like over here. I'm the art department here too. So I appreciate you having me. Thanks, Joe.
Of course,
we do need to catch up, but
we do. There's a lot to
save that for
to
another
catch
time.
up on.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I need some super claps in the chat for Super Dr. Stephen Green. Thank you so much for being here
Thank you.
and sharing with us, and I look forward to chatting soon, man.
Thanks,
Phoenix
everyone.
wants a shirt. Well, yes, there will be a shirt. As I keep saying, they are much coveted T-shirts. And hopefully the person coming up next doesn't have a story about how I didn't have the right size T-shirt for that person. But we move on and we digress, and we get smiles out of it. We make lemonade out of lemons all of the time here in the Super Entrepreneur community, because that's what we do, right? We're here to bring the super out of not only ourselves but the people around us, and that includes making lemonade when it's all about the lemons. Our final speaker of the day. Final speaker. Thank you all for making it here to the end. If you feel so thankful, please feel free to give to HopeWorks Camden. Go over to superjoepardo.com/donate. It takes you right to the Facebook post. You can click donate and give right to HopeWorks from there. We've raised $60 last time I checked over there at that donation link. So hopefully we can get it a little higher than at least $100 by the end of the day would be awesome. Anyway, our next and final speaker of the day, his topic is you just gotta ask. I should have asked what his actual title for it was going to be, so I just filled in you just gotta ask. He's laughing, I'm laughing, we always have a great time. He's my friend, he's your friend, he's the blind blogger. It's Super Maxwell Ivy. How the heck are you doing, sir?
All right, first, can you hear me?
Barely. You are very, very low.
Very, very low. Okay, well, let's see if
Yeah.
something about that. It's getting worse.
Keep going. I can't tell.
Is that getting better or worse?
No, it seems the same.
All right, hold up. How about now? Better or worse?
Okay.
It says we're at 100%. Oh, wait.
I just put it to automatic adjust mic, and now talk.
How am I doing now?
You're doing pretty good. It's a little low. I'm gonna boost it up a little bit on my end here. Let's see.
I'm using borrowed equipment because my headphones decided to die at the wrong time, and I'm like, I can't not show up on Joe Pardo. So
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Actually, I
Max.
cannot not show up on anybody else either because I'm a showman by trade. So. Okay. Yeah. Now he's messing with my sound, and I get to hear it on my screen on the side. So, if we've got the sound, but I'm doing really good. I just spent the entire day. Okay.
On your birthday. Oh, I forgot. Oh my God, it's birthday.
Yeah.
Maxwell Ivy's birthday today, and I totally dropped the ball on that. I'm
good.
terrible.
It's totally fine. I got so much other stuff going on. I can't blame you for missing it. But For example, I've just spent a lot of the last 2 days helping teach visually impaired people how to prepare to go out in the workforce and get their first jobs, and that's been fun. I've got this podcasting network I'm in the process of launching to help other people with disabilities launch podcasts. I'm still the blind blogger, the online superhero that's all about if you don't ask, they can't say yes. I've started writing my first song. I'm working on my 5th book. I'm planning my next travel, and yes, I do believe in going, whether I can afford to go or not, because I got lots of great friends that will help me out when it comes down to it. So I don't blame you for missing my birthday. So that's, as I say, lots of cool stuff. For those of y'all who don't know me,
Steve says happy birthday, Max. Chip Edwards is saying happy birthday. Ross Brand, Max Lively on the same day. Incredible. It is incredible. Max, yeah. I'm gonna drop out of your way. Okay. You're on the clock for 18 minutes.
You're not in my way, but it's cool. So, all right. Those of you who don't know who I am Maxwell Ivy, the son of carnival owners who is also totally blind from retinitis pigmentosa. I was blessed to get to work alongside my family in the carnival business until my dad died in 2003. By 2007, we were out of the business, and I knew I needed to find something else to do. So that led to me helping other people sell used carnival rides. I had to learn how to hand code HTML and do a lot of other things that were difficult and challenging. And people said I inspired them by my willingness to take on these difficult challenges with joy. And that led to them asking me, hey, Max, would you share more of what it's like to be a blind entrepreneur? That led to theblindblogger.net. And that's how I ended up being an author, a speaker, a solo traveler, a singer, a podcaster, and a public speaker. And oh, by the way, please do support HopeWorks, because HopeWorks is officially, technically, the first group I ever gave a public talk to. I got to speak to the wonderful students, those great young people that they're helping transition their lives and go out and become a successful part of the work world. So please do support HopeWorks. And who knows? If I had known I was in that bad of a neighborhood, I would, but I understand a lot found it works. So what I want to ask you is, what's keeping you from starting your business? What's keeping you from expanding your business? What's keeping you from reaching out to people and asking for help? As Joe Parter said, I talk a lot about it. You just have to ask, because that is what I do. I say, if you don't ask, they can't say yes. And trust me, there's been a lot of times, if I hadn't asked, they sure wouldn't have, because I wasn't qualified at the time when I asked. So I just want to ask you, what's your excuse? Because here I am. I'm a Carney kid in 2007, pre-WordPress, pre-Wi-Fi, pre-Facebook. Heck, I was trying to upload photos on a 56K modem for people who can remember those dark days. And I had no skills, no talent, no money, no experience in the online world. My college degree is in political science, for goodness sake. And I had to figure out a way to start this new business, how to help people sell used rides online. And the first thing I did was, well, how the heck do I even get a website? And in this case, as far as asking people goes, I went online, I went to forums, I sent emails, I kept asking, how does a guy who can't see create a website? And I always got 2 answers. The first answer was from people who didn't think or didn't realize I was blind, and they would tell me to use Drupal or something involving what you see is what you get. And the other people said, you're going to have to teach yourself how to use HTML. So I was introduced to the w3c.org school. I was told, hey, Max, go over there and learn some stuff. And then when you're through going through those tutorials and you've eliminated most of your stupid questions, you can come back and ask us some intelligent questions. So I did that. I went through the W3C school. I learned how to create a page, a link, embed a photo, embed a video, add your email address so they could click on it and have it go automatically to their mail program. And I did all of these things just one step at a time. As I would do it, I would reach out to friends and go, hey, I just did this to my website. Would you please tell me if it looks right or not, or if it's working or not? So I'm constantly asking for help, support, encouragement. Sometimes I was even asking for money. And eventually I got my website going, even though I had to learn how to code HTML. And trust me, I wouldn't wish that on anybody else. And I'm mentioning it multiple times because y'all sighted people keep reminding me that it's harder than I thought it was. So I got online. The only thing is I had a little trouble picking my colors. And it turned out that I picked the colors based on their names instead of on what they would actually look like because I had no way of knowing. And it turned out I had chosen ice creaming yellow, navy blue, brick red, and fluorescent orange. And more than once people told me, hey, Max, your website, Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder could argue over this website. But, I just kept working. I would ask people, okay, is there something I can do to fix it that I'm capable of doing? And they would always say no. So once I figured that out, I'm like, okay, there's nothing I can do to improve the website. What's the next thing I can do? Well, I got to get some people to sell some stuff here. So I started reaching out to people who knew my dad, people who knew me, going to online websites that specialized in listing amusement equipment. I said, hey, would you let me put your ride on my site too? And I sent a lot of emails. I left a lot of voicemails. I even got banned from one site that I won't mention because they don't need the publicity. But in fact, not only did they ban me, but they recreated their website so that I couldn't subscribe ever again. Because I was basically doing that. If somebody puts their phone number and their email address on their website, to me, that means it's okay for me to ask. So I do it. And eventually I started accumulating clients. And even though I had this broken website, because I kept asking for opportunities, because I kept asking what people needed, I've sold hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment on 5 continents. My first sale actually involved a simulator that went from Lawrence, Kansas to Long Beach, California to Sydney, Australia. And I did that not because I was talented, not because my website was pretty, but because I would ask people. And when somebody said, hey, Max, can you find a 30-meter Ferris wheel? I just start going, hey, who do I know that might have one or know somebody that would have one? So in a lot of cases, it's really comes down to asking yourself, what are you capable of? What are you willing to do in order to get to your next step? And then also asking other people, asking for opportunities, asking for opinions, asking them if there are ways you can help them. So, I had this website, and I was apparently I was inspiring people without even knowing it. And as a result, eventually somebody came along and they said, Max, you ought to start another website where you share your experiences. And I said, I don't really think I'm inspirational. I'm just a guy who shows up every day and works his butt off to help other people build a business. And eventually I was convinced that my story is good because I have an excuse and don't use it. So I want to know, what is your excuse? Is it that you don't have enough time? Well, it could be that there's something you can do in 5 or 15 or 30 minutes that would get you closer to your goal. There could be things that you are doing that are wasting time that are keeping you from doing things that are more valuable with that time. I mean, sometimes the best question I ask myself is, am I really enjoying this television program or this sporting event or the book I'm reading? Could I better use this time to work on my business or even spend more time with people that I love and care about so that they know that I'm not just totally involved in the business? A lot of times it does come down to asking ourselves, if there are things we shouldn't be doing that could give us more time. So if it isn't time, is it money? And, the big thing with money is a lot of times we think we need a certain amount of money in order to accomplish our goal. We think we have to do things in a certain way where they require X amount of dollars. And as y'all saw, me and Joe and Steven, we were laughing at the beginning because I went to Atlantic City. I stayed in Joe's room one night. I stayed at Steve's sister's house one night. I stayed at Joe's house one night, and then I went home. Well, the reason for that is that I don't like to put things off just because of money. So I have often said, okay, Max, you're going to go here, and once you leave, you'll figure out how to get there or how to get back. And in the past, this is 21, so in the past 5 years, I have gone on 3 or 4 trips, including the one I went on to speak at Joe's conference in 2017, where I left with hundreds of dollars in my pocket instead of thousands. where I left expecting to spend time in people's homes because they had invited me or because I was going to keep asking until somebody did invite me. But I went with hundreds instead of thousands. So, there are probably people you've met online who you can reach out to and ask them if they would be willing to help you with your business. So, is it money? Have you decided that you need X number of dollars? And again, what are you willing to do? You heard what I did at Joe's conference 2 years ago. Last year, I shared the room rent at Podfest with David Goldstein, another podcaster who happens to be visually impaired, because I put it out on the podcasting Facebook groups that I was looking for a roommate. And it turned out it was 3 of the best days I ever spent in my life because, man, we'd spend all day at the conference and then we talked till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. It was amazing. Same thing with Steve's sister. Her house is right on the beach. I could feel the breeze in the window and listen to the seagulls in the morning. So, is it money? Are you telling yourself you need more money than you think you do? If it's not money, is it education? Well, I've done a lot of this stuff basically learning it as I go without having formal education, but sometimes learning things from other people by asking questions about how they did it, sometimes learning from podcasts and podcasters, from YouTube videos, from books. I read a lot of fiction and nonfiction and pick up great things both about how to live my life and how to write a better self-help book. So is it you don't think that you're qualified, you don't think you're smart enough or educated enough? I'm sorry about that. That's part of being blind and using a screen reader. I mean, so is it that you don't think you are educated or smart enough? And the truth is, it really doesn't matter. Are you willing to put in the work and find solutions that make sense to you at the time, as opposed to thinking about what everybody else does and how everybody else does it? So if it isn't money or time or education or experience, then what is the excuse? And the truth of the matter is, it's probably just expectation. It's probably really fear. It probably just comes down to, if I say I'm going to do this, if I decide to try to do this and I fail, what are other people going to think about me? And I'm here to tell you it doesn't matter for 2 reasons. One, most people don't pay attention to you enough to think about you when you fall on your butt. And 2, the most important things you're ever going to learn are from your mistakes. People have often asked me, Max, how do you become so good at staying positive? I tell them it's because I spent a lot of time in my life on my ass looking up at where the sky should have been, metaphorically, that is. I've made a lot of mistakes. I've had to learn a lot of things multiple times. And I've learned a lot of things from people like Joe and Stephen and Karen and Stacy and many, many more. I just keep doing the next thing that comes in front of you. So the question you have to ask, if we're going to go back to asking about things, what is one thing that you can do today? What is one thing you can do again tomorrow? What is one assumption you can change? What is one attitude you can change? And who exactly can you ask? Since Joe assigned me the topic of you have to ask, I'm going to give you what I call my 4 questions method, because I believe this works really well. And this involves asking yourself these questions because they are very important. And if you're going to succeed in your goal, the first thing you do is decide what the goal is, make sure it's a goal that's your goal and it's not somebody else's goal, and then decide what success looks like for you. Then make a list of everything you think you will need to accomplish that goal, whether it be a talent, a resource, an ability, a connection, whatever it is. You make a long list. And then you start dividing these options into 1 of 4 categories based on the following questions. 1, can I do it? If you can do it, then take action on it immediately. Don't talk about it. Don't think about it. Don't say you'll do it tomorrow. If you can do it today. If you can't do it, can you learn how to do it? And that would mean if you can learn how to do it, then sign up for the course, start listening to the podcast, download the videos, reach out to a mentor. If you can learn how to do it, then start the learning process. Now, if you can't do it and you can't learn how, can you get somebody else to do it for you? And some people think I mean hiring people, and that is okay, but I prefer to get people to do things either because they want to or because it's interesting or curious to them. So are there people you know who would be willing to help you solve a problem or move closer to your goal if they knew what your goal was? So again, a lot of this comes down to, are you going to ask them? So you can look at interns, volunteers, friends, family, people you meet on the internet. The question is, can you find somebody else to do it for you? And if so, go ahead and ask them. Find out what they need you to do so that they can help you accomplish the goal and start down that road. And then finally, if you can't do it and you can't learn how to do it and you can't get somebody else to do it for you, then you just ignore it. You put it off to the side, focus on the things that you can do something about, and you continue working. And as you accomplish things that are on those other 3 areas on your list, you're going to grow as a person. There are going to be new things you'll be able to do that you weren't able to do before. And you will move some of those things from that far right category into the others and take action on them. The great thing about having a business, whether it's online or in person, is you don't have to have all the answers today. You don't have to answer all the questions today. You don't have to solve all the problems today. You just have to address as many of them as you can, the most important ones as soon as you can, and learn from every experience. And thankfully, I have done more learning lately than I used to, because it used to take me a lot more experience in order before I would learn the lesson. So I want to finish with 2 phrases if I haven't already run out of time. One is, if you don't ask, they can't say yes. That's something my daddy taught me a long time ago, and it's true. Whether you are qualified or not, whether you're ready or not, more often than not, if you will just stick your hand up and say, pick me, they will. Heck, that's how I got to meet Joe for the first time. I put my hand up and said, Joe, you should invite me to speak at your conference. And he said, okay. And then after I said that, I'm like, okay, I need to figure out how I'm going to get my butt from Houston to Philadelphia and back. And then the other thing is when you have those fears, and you will have the fear that comes from asking other people, remember, when you refuse to ask, you rob the other person of the joy they would have received from helping you. Just think about how much joy you get when you do something nice for one of your neighbors, one of your friends or family members. So when you refuse to ask, whether it's a question, a solution, a favor, when you refuse to ask, you rob the other person of the joy they would have received. You're actually making their day harder, less enjoyable. And so I hope that some of these things will stick with you. The most important thing is, what are you willing to do? And then, of course, a lot of this comes down to asking. You have to ask yourself. You have to ask others. You have to ask God or whatever belief system you believe in. And then you have to take action. But when I say if you don't ask, they can't say yes, I'm completely serious. It's my superpower, because I am one of those people, I am shameless. I have no fear of asking anybody. In fact, I am very comfortable with the word no. And unfortunately, though, most people don't have the experience I do. They didn't spend 15 years booking a small traveling carnival and getting told no dozens of times a day. So you can either stay where you're at, or you can start asking people. You can learn how to ask, which I'm very happy to help teach people. Or if you don't feel like you'll ever be the kind of person who can ask for themselves, then hire somebody to ask. And that's kind of what I do. People call me a connector. I call myself an online media publicist. I help people get opportunities. I introduce them to people who have podcasts or radio shows. I connect them with magazine publishers. And I connect them with other people who are on similar journeys so that they can help each other grow and move forward. So start asking. If you don't ask, they can't say yes. And if you don't like to ask, pay somebody. Hire somebody or ask one of your friends or family, hey, I'm scared to ask these people if I can come on their podcast. Why don't you ask them for me? And I hope that I haven't run short, Joe. Perhaps you can come back in and maybe we can respond to a couple of comments or questions.
You have not run short. You have run right up against your time. So,
Wow.
ding, ding.
All right. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I know, I was curious, used to, when you first met me, I was fearful. Now I'm just curious.
You were not. Well, I mean, I guess a little bit. I mean, look,
Oh,
I've
come on.
learned
Come on.
so
Come
much
on.
from you,
Come
Max.
on now. When I was at MavCon the last time I was in Philadelphia, when you told me how much time I had left, I actually cursed in the mic where people could hear me out in the audience. That's not good. So I've gone from being scared of and feeling like I'm letting people down to just being curious. Like how much question and answer time do I have left?
Well, you did well. You did well.
All right. I think it turned out really well because I've been sitting in this chair a long time today.
You and me both.
Yeah, but I think I basically, I told them how I got here, and that's the most important thing I can do because I don't understand why y'all sighted people think I'm so inspiring. I'm just making them. I just make a lot of mistakes. I try to remember what went wrong yesterday and do it better tomorrow. I mean, I'm not no genius.
For me, it's the patience, it's the attitude, it's the it's the culmination, Max, that teaches me just so much. I learn so much every time we talk, and I'm so glad that we're friends and are able to talk, as often as we do.
Oh yeah.
I wish you lived closer to my backyard, but
expand that garage and put in a bed and a sink and a shower, and I'm there, man.
That's not all that far off from what may actually happen in the coming 10 years. So,
I just throw that out there because who knows? Somebody in your area of the country could be listening. I mean, I don't require a lot of space. I used to spend my life riding around the country in vehicles that had 175 to 250 square feet. So I'm not used to a lot of room. I'm not a diva. I'm not a rock star. Although I'm not in my personal behavior. I know that my presence brings a story and a power that not a lot of other people can bring. And by the way, did you notice that I am now actually asking people, "Hey, what's your excuse?" I mean, I've never done that before. I think I'm really starting to grow into my feet, to use a dog raising term, But yeah, if somebody that's listening, wants to give me some really cheap rent and has decent internet, I would love to live on the East Coast. The transportation is better. The cost of living is higher, but it's just so many more opportunities for public speaking. Even during the pandemic, for some reason, even during the pandemic, and even with a lot of stuff being online, we seem to connect more easily to people that we feel have things in common with us, including geographic location.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the internet has changed the world in a big way, right? I mean, it used to just be people that were into traveling could meet other people that were into more worldly things or into certain things, and then the internet has helped change that drastically. So, Max, I mean, you definitely, you are inspiring to me. Like I said, I learn something every time we talk, and I just really appreciate you and the fact that you're brave enough to put your own fears aside and just go and do it. And it pushes me to do that.
And that's why I show up, because ever since I learned that I have the ability to inspire other people, I feel an obligation. I feel like, what if Max doesn't show up? Then, whose lives may have been negatively affected because they got used to seeing Max, and Max made them smile and made them think about things in their lives, and then they didn't see Max, because not because something happened to me, but just because I just stopped showing up. So I feel a real sense of obligation to the people out there. And, maybe that's the wrong way to think about it. I don't know, but I do know this much. I've been doing this stuff from behind my computer for 8 years now. I did my first radio interview in February of 2013. So here I'm 8 years later. I've gone from thinking I had no way of reaching out to people other than over the internet to now where, hey, if the opportunity comes along, I'm willing to get on a bus, a plane, a train, a boat, whatever, and see where that takes me.
I love it. I love it. Real quick, because I gotta wrap up here because I'm gonna be up against it with the live stream kicking us off in
All right.
in about
Sorry about that.
6 minutes. No, don't be sorry. Phoenix asked, what was the fourth question? She said, "Can I do it? Can I learn it? Can I outsource it?" What's the fourth question?
The fourth question is, if I can't do it, learn it, or outsource it, then I ignore it. So that's the fourth question.
Can I ignore it?
If you if you can't do one of the other three, then can I ignore it? Because that's a very difficult thing for people to do.
Awesome. Well, Max, I do have to run because I am up against the clock here.
Well, thanks for having
I will
me.
talk to you
Again,
soon.
It's theblindblogger.net, y'all. Theblindblogger.net, and I look forward to connecting with y'all. Y'all, like I tell people, you don't have to want to book me, hire me, or buy something from me to talk to me.
Absolutely. And you should absolutely reach out, have a conversation with Max because he is wonderful. Max, happy birthday.
Thank you.
I hope that the rest of your day goes really well. Get out of that chair.
Awesome.
Go enjoy your probably warmer weather than we got here today. And I will talk to you real soon.
As long as the AC is working, it doesn't matter what the weather is outside, brother.
All right, I need super claps in the chat for Super Maxwell Ivy. Take care, Max. And thank you, everybody. I need super claps in the chat for you for sticking around and watching. Pretty much this whole day has been awesome. My heart is so full, and it's been great to see so many people, sharing it, liking, watching, commenting, seeing the subscriber count on my YouTube channel go up and up and up, and the amount of views going up and up and up is it just. It's so awesome. It's really magical. And I want everybody who is part of the super entrepreneur movement, the super entrepreneur community, to just, give yourself a hug or get somebody else to give you a hug. Because that is capable of doing so, with COVID and all. But seriously, it's so awesome being able to bring so many amazing people together, getting to learn from so many awesome people, to getting to hear that so many awesome notes are being written, and how many businesses and the businesses that lives touch will, all those lives that will be touched and changed forever from the events like this. Sounds like prison. Sounds like a prison, Supermax. Thank you, Chip. Super. So, I'm just so grateful for all of you. Don't forget, May 29th is our next virtual conference. It's podcasting for beginners. Go to indiepodcasters.com/virtual. September 11th, we have our next in-person Indie Podcasters event. So if you love podcasting, you want to get into podcasting, you want to learn more about podcasting, how podcasting can work for you and your business, and growing your influence and growing your trust, your like, and trust factor with your clients and potential clients, go over to indiepodcasters.com/icon7 or indiepodcasters.com/register and use our offer code IPP to save 10% off of your ticket for our September event. We'll be doing another Super Entrepreneur Conference. It will not be a year from now. I will probably do it in the fall after Icon 7 takes place. So probably in like 6 months or so. Look for that next Super Entrepreneur Conference, and then eventually we'll be doing these in part. My intent is to do these in person. So if you like what you're hearing and you want an excuse to come on out, maybe we'll schedule it for. I don't know when, maybe late February or something like that, and bring a bunch of awesome people together, tell a bunch of great stories, and share a bunch of great information. If you want to learn how you can work with me in the mastermind that I'm putting together, the profit growth mastermind, go to superjoeparra.com/mastermind. The mastermind gets started in June. If you want more profit, if you want more revenue, if you want more freedom with your business, to help you build your business for your lifestyle, not your lifestyle for your business, that is where you want to be. To go over there, check it out. There's payment plans. Let me know if you want to work and being in it. Let me know. We'll work it out. If you're still struggling from COVID, I want, the goal for this conference was to help people get out of, come out of COVID life stronger, better, and ready for the next level. So I hope we've accomplished that today. It feels like we've accomplished that today. I appreciate all of you again watching, and feel free to, if you want more business lessons and things like that, go to youtube.com/superjoepardo. Check out my YouTube channel. Tons and there's over 100 business coach reacts videos there where I break down pitches and valuations and business techniques and things of that nature in those Shark Tank and the profit, as well as bar rescue. New bar rescues are coming down the pike in just a couple weeks here, so I will have those newest episodes up probably within less than 12 hours, a couple out, maybe even just a few hours of when the episode goes live. Anyway, don't forget to donate to HopeWorks in Camden. As Max said, they are amazing people. They gave him his first speaking gig, I guess. He said, I don't know that I was really aware of that, but go to superjoepardo.com/donate. Last time I checked, we were at $60. I'd love to get it to at least $100 by the end of today, so please consider just donating. Even just $5-10 would be amazing. Go straight to them through Facebook. I'm gonna get out of here and go have some time with the kids before we gotta get them ready to go off to bed in, well, it's 5 o'clock, so in like 2 to 3 hours. So I hope you all have an amazing rest of your weekend, and I will see you all on Monday's video. If you haven't checked out last night's Shark Tank, you totally should. It was a lot of fun. All right, take care, everyone. Have a magical rest